everyone. Good afternoon from London, and I think it's good morning there, right? Um, in Sao Paulo. Uh, uh, Please, as we go through the next few days, if you feel that I'm speaking too fast or if there's something wrong with my audio, please do let me know so I can adjust accordingly and make sure that we have good communication over the next few days. So, as Professor Castro said, I think it would be good to begin by introducing myself first. Okay, so I'm a senior lecturer in post-colonial culture and media at the Department of Media, Communications, and Cultural Studies at Goldsmiths in the University of London. I'm actually pretty new at my job. Previous to this, I was a professor of communication at De La Salle University in the Philippines, where I had been there for many years before going back to the UK, where I actually then previously did my PhD. I used to be the University of Leeds in northern England. So I've been going back and forth in my life in the Philippines, in the UK, and back again. Um, so much of my work has been about really the entanglements of cross-cultural intimacies and cross-cultural solidarities around the world. And so I'm currently writing a book on post-colonial racism and the media, which is, well, once I finish it, it's supposed to be published by New York University Press. But apart from that, I also do research on digital media cultures in the Global South. And part of that has been to take a look at the work of digital media and its relation with promotion. So I've been doing work on digital disinformation production in the Global South. I've been also doing work on cultural promotion, nation branding, soft power, those kinds of things in the Global South. But a huge part of the work that I do has to do with how that is entangled with issues of racism as well. So that's how it connects to my bigger research agenda, actually. Okay, so yeah, uh, so in the next few days, what I'm going to do is to talk about, as the title of our seminar goes, popular culture in political promotion, and I'll do that in a couple of ways. Okay, but before that, maybe let me begin sharing my slides. All right.
O professor vai disponibilizar os slides para nós depois, tá? Vão todos ficar à disposição. Just telling them that you're going to make those slides available for us after the class.
Ah, yes. Okay, so our first talk today will be about producing digital disinformation in the Global South. So I'll talk about the research that I've done around this area and how it connects to broader developments across the world. Okay, so just I guess in terms of preliminary, so I've done the introduction bit, but I hope this is okay. Just even very briefly, I wanted to.
We have a question by Fábio.
Yes?
Yes, Fábio. Pode dizer em português? Foi sem querer? Ah, okay. It was a mistake.
Sorry.
Okay, no, it's okay.
It's all right.
All right.
Okay. So now that I've done like a little bit of introduction of myself, I was hoping that each of you could just briefly introduce yourself, and I also wanted to hear what your expectations are of the next few days, just so we are all we begin all on the same page. I can tell you whether what you're expecting is what's going to happen, or not in the seminar, so that no one gets disappointed if we don't do what you think we're supposed to be doing. So I want to hear about, just maybe if you can just share one expectation that you have of this seminar. And then I will show you the core structure, what exactly we will be discussing in the next days, what our schedule will look like, what the readings are as well. And then I'll have Professor Castro disseminate later on that document. I'll send to her the document so that you can see what the topics are, what the readings are, if you wanted to take a look at them. Uh, and then I'll briefly talk about the assessment, although I'll go a little more in depth on that tomorrow, because I was thinking it might be information overload for you to try to absorb everything today. So we'll do it slowly. We'll talk about the course today, and then tomorrow begin thinking about the assessment. So I'll pause my slides first, and I hope it's okay to ask each of you to maybe introduce yourself a little
Yes,
bit.
I can mediate that.
Yeah.
If you
And
feel uncomfortable, if you feel more comfortable to speak in Portuguese, go ahead, and then I will translate into English.
Yeah.
I thought about just, basically if you are doing your master's or your PhDs, maybe, and then, what you expect from the course,
Yeah.
from the seminar. Okay. So Andrea, would you start, please? Just because for me, you appear right on top.
Okay, sure. And sorry, Professor, are we supposed to do introductions right now?
Yes, just a little bit.
Okay.
Say if you are a master's or a PhD candidate, and what to expect from the course. Okay, from this.
Okay,
seminar.
great. Okay, great. Thank you. Hello, Professor. My name is Andre. I am a PhD student right here at PPG-Com SPM. I have just begun. My research is about technological advancements and the activism that is preceded throughout this. So I think that your lecture will help me do some more methods for popular culture and political promotion, and in the way that how people position themselves in the digital landscape, and how we deal with inequalities and production, representation, and consumption of popular culture in the digital landscape. So I'm very excited to be part of your lecture.
Thank you, Andrea. Tatiana?
Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm a master candidate, and I'm interested in the popular culture scenario, and also.
Tatiana congelou. We had a glitch. Maybe we pass on to someone else and then go back to Tatiana when connection is better. Marcelo, please. Just a minute. Tatiana, você congelou, então a gente passou para o Marcelo, depois eu volto para você, tá? Então vamos lá, Marcelo.
Hi, Professor. I'm Marcelo. I'm a PhD student. I just began as the same as Andrea. And my research will be about, I hope it will be about streaming, the streaming sports on internet. And I will try to compare something like how is going to be the market between the streaming online of the of esports live, and then in the digital channels, the TV, something like that. And I hope I'm expecting a lot of this course, because I think it can help me to find more ways to understand how digital producing can impact in the streaming, something like that.
Ok, obrigada, Marcelo. Cláudio? Você está mutado, Cláudio.
Tentando falar aqui, não vai? Hi, Jason. Good morning, everyone. I'm Claudio. I'm a master student here in ESPM, and my research is investigating the consumer perceptions of Brazilian communications group and TV broadcaster TV Globo, according public and political identities.
Okay, thank you. Luara?
Good morning, everyone. Professor Castro, Professor Jason. I'm a master student, and I'm researching older women in C-level positions representation in mediatic material, more precisely at Forbes magazine here in Brazil. And I guess that I'm expecting this fast discipline here to help me understand better how this popular culture interfere in how older women are seen by mainstream population.
Obrigada, Luara. Clara? Carla, desculpa.
Good morning, everyone. Professor Castro, Professor Jason, thank you for having us and giving us the opportunity to have such an amazing content. I believe so. I've been studying popular feminism and the correlation between feminism and advertising, and hopefully I'll have a better view and a deeper view on popular culture, which is also can completely intertwine it to my theme of a master's thesis.
Okay, thank you. Leonardo?
Hey everyone, I'm a PhD student. I'm in my third year, and I'm doing a research about the relationship between identity and housing. But I have a broad interest in culture because my research group, we also focus on culture. So I believe this seminar will help me see culture from a different perspective, from a political one. So I believe this will be interesting for me to develop my research as well.
Obrigada, Leonardo. Thank you. Giovanna?
Hi, thank you. I'm a master student. I'm the last year of the master, and I'm working on brand storytelling in advertising related to consumer activism and women representation for beauty brands. So I think, as Leo was saying, I think it's just for me, it's important to understand the political aspects of the promotional culture. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Marília?
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here for all of you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marília Gabriela. I'm also graduation master student here in PPG-Com program. My research is focused on the portrayal of Black woman villainy in the trajectory in culture popular. And I am to question the existing power structures and representations of Black women in culture popular in the media overrated. And I work through in anti-racism representation. It's my master objective here, and I think it's that. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Marília. I think we've covered everyone. Some people are too shy, I think, so but that's all right. Thank you, everybody, for this. And
thank you very much.
Back to you, Jason.
Thank you, everyone. And I also saw Tatiana's message in the chat. So thanks so much for that. I took note of some of the things that you mentioned, and hopefully I'm able to address them. Okay. I'm quite happy with what I've heard, because as you will see later on, I've deliberately set up the seminar to look at both production as tied with representation, but also consumption. You will find that in a lot of work that has to do with political promotion and disinformation, the mainstream work don't really focus so much on consumption. They're always about the production and the technologies, but they don't really pay enough attention to how people are actually engaging with what's being put out there. So I'm happy to hear that a lot of you are actually interested in that the consumer perspective, the consumption dimension of all of this, and that's certainly something that we will be discussing in the next days. Also, I heard something about streaming and all these new technologies and its impact on production, for instance, and consumption. I think we will be able to talk about that. If not like directly, you will see how it belongs to or how it fits into the broader dynamics of like political disinformation, but also like nation branding and all of that because of a lot of the streaming content that we find now. And then certainly how popular culture plays a role in people's perceptions of the world, of their their political role in the world, but also their everyday lives, their different roles in society. I think that's something that we'll look into very much, and also the reverse of that, like looking at culture and promotional culture from a political perspective. How, in other words, how it's connected to power, right? To issues of power and inequality. When we look at how people engage with these kinds of promotional content, we'll certainly end up looking at how they actually are embedded in, for example, family dynamics, how they are embedded in community dynamics also, and also intimate relationships. So I hope to be able to highlight those as key elements of the consumption process. And of course, some of you are interested in different kinds of inequalities, like race, for instance, and that figures a lot, I think, in the discussions that we'll be having. So I do think that a lot of the stuff you mentioned, we will be able to touch on in our seminars for the next few days. Okay. I'm also very conscious that I just went off and started with this, but I wanted to also say that I'm actually very excited to do this seminar with all of you, and I'm really grateful to Professor Castro for inviting me. Although at the back of my head was like, I wish this weren't virtual. I would love to have been in Sao Paulo, right? But it's logistically difficult. At the moment, it's one of the few countries where I actually don't, Brazil, one of the few countries where I don't need a visa. So, but it's the start of term here as well in the UK, so it would have been challenging. But I just wanted to say I'm excited and I'm very grateful to be part of this seminar series, and particularly with an institution that's quite renowned like ESPM. Okay, so with those preliminaries done, I wanted to also briefly share with you kind of the outline of what we're going to do in the next few days throughout this week. Okay, let me just adjust so that in case it's not that visible.
It's fine, Jason.
It's fine?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So in case you haven't had a chance to look at what what this course is about, it's supposed to unpack the central role of popular culture in the work of political promotion. So we're going to look at electoral campaigns and long-term influence operations, and we'll do that today and tomorrow. And then we look at soft power strategies when we return on Thursday. Through case studies across the world, and especially from beyond the West, we attend to issues of production, representation, and consumption of popular content deployed in diverse political projects. Although, obviously, because my own area of research is the Philippines and Southeast Asia, I will lean heavily towards that, but we will talk about the implications of that for other contexts and for Brazil as well. And that's where I hope we'll have a really good discussion, is when we make the links, make the connections across our different contexts. So the seminar will be held in a workshop style, so that you will have an opportunity to do relevant hands-on activities to deepen your learning. So I hope to at least reserve maybe 45 minutes, an hour or so, to have an activity where you work together with each other, and then you present later on, so that you can begin trying to apply what we'll talk about in the lectures, and that will lead nicely into the kinds of assessment that I will ask you to do. So it's kind of like a practice for the assessment for this course. So for today, the main lecture will be about producing digital disinformation in the Global South, with a particular focus on the Philippines context. But of course, I want us eventually then to have a discussion to explore the infrastructure of political influence operations in Brazil as well. Okay, and that's where I will need your expertise to try to see how you can apply the concepts that we talk about in the Brazilian context. And I'm actually quite excited to hear what you have to contribute in relation to this. So the main reading for this one is this 2019 work that I co-authored with Professor Jonathan Ong of the University of Massachusetts in Amherst. This is When Disinformation Studies Meets Production Studies, Social Identities and Moral Justifications in the Political Trolling Industry. So if you want to understand the kind of framework that we'll be coming from today, it's primarily based on this reading. But there are also other further readings that I will also give Professor Castro for you to take a look at. And I think this will help you as you build your own assessments. So these are very good starting points for you to, when you do research for your own assessments. And then tomorrow, we'll take a look at consuming digital disinformation in the Global South. And for our activity, we'll try to evaluate the pushback against political influence operations, what we can do. If you imagine it, if we are white hat political promotions people, how can we push back against what we call dark PR, who are doing this kind of disinformation work? And of course, crucial to that is understanding the consumers, the audiences. So the main reading for tomorrow is this one, Consuming Digital Disinformation, How Filipinos Engage with Racist and Historically Distorted Online Political Content. It's a very short book that I co-authored with Dr. Fernando Santiago, a historian at De La Salle University. Short book, like really short, like 33 pages short. So I think you should be able to very easily read that. And then I also give a series of further readings. Again, I will give Professor Castro all these readings for you to take a look at, and hopefully that will help you with the assessment if you choose to do. I'll give you several options. So these readings will come in handy for different assessment questions. And then we return on Thursday, where we talk about cultural promotion as non-Western counterflow. And then for our seminar, we'll try to imagine what a genuine cross-cultural exchange to popular culture might look like. So the reading for this one will be the work that I did with Professor Leo Oitioko, or Cecilia Oitioko, who is from California State University, San Marcos in the USA, and the work that we've done on K-dramas as a space for cross-cultural exchange. Does it really do what it says, which is to promote cross-cultural exchange and not to be an imperial hegemon, just to replace the US. So it's we'll talk about that. And I also have a set of further readings for that for you to take a look at. And finally, on the last day, on Friday, what we want to do in the first half is to kind of take a step back and think about all the things that we've talked about over the 3 days previous to to that and to try to identify the role of popular culture in political promotion to see how they matter in this kind of work. And finally, the second part of our session on Friday is for me, Professor Castro, and all of you to begin brainstorming on your course assessment, which again, I'll show tomorrow so that you can begin thinking about it. And on Friday, you can briefly tell Professor Castro and myself what your intent is, how you want to write the assessment, and we can begin helping you craft that. So that is the structure that we have over the next 4 days.
Jason,
I hope.
can I ask you
Yeah.
please to go back up on the third day and show us the yes, this. Okay. The main reading for the third day is actually one of the chapters of the upcoming book.
Yes.
That is going to be fresh out of print, we hope, by the end of this year, that we are or editing, Professor Jason and myself and Lee Edwards and Clea Bourne from Goldsmiths, the Sage Handbook of Promotional Culture and Society. So this is, aproveito, né, para fazer um aviso aqui, já deixar vocês de sobreaviso. A gente já tem até o ISBN do livro, mas ele está saindo nos próximos meses, até o final do ano ele está lá. Sim, Leonardo, ele vai mandar para a gente. He said he's going to be sending us all the readings that he's suggesting. Okay, thank you, Jason.
Yeah, thanks. And I think this is an example of how the work of promotion is also in academia, right? We also talk about our upcoming book and show you like this is one of the many super interesting chapters in that handbook which Professor Castro is also co-editing, as has been mentioned. All right, so before I carry on, did you have any? Does anyone have any questions at all about about how we're going to go about in the next few days? Okay, if you have any questions at all throughout the session, please feel free to raise your hand. And
okay,
yeah.
can I please interrupt again? I have to let them know that on Friday, the last session is going to, we need to make it on a different time schedule because I'm having another appointment that starts at 11:30 São Paulo time. So our last session will be begin at 8 and at 11 a.m. instead of 9:30 to 12:30. So Professor Cabañes has already agreed to that. And I wrote that in the email I sent you this morning, but just to let you know that this is going to happen. And I'm sorry for that, but that's it.
Yeah, so I hope you take note of that schedule change on Friday, right? It's on,
yes,
on Friday. Yeah. Okay, so as I said, the assessment we'll take a look at tomorrow before we begin the next session, so that we can begin also thinking about which one you would like to do. And start preparing for the Friday session where we'll brainstorm how you can structure that particular assessment. But very briefly, the assessment will I'll probably give you 3 options that each address each of the 3 lecture sessions. So you pick which one is most interesting for you and you want to write on. The other thing as well is that I hope this is all right, but I will actually push you to look beyond the Brazilian context and take a look at other relevant contexts across the world. I wanted to learn more about how things happen elsewhere in the world, as I try very hard to do that as well in my own scholarship. And in fact, I wanted to flag here that really the underpinning ethos or kind of my philosophy, the way I do my scholarship, which you will see reflected over the next few days. And I just wanted to be upfront about this so that you know where I'm coming from as well as a scholar, is to I try to contribute to decolonizing media and communication scholarship. I'm not sure how familiar you are with the recent discussions in the field of media and communications. For instance, in one of our biggest gatherings, yearly gatherings, the International Communication Association conference in 2018, there was a call from Paula Chakravarti and other scholars. They called out our discipline for being too white, hashtag communication so white. And so there's a push to actually truly kind of dissenter scholarship that's very, very Western oriented and Western originating in our field, and to make sure that the way we theorize in our field takes into account the very diverse realities that we have across the world. So one of the and this is something that you will see in our seminar, and this is why I will also push you to learn about other global South, other non-Western contexts in your assessment. So that we don't always start with the West when we theorize, but instead take non-Western and global South contexts as starting points for theorizing. This is something that Wendy Willems, for example, underscores in her work on. She has this article entitled "Beyond Normative De-Westernization." Like, how do we truly decenter theorizing in our scholarship so that we don't always start with the West and we take seriously contexts outside of it. And that also means that we foreground the contexts where we theorize. A lot of Western-based scholars just assume this. They don't say that, oh, I am from the West, this is why it matters. This is why my theories matter to the rest of the world. They just assume that. But for many, I'm sure you can relate with this, that when we write, coming from global South contexts, we always have to say, so my work is situated in the Philippines, and this is how it matters beyond the Philippines, right? This is how it has implications for other contexts, including the West. And so I think it's important for us to keep on doing that, but to force Western scholars, Western-based scholars, to do the same that we do. And so I'm also very upfront that a lot of my theorizing is coming from a Philippines context, a Southeast Asian context. And I hope that you will engage with that and see how we can develop thinking across our contexts.
Jason, I just put it in the chat. The first of the text that you mentioned here in your references, the Communication So White paper. But if you can later on also give us the full title and how to access the
yeah, sure.
two or the other three, actually, that'd be great.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, that reminds me I should click the chat so I can see what's going on in the chat room. Okay, let me just organize that.
That's okay.
There. Yeah. Okay. And finally, for us to be able to engage in what we call coalitional mobilizations, meaning us who work in or on non-Western global South context, how we can dialogue with each other, and of course with the West also. But I think it's important to dialogue with each other and learn from each other too, because I think a lot of the interface is non-West and West, or global South and global North, but South-South or non-West to non-West that needs to be developed some more. So that's why I'm excited for this one, because we can compare across our non-Western contexts. are there shared things? And what are the differences as well in how we encounter political promotion and the role of popular culture in that? If you're not very familiar with the Philippines context, I think my name will tell you a lot about our history. My family name sounds Hispanic, right? Because of course we were colonized by Spain for close to 400 years, and my first name sounds English because even after that we were colonized by the Americans for 50 years. So it's interesting. You can see that the Spanish gave us our family names, but because U.S. colonialism did so well, they instituted our academic institutions and had a very powerful way of molding how contemporary Filipinos think. A lot of Filipinos choose American or English names as a testament to the still ongoing influence of that that colonization. So and the other interesting thing as well is maybe you've heard of this thesis or not, but we are sometimes called the Latins of Asia because we share a lot of cultural dynamics with Latin America having been colonized by Spain. So we are in this in between of being Asian and Hispanic at the same time. And my parents were telling me in I think this was the 1970s, 60s, if they would travel and they would be asked what their like ethnicity was, they would actually be confused. They would pick both Hispanic and Asian. It's changed over time. I think many Filipinos now just identify as Asian, but there is that reality there. There's that shared history and cultural dynamics as well. So I'm really interested to be able to explore that too. All right, so now that we're done with the preliminaries, I'm seeing in the chat meme in the Olympics about Brazilians and Filipinos as friends. Yeah, definitely. I think I saw that as well. Several memes around that. Okay. Now there, Professor Castro has shared with you that piece. Okay. All right. Oops. Okay. So in the session today, I wanted to highlight four different things about how we might understand. Okay, I've thought about this for a while, but I want to use the word disinformation first because that's the original term that we used when we were doing research around this topic. But later on, I'll tell you about how this is actually shifting. And I'm not sure if it's similar in the Brazilian context, but we are moving away from disinformation, calling it that, and calling it a political influence operations. There's an important shift that's going on in the language, and we'll return to that towards the end of our discussion today. But I want to talk about four things in relation to disinformation / political influence operations to try to better understand the production side of it. Okay, so one is to understand that this information is contextual. Second is to see that this information is actually a production process. Third, that this information relies very much on visual media alongside verbal, textual media, and that this information is actually embedded in narratives. And this last point will actually lead us to our discussion tomorrow on the consumption of this information content. So these are the 4 points that I'll try to develop in the next hour and a half or so, hour 15 of our session. Okay, so this comes from this 2019 work that I did with Professor Chris Anderson and again Professor Jonathan I think Professor Chris Anderson is now at the University of Milan. We used to be colleagues in the University of Leeds. So let's go through each of these, and please keep these four things in mind because this will actually be the basis of our activity later. I want you to explore these four elements of this information in relation to the Brazilian context. How this information emerges from the unique context of Brazil, how cultural production operates in Brazil, what kinds of visuals are deployed in the Brazilian contexts, and what narratives are manipulated in Brazil as well. Okay, so by showing to you the Philippines case, hopefully you will get a sense of how we apply these kind of like four strands to understand this information production. Okay. Oops. Let me just. All right. I think I lost the heading for this slide. I'll fix that. But the heading for that one should be point number 1 here. This information as contextual. Okay. I lost it, but that should be the main thing at the top. This information as contextual. Point number 1. All right. So one of the things I think we need to do to try to understand this information production is that we need to take a global and comparative understanding of it that goes beyond the usual Western context. Because in the West, there's a specific story that they tell about digital disinformation. And maybe at this point, I want to ask you first what you know about, like, from a Western perspective, how is this information often talked about? And I'm giving you some clues in the slide. You know, the Tencent army in China, Cambridge Analytica, these young people in Macedonia that they often talk about. Anyone would want to try? How is this information production often talked about in the West? When you see it talked about in Western media, for example, or Western scholarship, what do they usually focus on? Anyone wants to try? Just the chat. Any brave soul? Okay, I'll give you some time to think, and then
well, the Cambridge Analytica story had a lot of resonance here because many people believe that that was also used not only to try and meddle with the voting of Brexit and maybe Donald Trump, but also the former presidential election in Brazil for Jair Bolsonaro. So Brazil is also a very important market for this kind of thing because we are such a huge population and heavy users of digital platforms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, Cambridge Analytica definitely resonated a lot here. Not so much the other two examples you're giving.
Yeah.
This one definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, I think one of the things that often talked about in these contexts are these like psychographic testing techniques to try to understand consumers, right, and how to target them. Anything else that you hear in it, when people talk about this information, what's the concern often? So yeah, so one is these like psychographic testing techniques that can be used on
Another
people.
one is definitely polarization, political polarization. So you don't have an actual political debate anymore. It's like us versus them. And this is becoming a fixture in Brazilian politics. And it didn't used to be so much like that. So all those hate speech and
Yeah.
misinformation contributing to this very, very strong polarization in the political scene. And we are having elections in Brazil next month for mayors and for city representatives. So it is an important time to be studying this political promotion, popular culture and political promotion, because we are seeing this going on. On Saturday, we had a national holiday for the 7th of September is when Brazilians celebrate independence from Portugal colonization. And this date, national holiday, was very much used by politicians, especially of the ultra-right, to make big manifestations full of people that were paid to go there and demand the military intervene and put down the left-wing presidency that we now have in Brazil and stuff like that. So it's really appalling, actually.
Yeah, a lot of this like polarization and toxicity, like very vitriolic kinds of like online environments, right? I'm seeing in the chat. I think that's connected to what Professor Castro just said. Is the idea of a public sphere being eroded, right? There's a lot of discussion around that. It's become quite difficult for us to talk to each other. And then this idea of so Gabriel mentioned that, and then Leonardo talks about companies that analyze data to run personalized ads, right? So a lot of the concern is in kind of like the amplification of toxicity, and also how that is done through a lot of I think in a lot of Western media and academic work, there's a lot of focus on the technological element, right? How technology is amplifying all of these things, and especially now. Over time, of course, we've seen the concern shift, but now it's on AI, right? And then also a lot of concern for, in different formats, the idea of like a troll farm, an army, whether it's real people or bots or something like that. So there's a lot of concern for these like technological automated processes that lead to like a polarization and etc. All these political consequences. But really, one interesting thing that I think we need to account for and to kind of push us to think about this in a more complex way is not just the role of technology and automation and all of this, but actually the role of promotional culture in different contexts. Okay? And when we talk about promotional culture, what I'm referring to here is a kind of a market mentality. Okay? Meaning, the use of the stuff that you use in the promotional industries, like for example, using promotional intermediaries, celebrities, influencers, those kinds of things, and then also using like organizations, promotional organizations, like actual institutions that are set up to do this kind of work. Okay, how the use of these things, intermediaries, organizations, etc., how they no longer just belong to the realm of advertising and PR, but they have now come to occupy or have come to influence many different spheres of society. So I think that's something that's important to note as we go along in the next days, that when we talk about promotional culture, and if you want to read more about that, we should wait for the book that we've co-edited, where we go in depth into this also. But it's really this idea of how, these techniques of promotion, the institutions of promotion that previously were, in the remit of advertising primarily and public relations, how they have now spread to different dimensions of society. Okay? For example, if you look at the charity sector, the third sector, they use a lot of they use a lot of the techniques of promotion. They actually work with people who work in the promotional industries, right? And if you, I mean, in academia, as I mentioned earlier, this is happening also. And of course, in politics, we see this happening too. So this is what we mean by promotional culture here. And in fact, this is the one thing I think that needs to be talked about a little bit more, because the focus on technologies and automation, I think, takes us away from the more social element of what's going on here. The technologies, these tools for automation, these troll armies, etc., they are the devices that you use to spread disinformation, but the strategies of how to do that, trying to figure out how to actually use them, that's the remit of promotional culture, right? And that's something that's not often talked about, how promotional culture is very much a part of the disinformation environment. And therefore, and I don't want to take a very pessimistic note on promotional industries as well, they're part of the solution, right? If we understand that they are part of the issue, then we will also see that they can be and should be part of the solution to this. I'm seeing in the chat some politicians in Brazil not only behave as influencers and coaches, but they come from this background. That's so true, right? And in many contexts, that's the case, that a lot of people who are in politics actually come from the realm of the promotional industries, right? They cross over, whether as politicians themselves or as people who are the movers behind the scenes in politics. And I hope to show that concretely in the case of the Philippines, for example, how that operates. So I hope this first slide makes sense, that it's important to go beyond the Western narrative of that can tend towards a lot of focus towards technologies and really taxonomizing or anatomizing them, meaning they just list down, these are the different tools that are used, these are the different people who are involved, but they don't go to, they sometimes fail to see but what's happening, what's the broader dynamics that's going on here. And if you take a step back, you will see that it's important to understand the role of promotional culture in all of this, how it is part of the problem but also part of the solution at the same time. And unless we grapple with that reality, it's going to be difficult to solve issues of disinformation. Okay, so it's important to see, therefore, how different dynamics of promotional culture operate across different contexts, because it's not all the same across the world, right? They operate quite differently, and that's why it's important to not just look at the Western context and apply that wholesale to our contexts, but to look at our own contexts to see what exactly is going on there. I hope that's all right, and I'll move on. Again, if you have questions, please do let me know, and I can pause and I can answer some of your questions. Okay, so when we think about disinformation and promotion beyond the West, it might be good to see, so we're talking about how promotional culture matters so much in all of this, right? How and maybe if we identify these three things that the scholar Fatima Gao points out, her work will also come out in that handbook that Professor Castro and I edited. She talks about, Fatima Gao talks about the different imprints of promotional culture and the promotional industries on social media disinformation. Where do you see promotional culture being very influential in the work of disinformation? One is in the employment of promotional intermediaries that, similar to the promotional industries, you see in a lot of this information work, the use of influencers, right? So that's a technique that's learned from the promotional industries. And in her work, Fatima Gao talks about influencers in Nigeria, for instance, as a case to show, like, you know, and of course it's not just Nigeria, it's in many different contexts where you get to see the use of these different kinds of influencers. And I hope later on you can talk about the Brazilian context too, right? How influencers are used there as well, and what the distinct ways, and you know, the distinct ways that they're used in that context. The second one is the promotion of or the engagement of promotional logic in developing these information campaigns, meaning you actually use the strategies of the promotional industries when doing these information campaigns. Like the example that Fatima talks about in her work is building communities within chat apps in India, in WhatsApp, for example, how they build particular communities. And this is something that, again,
This is very, it happens a lot in Brazil as well.
yeah,
WhatsApp is extremely popular.
right. And in fact, in this chapter, Fatima talks about Brazil alongside India as the example for WhatsApp. In the Philippines, we don't use WhatsApp a lot. It's Facebook Messenger. That's kind of like the equivalent of this. And Facebook groups. And the other thing, I don't know if you've even heard about it, is Viber, which is used by families. It's like it's also like WhatsApp, but that's a usual platform that's used by families in the Philippines. So that's another area. So, you know, again, using the logics of the promotional industries. And finally, the sustenance of industry practices within these operations. So meaning they actually learn and follow from the developments of the promotional industries. So, for example, Fatima talks about the use of dark PR in Taiwan and how they very much mirror whatever developments there are in the promotional industries. And I have seen it myself in my own research in the Philippines. Like, if there's an innovation that comes out in the promotional industries, expect that a few weeks later the trolls are using it for their own work too. So there's really there's really a connection between promotional culture and this information. It's just a matter of figuring out how, in each context, what kind of entanglement there is. Okay, so to help you reflect on the Brazilian context, I want to talk about what happens in the Philippines, and then maybe you can compare it with what's going on there. So in 2019, Jonathan Ong and I wrote this work for NATO. Yeah.
Just a minute. There is a question here in the chat. If you could explain a little bit what dark PR means.
Oh, I didn't get it in the chat. Yeah, but yeah. So dark PR means using the techniques of public relations, but for covert operations, for things that you would not put front and center as the kind of work that your PR firm does. So it's the behind the scenes work that some PR practitioners do, or often actually they're not PR practitioners anymore, but former PR practitioners. They no longer are necessarily part of the legitimate PR practice. They probably came from there, but now are doing applying the techniques of PR for more nefarious kinds of operations. Okay, so that's I hope that clarifies what dark PR is. So it's really using or being a person who uses the techniques of PR, but in ways that legitimate PR institutions will not want to say that they do. They wouldn't engage in that. Okay, but other people unscrupulously do that thing. So I'm seeing here in Brazil, electoral law prohibits candidates from paying influencers. Yeah. some candidates who is intentionally aiming to be penalized under electoral law to build a narrative that they okay, that's interesting. So kind of like a victim narrative.
Exactly, and they say that their freedom of speech is being censored. They're using freedom of speech totally out of context, and you know, to try and push all kinds of illegal operations in the
Interesting.
electoral.
Yeah. In
horrible.
in the Philippines, it's like a total denial. Like the legitimate NPR industries would say that they're not part of us. These people who do these things, but they would actually acknowledge that these people did come from the industry, but are presently ostracized already for doing these kinds of work. So it's interesting, right? How different contexts, you'll see the emergence of different kinds of dynamics too. So in the Philippines context, what you have are actually what we saw in 2019, and I'm sure this has proliferated since then, were four models of disinformation, but with one being the dominant model, which is the AdNPR model. Of course, we have the state-sponsored model, and what we did was to try to identify, do these models lean more towards promoting politics, or is their concern more political or profit? Is that what was the primary concern? So the most political of them would be state-sponsored kinds of disinformation. So this is really the kind of disinformation that the government engages in, and from what I've seen, is also the least effective in a context like the Philippines. It's because it's, you know, the kind of disinformation they produce are very, very close to how we imagine propaganda to be. So it's very blunt, it's not sophisticated, and it's not necessarily produced by the best people, best minds in the promotional industries. But there is still that thing, state-sponsored disinformation that was being used, and government departments being ordered to create disinformation to defend the government. We were able to talk to some people who were hired by government for a different position. Like, for example, there was this one person we talked to, the role was supposed to teach financial literacy to Filipinos in rural areas. But when this person got to the job site, what they were asked to do was to actually promote this information in support of the government. So there is still this state-sponsored kind of disinformation. And then there is what we call the in-house staff model. These are political staffers of not the national government, but of local government officials like mayors or village chieftains. We call them barangay captains in the Philippines. It's the smallest unit of a political unit that we have. We have village chieftains, and even they engage in disinformation. So they would ask their secretaries to make avatar Facebook accounts and attack their political opponents, etc. So that's also obviously quite political. And what they would do is kind of hold their employees hostage, like, you won't get promoted unless you do this as a sideline. So you do your secretary work, but at the same time, for 1 hour every week, you need to go online and attack our political opponents, kind of thing. And then you would have, as we move towards more profit-driven models, the clickbait model. So these are like very technology-savvy people, and what they do is they use ad tech, advertising technology. They create a lot of clickbait content, and the reason why we say they're less political is that they don't really care what they're sharing, whether it's for this political camp or that other political camp. What they care about is whether they will get a lot of clicks for it. So, but inevitably what happens is that they obviously share a lot more of the content of popular politicians, right? Because that's what gets them a lot of the clicks. But their concern is really the revenue. And finally, the one that dominates that dominated the Philippines when we were doing this research, and actually I think still continue to dominate now, is the advertising and public relations model, or the ad NPR model. There is, to some degree, it's political because you are actually hired by a political principal to do this kind of work. But it's also profit driven because the people behind this don't really care necessarily who they work for. Okay, so these chief strategists who orchestrate these kinds of this information sometimes can simultaneously work with politicians from different camps. So it's not so strongly a political. But across these four, what we've seen in the Philippines, the strongest one has really been the ad NPR model. So there's been a strong movement towards this information that's produced within the promotional industries and driven by profit over politics. So that's what we've seen. I'm seeing in the chat, in Brasilia, big PR companies said that it was paid by a national state company to spread bad news about this company to facilitate its privatization. So state working together with the private sector, right? Yeah, and the ad NPR model is kind of like that. Politicians working with those in the private industries as well, and primarily because, like I said earlier, the best minds in the PR industries are still here in the private sector, and if you're able to tap them to do your disinformation work, they're so much more effective than the state kind of propaganda who aren't very savvy about the techniques of promotion. And so why is it that in the Philippines, at least, it's the ad and PR model that's dominated? And something for you to think about is to think about, like, what is the dominant kind of model in Brazil and why that has become dominant. So in the Philippines, it has to do with our political culture that's very strongly popular culture inflected. Okay, so I'm not sure how much this happens in Brazil, although I think someone mentioned this earlier. Many of our politicians are actually celebrities. One of the reasons for that is that we have this strange way of voting for our Senate in the Philippines. So we roughly follow an American system. It's not exactly the same, but we have a Senate and a Congress. And but unlike in the US, where the Senate is elected by states, right? It's like 2 senators per state in the US. In the Philippines, you vote for all 12 senators. Everyone votes for 12 senators. And so in that context, name recall matters a lot, right? Because you need to think of like 12 people to vote for. So it's mostly political dynasties and celebrities who make it to the senatorial slate that then eventually becomes a launch pad for presidential ambition. So there's a lot of like popular culture inflection in our politics, but it's also in the practice of our politics that our politicians invite a lot of celebrities to their campaigns. They do a lot of celebrity kind of stuff. They sing and dance. They don't really talk about their political policies. They appear in comedy shows. They appear in variety shows. So that kind of thing. So there's a very, very strong link between popular culture and politics in the Philippines. And there's a very, very strong personality orientation. And that has to do also with our history, that we don't have very strong political parties. But it's really, in fact, it's very hard to distinguish our political parties, as I would say that most of our parties lean towards the right. So there's really no distinction across many of them. But what distinguishes them is who are the politicians who are there, their personalities. And that stems from our history of patron-client networks that began during the Spanish colonial period. The Spanish colonizers worked together with the elites of society to rule the Philippines because we were so far away from Spain, right? We were at the very border of their empire. And so they needed the help of our elites to control society. And when the Americans took over, they kind of did the same thing. And so that has been the structure of our politics. We have these elites, these personalities who are supposed to be helping all the other people in society. And so there's this very strong personality orientation that you you approach politicians personally, you ask for their help, for money for the burial of a relative, for the baptism of your child, all of these things. So very, very personal kind of thing. So not very strongly policy oriented. Although we do have that, of course. There's that other modernizing kind of dynamic in Philippine society that goes that clashes with this personality, patron-client orientation. But our disinformation context has emerged from this because there's very strong personality orientation. This has meant that advertising and PR plays so well because you're building the brand of your politicians, right? Because it's so personality oriented. So that's why this ad and PR model has become so popular in the country, is because it fits so much with the kind of political culture that we have. And this is recently enabled by these digital work conditions that we have. The Philippines is one of the biggest group of like digital workers in the world. We do a lot of business process outsourcing in competition with India, for instance. So we have a lot of these digital workers who are young, creative, and who are paid very low. And unfortunately, some of them, they feel that the kind of their actual jobs aren't enough to earn them a living, so they would do sideline kind of jobs, as we call them in the Philippines, like a second job. And unfortunately, they sometimes get tempted to do disinformation work because it pays a little bit more extra than their usual work. Okay, so these conditions have come together to create this very strong ad and PR orientation to our disinformation. I'm seeing here in the chat, in Brazil, we don't have a strong tradition of political parties also. Okay. Campaigns are usually, okay, yeah. So it's also very personality oriented. That's interesting. Because I think a lot of these like personality oriented contexts and PR kinds of disinformation can work pretty well because again, you are creating brands, right? You are burnishing brands of particular personalities. So that's the context in the Philippines, and it's good that you're beginning to see how they're similar or different from the Brazilian context. Okay. The second thing to think about is to approach this information as a form of cultural production. So in the work that my colleagues and I have been doing on this information, we use what we call a production studies approach. We borrow from this field, in a subfield in media and communication, who study people who produce media, like filmmakers, people who are engaged in TV production, who are part of doing like digital content, etc. So we use the methodology that production studies uses to study the people who produce this information. Okay, so we borrow from production studies because we think it's very helpful to try to understand how this information is produced. So the questions that we ask are, number one, who are the producers of this information and what are their work structures like? Okay, it's important to know who the people are who work in these industries and how exactly they operate. How do they justify this work to themselves and to others? So the human element of it, like, you're doing this kind of work. This is the question we used to ask is, how can you sleep at night knowing that you do this kind of work? Is a really interesting question to answer. And they give very interesting responses. And finally, what are the political outcomes that are achieved? So if you're studying this information from a production studies frame, you might ask these questions. Okay, So there's really a diverse set of disinformation actors across the world. And I think it's important to learn how, the distinct ways that they operate. So the one that I have on screen is uh, it's a poster that explains to you. I cannot read it myself because I do not read Bahasa Indonesia, but it's in Indonesian. But it's a poster from Antara, one of their news media organizations, that explains to you how their disinformation producers operate, so that you know who creates these disinformation that you see online. So in Indonesia, they would have what we call success teams. So they're in competition with each other to promote a particular politician. And the people who work in these success teams are called buzzers. If you want to read up more about that, the work of Yatun Sastramidjaja and Wijayanto is very interesting. I think that's part of the reading list that I gave you, just to give you a contrast. And you'll see that there's actually a lot of, actually not contrast, but a lot of similarities with the Philippine context. And then that tells you that these information producers, they learn from each other. And unfortunately, at least from what we've seen, the Philippines has been one of the innovators. We've been called the patient zero of the global disinformation epidemic. And so our creative trolls have done much to spread their techniques to our neighboring regions as well. So that's why there's a lot of similarity with Indonesia too. And then there's in Israel, there's these digital black ops operators, but they operate internationally. So they're based in Israel, but do a lot of disinformation campaigns across the world. And then there's this thing called spamouflage content farms in based in Bangladesh. So these are troll farms that they're called spamouflage because their initial work was to spam you with content, but but eventually they became sophisticated. And it's important to understand how in each of these contexts they operate. And of course in Brazil it's also important to understand how these information producers operate, because you cannot address the problem unless you know how exactly they do things, right? And so in our own work, that was what we were able to do. And maybe we can talk about this a little later on if you have a question about this also. But often what we're asked is, how did you do it? How did you get to talk to the disinformation producers? And it was quite interesting that there was a level of chance in it. What we were doing at the time was that we were studying digital workers. We were not studying disinformation. We were studying the working conditions of digital workers in the Philippines. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of digital workers in the Philippines. So we were studying freelancers, digital freelancers. And then they started sharing with us that, we do this kind of work with politicians, we create this kind of content. And Jonathan Ong and I we talked to each other like, that sounds like disinformation, what they're doing. And so we pursued that research, and good for our research, but bad for our souls. We learned that a lot of these people were part of our network of networks, meaning friends of friends. And it was because both Jonathan and I came from a media and communications program in one of the elite universities in the Philippines. And it seemed like the people who were behind this information were media and communication people who had studied in these places as well. And so they were actually hiding in plain sight. It was easy to see who they were if you dug deep enough. And so what we learned from talking to these people is we were able to map out what we call the architecture of this information in the Philippines. And that's the thing that you're seeing on your screen at the moment. So what you see is that the architecture is very hierarchical, but it's also loosely networked. And in many times, apart from the people at the top, the chief architects, the people down below, they don't know whom they're working with. They're just working on a specific project, but they don't know the other people working in that project. And that's to maximize impact, but also to make sure that there's plausible deniability, meaning for someone trying to trace these things, you won't really know. Like, how is this person connected to this operation, etc. It's not very easy to find out because even they don't know who else they're working with. And there's also no paper trail. A lot of the payment is in hard cash, for instance, because they know that it can be traced financially, for instance. So what we found was this hierarchical but loosely networked structure. So at the top of this, so we asked the 3 questions here. Who are the producers? What are their work structures like? How do they justify this work to themselves? And what are the political outcomes? So at the very top, we have what we call the chief architects of network disinformation. And I'm not sure how much this resonates or not with the Brazilian context. So here we have ad and PR executives who recruit and lead this information team. So here I have to be very, very clear. These are not people who were currently working in legitimate ad and PR positions. They were people who came from the industries but no longer work there. But we were actually surprised by the super high positions they previously held in the ad and PR industries. They were really like the brilliant stars of this field. So it was quite surprising in that sense. So a lot of these people, they said that they were very bored by corporate marketing already. They wanted to try something new. So for them, it was really just a game that they wanted to conquer something at a different realm. And so they've done popular culture, they've done marketing. Why not politics this time around? So they wanted to see themselves as like the pioneers of digital political operations. They wanted to displace the old traditional political marketers, political campaigners who weren't digital in their approach yet. So this was around 2016 or so, these elections. And so when we asked them, why would you do this thing? Why would you create all of these strategies of this information and sometimes to promote very unsavory politicians? And they would say, it's just something that we want, a puzzle that we want to solve. And then I distinctly remember one of them saying that they learned in ad and PR class, and you can correct me if I'm wrong or if this was just a story that this person told but isn't really true, but said that one of the puzzles to be solved was like how could you sell more of Coca-Cola products, and the solution was to market it as a drink for breakfast. So it doesn't matter if it's good or bad, as long as you are able to think of something to push your agenda, then that works. And so they also think of digital disinformation in this way. Thank you so much, Jorge, for this. I'll take a look at it later. Interesting. So similar architecture. So what they did so that they could sleep at night, knowing that they were doing this thing, was one, fictionalization. When they talked about their work, and here you'll really see popular culture come in. It's so funny. They use the language of television soap operas to kind of like not make it very real for themselves. Like someone would say, oh, this information is like the Game of Thrones. I don't use bots in my own campaigns because they're like the White Walkers or the zombies in the Game of Thrones. So easy to spot. So you need to use other techniques. And then if you watch Game of Thrones, this information producer references Olenna Tyrell, one of the characters there, and says that, I feel like I'm Olenna when I do this work. I outwit everyone, blah, blah, blah. And then someone else was talking about, if you know the TV series Scandal, this information producer was saying, oh, I feel like I'm Olivia Pope, when I do these things. So this is how they tell the story of their disinformation campaigns, fictionalized, so that it doesn't feel as real, that they're destroying our democratic institutions in the Philippines. So through fictionalization and through this idea that they're just experimenting, they're solving a puzzle, they're able to sleep at night doing this kind of work. Interestingly, they get maybe 80-90% of the money that's paid to these operations. And then down below, the rest of the 10 to 20% will be divided across these different people. You would have the digital influencers. Initially, in the 2016 elections, they were using opinion leaders whose identities were actually known to the public. You knew who these influencers were, but they realized it doesn't work very well, because if you attack the influencers and they're tied to a particular politician, they also erode the brand of that politician. So eventually they move towards anonymous digital influencers. And this tends to be the norm now. You don't really know who these influencers are. They use avatars, fake accounts, right? So you don't really know who they are anymore. And they range from like 50,000 to 2 million followers. So you have nano influencers, micro influencers, macro influencers. And their work, what they do is they look at the strategy that's given to them by the disinformation chief architects. And the strategy comes in the language of really advertising and PR. So it's very clean. They talk about things like media valuation, media channels, things like that. These are the branding strategies. The influencers, what they will do is that they will then translate that to the language of ordinary people. So they have to be very well versed with popular culture. They need to be able to translate the ideas of the chief architects into pop culture language, because they're the ones who create the memes. They're the ones who create the witty comments, the hashtags. So these are the very creative people in the disinformation architecture. So they're the ones who are very, very well versed with popular culture. And I hope I say this correctly. And but I think it's important to note. And I'm not sure if there's something similar in Brazil, but in the Philippines, there's a stereotype that gay and trans people are the wittiest, the funniest, because they work in comedy bars here in the Philippines. They do stand-up comedy, blah blah blah. And so a lot of the influencers that we met were actually gay and trans, and we're stereotyped as being very witty and who understood popular culture very well and could connect with people very well. And some of them were saying that, one of the reasons they would do this, for instance, was so that they could get their operations, for example, for their transition and things like that. So this was really for financial security, because they had money, but they wanted a little bit more so that they could do the things that they wanted to do, not just like survive. And then the other thing is, apart from financial security, is normalization. The way they justify to themselves is that, what's really the difference between fudging the truth a little bit about products like soft drinks and mobile phones and fudging it a little bit with politicians? It's the same. You're fudging, so it's really not that different, and so not that scandalous. So that's how they would justify that to themselves. And then also they would say, this is not my main job. This is just a side job that I do. It doesn't define me. I'm not just a troll. It's just something I do on the side. And that helps them accept the kind of work that they do. And finally, at the very bottom, you would have the community level fake account operators. And these are the ones who are paid very cheaply. They're often found, I think when you talk about troll farms, this is what you imagine. So they're outside the capital city and the big cities of the Philippines. They're usually in rural areas. And unfortunately, a lot of them were like university level students who needed money to pay for their tuition. And so what they did was just do script-based work. They would follow whatever the influencers came up, like you should comment this like 50 times. So just copy paste the comments and amplify. So the work is really just amplification work. They don't do creative work in terms of engaging. But it's to create this illusion of engagement, that there's so many people who feel the same thing or think the same thing about a particular political issue. So for them, the moral justifications is they're really financially insecure, and it's for career. They sometimes say that, you know, I do this to learn some skills, but the problem was when we talked to them was that they always said, but what we can't figure out is, so how do we actually put it in our CV that we know these skills? We cannot write that we're trolls. So, you know, these are some of the problems that they were facing. So this is the architecture of this information in the Philippines. So, and then you have at the very bottom, these are the unpaid ones. They're not necessarily part of the production process, but they're real political supporters. Okay? But what happens is that they're the ones who amplify this content. These are the fans who are very enthusiastic in spreading the disinformation content. So these people are not part of the actual operations. They're real people, but we call them grassroots intermediaries because they're the ones who are the most active on social media, and they're the ones who propagate this to their friends, to their family, etc. So they're unpaid, but they're a crucial part. They're the interface between the paid and the unpaid ordinary people who become part of the disinformation infrastructure. Okay, so that's how the architecture goes. Okay, so I've been talking a lot. So I was wanting to show you a video that kind of maybe 5 minutes or so that briefly summarizes this architecture. And the reason why I want to show you this video is it's a collaboration between myself and Channel News Asia in Singapore. Is because they were able to interview some of these actual trolls as well and put them on TV, which is quite something. So I want to show you what they came up with. So it's just a short. I'll just show you like a bit of this clip. Please let me know if the audio isn't working.
As political campaigning officially commences, the disinformation war on social media goes into high gear.
Digital disinformation happens across the political spectrum. It's a wide array of politicians, and it actually surprised us that it's not just one camp, but many different political camps. Everyone seems to be in on it. They feel that they need to be part of this new political game.
Behind the scenes, shadowy figures are pulling the strings of the troll armies. These masterminds were identified in 2018 in the groundbreaking report titled Architects of Network Disinformation by Professors Jonathan Ong and Jason Cabañes from De La Salle University.
At the top of this network, you would have the, we call them the chief architects of network disinformation. They're mostly ad and PR people, and some of them also coming from media, journalists, former journalists.
Through interviews with key players, they discovered that these networks operated with a multi-layered hierarchy. Chief architects at the top, followed by digital influencers, and paid trolls at the bottom.
The majority of the money will stay actually with the chief architect of network disinformation. We would say around 75 to 80%, and then the 20% would be more of the operational expenses, paying the other trolls.
Through connections within the local media industry, Undercover Asia tracks down a chief architect who agrees to speak to us over the phone on the condition of anonymity.
Usually, in our industry, specifically for our team, there is no need for us to approach certain politicians. I think it's the other way around. They need us more than we need them.
Rosa runs an independent public relations agency, and they've been hired by political candidates for the 2022 presidential elections.
We're working with two presidentiables. We implement national campaigns, usually parallel to their official operations, to their official social media. See, we complement this and amplify this on social media. Perhaps it could involve artificial boosting of followers, artificial boosting of content. You can also create pages in support of the person or group.
It's a growing international business that attracts many industry players.
There are soul farms in the country, outside the country. There are in China, in Russia, in Croatia, in the United States, and the Philippines. I think each and every country has its own share of keyboard army farms. Denial of such would actually be a lie.
Rosa further shares that their political clients prefer to pay in cash using Philippine pesos.
A local client from a key city, just for a minor social media engagement, can be 300 to 500K a month. A national client for parallel operation with moderate deliverables can be 800 to 1 million a month.
That's almost $19,000 a month.
Are your political clients aware that you hire people to spread, disinformation to help them?
Exactly why they're hiring us.
Okay, so yeah, so I just wanted to show you a little bit of that to show that it's really real. That these things actually happen. Yeah, I agree with Gisela. I think this is a good point to go on a short a break. Gisela, do you want to say something? Yeah.
No, it was this. So good.
Okay.
We should have done that before.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's
yeah,
pause for 10 to 12 minutes and
Yeah.
then we resume.
Okay. See you everyone then.
11:22, we're back. Okay. Bye-bye. André, a gente volta às 11h22, tá?
Yeah, just to respond to Professor Castro's comment there, it was actually quite good that the people behind CNA, it's a Singapore news outlet, were able to get in touch with a chief architect because by that time they weren't talking to us anymore. Initially, they were very happy to tell everything, but I think someone from somewhere told them to stop talking to academics. So it's become harder to do so now. But I was very happy to eventually see that the journalists are really, really very good at ferreting out these kinds of things. Okay, and I'd like to thank Professor Castro because I did mean to have a midway break, but got slightly carried away. So sorry about that. The last 2 points that I wanted to say would be quite shorter than the first because the first was like context. The last two are shorter so that we can move on to the activity that I wanted us to engage with also today. But let me just finish. I think I have like 4 or 5 slides left. Okay. Let me just okay. So we ended up with this one. So I'm going to move on to the third point, which is about how this information is also visual. Why why is this something that I and my colleagues highlight in our work? It's because a lot of the scholarship and a lot of the public discourse actually on this information coming from the third sector, who of course mean really well, organizations like the United Nations, etc. They focus so much on fact checking the fake news. And that's important, but this information is not just about that. And that's why we want to emphasize that there are other elements that may be harder to combat just through fact checking. And one of that is the last 2 points I make address that. And we'll carry on with this tomorrow as well. One is that this information is also visual. So it's not necessarily just making arguments about facts, but it's also trying to kind of avoid in the language of persuasion. I'm sure some of you know this. It tries to go through the peripheral route, right? In trying to get to you, not through the central route of like convincing you argumentatively, but through other ways, emotionally, particularly, and also visually. And this is where popular culture really comes into play. So it's really important to pay attention not just to the verbal elements of this information, but to the visual elements also. Like I mentioned earlier, the influencers, the key influencers, their role is to translate the tactics of the chief disinformation architects into what we call, this is the technical term, the popular vernacular, meaning the popular language of ordinary people. And that's when you see that they really are masters of pop culture. They know how to use memes very well, which celebrities to emphasize. And because the Philippines is a very Catholic country, the use of like religious quotes or biblical verses or those kinds of things, like these not necessarily coming from the Bible or religious, but like these like quotes that allude to particular kinds of values, for instance, that Filipinos would share. So they would use a lot of these things, the kinds of also lyrics to songs and stuff like that. So you have to be very good at doing this. And so it's not just using the popular vernacular or the popular language of ordinary people, but it's also weaponizing authenticity. So it's actually less effective if your materials look professional. If you're trying to achieve this kind of disinformation. Of course, there's the fake news thing that you try to mimic news media, right? It has to look professional and all of that. But this one that uses popular culture has to feel like it wasn't created by a disinformation producer or by a troll. It has to feel like it was created by an actual supporter, so that it's organic. So the more amateur it looks, the better it is. Okay, so I'm going to show you examples of this, and I want to warn you, the next images might be slightly shocking, and also that apologies. So I think Filipinos are especially sensitive to this because our former president has already passed away, Noynoy Aquino, and he was the subject of one of these memes because he was the president before Rodrigo Duterte, who you might be familiar with, and he was the guy who, the first president I think elected with tremendous support of the disinformation machinery in 2016. So these were some of the stuff that they came up with, and you will see that it really translates ad and PR concepts into popular vernaculars, and it really tries to create this feeling of authenticity, that it's ordinary people and not professionals who created this content. Okay, so the one on your left, and you can see also that there disinformation can be very racist and in this instance very misogynistic, right? So here you have two different supporters of different political camps, and this is coming from the anti-Duterte camp. As I mentioned in the video, that with CNA, it wasn't just the government doing this information, it was across political camps. And so the opposition was also using this information. And what they did, for instance, here was to show, like, look at the celebrity who supports us. So the woman on the left, who is a celebrity in the Philippines, this is how she looks like. And then the woman on the right, this is the celebrity who supports Rodrigo Duterte. So the language, the text written in Filipino translates to, if your leaders are decent, then their supporters are also decent. So it's speaking to very Christian values of decency, for instance, Catholic values. And then the question below is, who do you believe more? So do you believe more the woman on the left, who is a supporter of the opposition camp, who seems more decent in this discourse, or the woman on the right, who is a Duterte supporter and who seems less decent in this discourse? Okay, so that's how they would use popular vernaculars and translate that visually as well. Okay, and on the right, on the image on the right, now this is an example of a pro-Duterte disinformation campaign trying to kind of erode belief in the opposition by making fun of the previous president. So the hashtag there is, the translation there is, where is the president? So I'll read it and translate it into English. Where is the president whilst the police are being buried? Because this referred to an incident where there were police officers who were killed in an operation, a botched operation, and they were kind of faulting former President Aquino, Noynoy Aquino, for command responsibility, because he's supposed to be the head of course, the police and the armed forces of the Philippines. So where's the president when the police are being buried? There, tanning his uneven skin. So that's what's being said there. And so what they did was to juxtapose the face of ex-President Aquino to some random person's body and put that hand there. And it's all very amateurish, right? And it's all to create this illusion that it's really actual people who create this and who do not like the former president and propagating these kinds of disinformation. So it's, as you can see, there's really, it's important, if you're an influencer, to understand not just the language of ordinary people, but also how they think and which images would kind of appeal and resonate with them. So one of the things that I'm curious about is, what is the Brazilian version of this? What are the kinds of visuals, the kinds of content that would appeal to a majority of Brazilian voters that then become used in these kinds of disinformation campaigns? So I'll ask that later. So the last point to make is that this information is also embedded in broader narratives. And this is why it's so hard to fact check. Because this information is not just about truths and lies, but it's about asserting facts, but as embedded in particular social narratives that people believe in. And when they're embedded in particular narratives, it becomes very difficult to contest, because if it resonates with a person's view of the world, they become very vulnerable to being convinced by it. And this is something we'll delve a little deeper into tomorrow when we look at the consumption of this information. But what these information producers do is that they're very knowledgeable about people's deep stories about society, meaning they know how these people see the world, what their concerns are, how they understand the political world and their place in it. They're very adept at that. The chief architects would use the word pulso or pulse. They know how to pulse the people very well. They don't need AI. They don't need bots. It's their own ad and PR expertise that allows them like a powerful insight into the electorate and what will convince them to follow a particular politician or not. And that's the unique selling point of the chief architect, is that they have this innate talent to sense the pulse of ordinary people and what narratives matter to them. And that's why fact checking might be very difficult, as though if that's your only tool to contest that, it's not enough. And a lot of these deep stories that they exploit, that the disinformation producers exploit, have to do with particular societal cleavages. So they amplify these societal cleavages. And again, the question I would want to ask later is, what are these cleavages in, excuse me, in Brazilian society? In 2016, in the Philippines, the main thing that the Duterte campaign did very, very well was to connect with people's fears. They manufactured and amplified fears about security, disorder, and criminality. That's what they did. And they particularly, excuse me, they particularly targeted what we call the precarious middle class. These people who are almost middle class or quite middle class, but not firmly middle class. These are the people who work in business process outsourcing. So the digital workers, you would have what we call overseas Filipino workers. So migrant Filipinos working abroad. So they already have some of the middle class lifestyle, but they're not securely middle class. They don't live in gated, because in the Philippines, the elite live in gated communities. They don't. So they're exposed to the everyday realities of, if you live in Manila, for example, you're exposed to everyday criminality, you're exposed to the bad public transport system, you're exposed to the flooding, all of these things that and that's why it became so effective to make a straw man out of drug addicts as kind of like a menace to society, even though it wasn't really, the numbers weren't really very high, but just the thinking about like how unsafe you are on the streets, that's what they kind of harped on. They created this us and them of humans and drug addicts as non-humans, and they just completely amplified that. And at the time, they were also saying that it was important to defend the borders against China. And so Duterte was positioned as someone who would defend our borders. So eventually, when he was president, he tried to be very close to China, which is a whole different story. We'll talk about that tomorrow. But during the campaigns, he wanted to show that he was like this macho guy, the typical image of a macho man who was going to protect the country. And the giant image that you have on screen, that comes out of there was a presidential debate, and he was asked how he would defend the country against China, and he would say, "Oh, I would go on a jet ski to the West Philippine Sea or the South China Sea. You have different names for it, and I'll stake my flag there, and let's see what China will do with me." And so that's why you see that image of him on a jet ski, like super macho action star kind of thing. So and then of course the other memes there have to do with like drug addiction, like he's going to provide order to society. Okay, so and what happens is that a lot of these information producers are willing to risk what we call volatile virality, meaning when it's the chief architects who create the strategies, if they look very clean, they look very ad and PR language, they look very cold and detached. But when it's the influencers who translate them, because they want to be as viral as possible, there is a possibility that message discipline disappears a little bit. So there's volatility. You don't really know what the effect can be, like how bad this is going to create cleavages in society. But they set that aside because to them, the more important thing is to be viral. So whatever volatility that virality creates, if it creates amplified social cleavages, they don't think about it too much. And in this sense, the campaigns then really created a lot of fears about security, disorder, and criminality. And so, and it worked. There was a lot of support against the drug campaign of Duterte, and many people killed. And sadly, I mean, those he killed were like from the urban poor primarily. He never really went after like the drug lords, like the big names, for instance, that who were doing this, but it was just really for show, to show that he was a strong man. So again, if it's embedded in this narrative, it becomes harder to contest the idea that people who suffer from drug addiction or problems are also human, and we need different ways of approaching them. So that's totally set aside by this narrative. So those are the four different perspectives or dimensions of trying to understand this information production. The last I have here is just maybe very briefly talk about like what the trends are and see whether it connects with what's happening in Brazil. One is democratization of this information, meaning all our politicians now feel they have to do it. It's been democratized. If you do not engage with this information, you're going to lose in the elections. And then the second point, and this is why I was confused whether to use this information or political influence operations. It's because there's now a shift towards the other term. What does this mean? Well, really what this means is that this information seems to speak more to electoral campaigns, like you, and then to the idea of fake news, right? Like false information done during electoral campaigns. But now what you have is less about that and more about like seeding narratives and sustaining them in between election periods. You're creating a narrative for a politician. So that will become useful in the next election. So it's really influence operations, like shaping the stories, shaping the narratives that will be at play in the upcoming elections. So it's not necessarily just about facts and truths and lies, but like whose stories will dominate. And they're doing this every day, even if it's not election season, they continue with their influence operation campaign. So that's like a major shift in the last few years. And tomorrow we'll talk about some of these influence operations that are happening in the Philippines and reshaping how Filipinos think of politics. And then a third trend is, I mentioned this earlier already, an up-to-date use of industry-led innovation, like whatever is new with the promotional industries, you will see it very quickly taken up by disinformation producers. There's also legislative opportunism, meaning a lot of our politicians, because people are afraid of this information, they will create regulations that actually favor them, that will create more censorship and doesn't really solve the problem of disinformation. This will just be for like private viewing, right, or recording. Because I was invited a couple of times to Senate and
Pause
Congress.
recording then.
Okay. And finally, we have transnational labor arrangements. As you saw in the as you heard in the video earlier, this information is now really a global phenomenon with like Filipino disinformation producers offering their services abroad. One of the more recent ones I heard was like doing influence operations in Cambodia, lending their hand in. Of course, Cambodia has a more authoritarian system, but they're trying to finesse the propaganda of the state to make it more palatable. And then, of course, the sharing of disinformation techniques across different groups around the world. So these are some of the trends that we're seeing in this information production. Okay, so I want to stop the lecture here, and I want to spend the last part of our meeting turning over the ball to you folks. And let me just go back to this earlier slide I had right up at the beginning. Okay. So we explored four things in our conversation today. To understand the production of this information, we tried to understand the context in which it emerged in the Philippines. And then we tried to understand the cultural production, to understand it as a form of cultural production, like who are the players and how do they actually create the disinformation, what are their motivations, etc. And then we also looked at how this information uses not just verbal content, but visual content that's very much connected to popular culture and also embedded in narratives that are propagated in popular culture too. So what I wanted to do, how many are we now?
We're 16, actually 14, because 16 counting you and I. So
okay, so 14.
Students. We will soon be 13. One of them told me that she will have to leave half an hour earlier. So
okay, I'm very bad with maths, but I guess like three to four people each group, right? 3, 6, 9, 12, and then
Yeah.
maybe one group of four for the whoever is leaving. And then I was hoping that each group could meet for maybe 15, 20 minutes. And I won't interfere so that you can talk freely to talk about. So one group will talk about. I mean, of course, in a more rigorous setting, we will do actual research on this. But just initially, what do you understand of like the relevant context for the rise of the particular kind of disinformation that you have in Brazil? What's the political kind of context in Brazil that gave rise to the kind of disinformation that you have? And then second one, if the second group can talk about like from what you know, who creates the disinformation in Brazil, and how do they do it? And then the third group will talk about like provide maybe some examples of visuals, how the visual is used in this information in Brazil that reflects the popular culture of Brazil as well. And the last one is, what are the social divides that are exploited by this information in Brazil? So if you could talk about that. So each group will just focus on one thing. So maybe 15 minutes or so for you to talk about this, and then pick one person to just speak very briefly, 3 minutes or so. Share it
Eu
back.
posso ajudar com isso, viu, gente?
Yeah,
can help with
share it
that.
back to the rest of us. Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so I will just follow what I have here on my on the list in my chat box, if it's okay. So we have Adriana, Andre, and Carla. So the three of you will do number one, please. The context of the talk about the context that has given rise to the kind of disinformation that you have in Brazil, and then maybe Claudio, Fabio, and Gabriela can talk about the production, like who are the people involved, you think?
Let's have one
And-
more on that because Gabriela
Okay.
is the one that's leaving early. So
And
another
so
one.
Jorge,
Okay.
yeah? I hope I'm reading your names correctly. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you.
And then for the third one, for the visual, we have Leonardo Luara, is it?
Luara,
And-
yes.
Yeah, and then Marcelo. And then for the social divides that are exploited by this information, we have Marilia,
Gabriela, yes.
Stephanie, and Tatiana.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so we'll probably create breakout rooms.
Mhm.
Stop sharing. So maybe 15 minutes for this. I'll just create the breakout rooms. Okay, so just please go to the room that corresponds to the item number that I gave you. So if you're doing item 1, just go to room 1, etc. Okay, so all rooms are open now. So just please go into them. So 15 minutes, please. So we have about 20 minutes left for today's session. And so I hope there was at least one person in the group that's willing to talk and share with us to the bigger group what you folks talked about. So let's just do it, I guess, sequentially. So that we follow the sequence of like the different dimensions of this information production that we talked about earlier. So maybe we can have someone from room number 1 talk about the context of Brazil, just maybe 3 minutes or so that everyone gets a chance to talk before the end of the session. So who will speak for group 1, for room 1? That's Adriana, Andre, Carla, and is it Claudia? Yeah.
I'll make myself available for that, but I would like my colleagues to jump into. Actually, Professor Jason, what we were talking about is Brazil, our context looks pretty much like yours, obviously, on the surface of it. Your first thoughts that you brought for us, because we have some sort of precarization of our workers, our economical general context looks like by the end of the day, we have workers, we have our population who has to pay our bills. This information is all spread with, it looks like using the same model of profitability over politics, over ethics, over deeper thoughts and reflections on what I'm doing. We talked about our advertising industry nowadays, mostly based in PR as well, and based on celebrities. We have still a major TV broadcast, which is Rede Globo, that is still in a certain way dictates our popular narratives through soap operas. So what we've discussed, jump into my colleagues, please. But what we've discussed, at least the point of view I brought to it is, it looks like the logics and the models, it works like you were telling and exemplifying with Philippines and Cambodia and like that. And also on top of that, we have an influencer as a candidate for the county city of São Paulo, which is something unbelievable. And we could not imagine that maybe 4 years ago. We cannot imagine an influencer jumping into politics and towards the county city of São Paulo, which is our economic center.
Yeah, he's running for mayor. And
for mayor, yes.
Yeah, making quite a splash.
For mayor of São Paulo, our economical center in Brazil.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you, Carla.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Carla. Wow. Like you're more advanced than us in that sense. Our influencers.
Describes himself as a former coach, a very rich person that's coming to politics, and he wants to be a mayor. And basically, he's
wow.
Yeah, it's all.
Yeah.
And I thought that is important to talk that today we see some kind of evolution of the last elections strategies, wherein debates and TV programs were made to generate some cuts for social networks. So that's some kind of strategy of political promotion today.
Exactly.
Yeah, I see that also in other contexts. Thanks so much, Carla and Claudio. It's interesting to see that there are some intersections there, and I think it heightens this belief of mine that we need to talk more across our. I don't know if Brazil identifies as Global South. I know you're richer than us.
It does. It does.
But definitely non-West, right? So there's a lot there to theorize. That's not maybe the concern of the West, but it's very real for us in our context. Thank you so much, Group 1. Those in room 2, Fabio, Gabriela, Jorge.
Hi.
Yeah.
We are talking about a production company here in Brazil called Brasil Paralelo. And it's a production company that has gained a lot of relevance recently, especially during election periods. And it is strongly associated with the spread of disinformation. So they create documentaries, films, books, educational courses like about history, arts, and philosophy, and etc. And all of this with the narrative that people have the right to access different perspectives from the mainstream one, as they call the mainstream one. So we think that they are a pretty good example of how disinformation is embedded in culture productions. In many ways of productions, like they had a film, I think last year or 2 years ago, I don't remember right now, but that it was like in the cinema, and they are very strongly associated with that, with disinformation. And maybe it's a kind of disinformation that the people that consume this kind of products, maybe they don't really know that there's a political and ideological agenda behind it. So it's really hard to deal with it.
Thanks, Gabriela. Anyone else in the group wanted to add?
Leonardo wants to share something with us.
Oh, I'm from the next group.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So yeah, thanks so much, Gabriela and Group 2. It's very eerie for me to hear about movies because that just happened to us also. And this is what I think it really underscores this idea that it's not just about fake news anymore. It's not just about facts, and like it's really building a narrative, right? And I'm not sure what the film is in your context, but in our context, what it was in the most recent elections that we had in 2022, the person who won was the son of our former dictator, Ferdinand Marcos. So it's now Ferdinand Marcos Jr., who's our president. And they're doing a lot of historical revision, the historical distortion. So they came out with a film. The name of our presidential palace here is Malacanang Palace. And so the name of the film is Made in Malacanang. And it's a story of how it was their last days when the father was still the president before they were ousted, and they were trying to change the narrative of like them being dictators who were being ousted by people to like legitimate leaders who were the victims of an unfortunate political coup. And it was a box office success. So it's really, and you cannot say that if you're critiquing them for lying, they'll say it's a movie. It's not a documentary. So, these techniques are now it's interesting that this is how the production is happening now, moving more towards, as I mentioned earlier, political influence operations, really, not just disinformation anymore. Thank you very much. Room 3, is it Leonardo? Yeah.
We were talking about the visuals of the misinformation in Brazil, and the example we recalled was about the dick-shaped pacifier. This is a classical example of the fake news in Brazil, and we can show you what it's like.
That was in the former presidential elections, trying not to make people not elect Lula president.
Are you seeing my screen?
Not yet.
Oh, here. This was a class.
Leonardo, it's not there yet. It's not. Okay, now it is.
Classical example of a fake news in Brazil. This was the far right explores our fears about family values, traditions, moral panic. So they explore those fears, and they usually attribute changes to the left, the left wing. So they usually say that if the left came to power, so they are going to change society, they are going to change our values, they are going to change our behaviors. So the campaigns usually explore those misinformation about that. They usually attribute those intentions to the left, right, the left wing.
Thank you.
So
Ok, thank you.
yes, so
Yes.
we have
Stephanie tinha levantado a mão.
Yeah.
No? Okay, no. I don't even know where she is. Okay.
well, I was going to add that we have also growing population of evangelical Christians. I don't know how you call it, non-Catholic Christians, and they became strong political actors in Brazil. They are becoming because they usually have conservative views. So I think this is influencing also our politics in Brazil as well.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Thanks so much. Very interesting. Yeah, we see how with these visuals they carry so much meaning, right? And again, how do you challenge that with fact checking? It's not something you can do, and that's why if you're doing, and we'll talk about this more tomorrow. Like if you're doing counter disinformation, you also need to have a mastery of pop culture, how to push back against these people who are using it so very well, and they're using it in ways that really appeal to people because it's so crude. It's so it's very it hits the basic emotions and all of these things. Really quite fascinating that both in Brazil and in the Philippines, there is a strong use of like sexual connotations, sexual contexts. I think it has to do with like, of course, our history of Catholicism, our culture of Catholicism as well, right? And Christianity, generally speaking.
In that particular fake news campaign, we were saying that that is how the left wing people may turn little babies into future gay men.
Yeah.
They get them used to that from birth. That's ridiculous, but so many people were shocked and ended up believing that. Horrible.
But yeah, I think one thing to say also, which you'll pick up on tomorrow, is if it resonates with someone's worldview, they become very vulnerable to that kind of disinformation content, right? Yeah, so group 4 now, the last group.
Yeah, it's me. I try to talk a little fast because you have so few minutes, right? But first of all, in your group discussion, the first context is important to assess that you are in so many difference because the exposed narrative and your Brazilian ones. But here has these issues of the narratives of fears of the common enemy to combat it, and more expressive of this is the need of the savior, who offers all the solutions and the communications it's creating and create their strategies to manipulate these informations with these needs. And from this, we could enlist several political and cultural movements that reflect that we are discussing. But one of the feats objectively here, and that we agreed to bring, was the group is they have a Brazilian book called Batalhas Morais. Translation, the title means moral battles, by the author Richard Mikulski, which the most discussions is the dialogue between ideological narratives and appropriations from the discourse of the genders for political purposes. And this sample is very briefly fits into the context if all the discussions brings about the groups, because we were reaching have a narrative creating to articulations, opinions, and work in communications in way articulation to the desires of the sender of the message. So these views create a strategic to manipulation the massive people and the culture. I think this fits well in the group our conclusion that, and this is all. Thank you for the time speaking.
Thanks, Marilia. It's interesting. That one of the kind of narratives that we're hooked on in the Brazilian context is the need for a savior. You said. Is that a savior in a religious sense or just a political savior?
Yeah, it's the need to savior. It's about everything. Sometimes relations with a religion person, but in the both side and for the progressive or the rights are more about there has a person who will savior and bring all the solutions of your problems. So here, I think Brazilian people has these needs. Like for example, you need to find some guilty, and follow that for someone who's against that. I don't know if I talk
Yeah.
understandably,
Yeah.
but it's more like that.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. That's fascinating. Tatiana, did you want to add?
Yes, just to add something about the savior that we are always waiting for. This is something that once I heard a professor in Recife, in my hometown, saying that it's something that comes from our culture, but back, very back, since we were in the 17th, century, and till now, it's something that is very deep rooted in our culture, that we are always waiting for someone that's going to save us.
Thank you very much. I'm very fascinated because tomorrow I'll talk to you about like the more recent developments in the Philippines that evolved from the original narrative of Duterte. And what made Marcos win was the narrative of a strong leader, someone who was going to fix all the problems of the country. So clearly there are a lot of similarities, and listening to you all, thank you very much to your contributions. It's really making me excited because clearly there are a lot of points of connection. But I wanted to conclude today just by emphasizing this, that in our exercise today, in our lecture, and then in our activity, in our seminar, what I really wanted to emphasize, and what I want you to take out of it, is that our conversations on disinformation production need to go beyond technology and fears about technology and how it's shaping our society. I think this is from my perspective as a media and communication scholar, that so much work has been focused on technologies and how they're reshaping our society. And in media and communication scholarship, we call this techno-determinism, that technology determines society. And if we want to theorize this information production from the global south, we need to think of context, we need to think of the actors, we need to think of the role of popular culture and the role of these societal divides, because these really are the things that this information production they weaponize this to create the kind of influence that they have. And technologies are just part of that, but there are broader societal issues that we need to pay attention to if we want to solve the issue of disinformation production. As one, maybe tomorrow I'll tell you, I forget now, but as one scholar described it, he calls this a wicked problem. It's not a single problem, but like many different problems crystallized into the problem of disinformation. So I hope that's you were able to get at least that from our discussion today, not a simplistic understanding of disinformation production, but one that is embedded in popular culture and social processes, because I think that's really what will make us understand this production. So tomorrow we'll take a look at consumption and complete the picture of this. So thank you very much. I hope you have a very, very good, is it afternoon now in Brazil, and lunch. Thank you very much. Well, good morning to all of you there, and good afternoon from here. So before we start with our session today, I wanted to briefly share with you the assessment document, so that you can begin thinking about what you might want to do for this class. All right. So as you can see, the essay assessment for this seminar is actually something that builds on the activity that we do in class. It's just to kind of push you a little bit more to explore the things that we've been talking about. So the main thing for you to submit is a 2,000-word essay, excluding references. So 2,000 words would be about 6 to 7 pages on Microsoft Word. So I hope that's not super long for you folks. The deadline that I have set
is 5 p.m. Sao Paulo time, a couple of weeks from now, the 27th of September. I just wanted to ask Professor Castro, is that a fair time? Okay, for in terms of your practices, that's fine. Okay. So you have around you have after the end of our seminar this week, you have around a couple of weeks to write this essay. So yeah.
Would it be too much to ask if we extend the time so they can upload up to the end of the day here?
Yeah,
Many
sure.
people use the evening time to finish off their texts.
Okay. I'll change that and make that
23:59.
yeah, 11:59
Yes.
in the
Okay.
evening.
All right. Fine.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll fix that. So what we'll do is you're supposed to write an essay about one of the three topics that I have set for you. So you need to have I know you're all graduate students, right? MA and PhD, so this should be fairly easy for you. A minimum of 10 academic references. And you are free to use the materials that that I've given you in class. But of course, it would also be good to see you bringing in other materials that you have researched, particularly because you will be focusing on specific topics, and so you would have to do a bit of extra research on the particular topic that you've chosen. So a minimum of 10 academic references, which you should cite both in text and in a reference list. And I'm not sure what your referencing style is in ESPM, but the one I use to is APA. So in case you're not very familiar with APA, what I've done is to include a link here. So if you click on this thing, it will lead you to a resource from Purdue University in the USA, and they do a very good job of giving you an overview of how to do the APA referencing style. Okay, so I think that could be very helpful for you. You'll format your paper to the following specifications, and it's really I used to not care so much, but now that I'm getting older, it's becoming increasingly hard to read this matter. So please be kind to me. 12-point font, Times New Roman, double spaced and 1-inch margin all around. I really used to think, oh, it doesn't matter. But now that I'm needing this kind of my optician just gave me this what do you call this the bifocal.
Yes.
Yeah, I have reading glasses integrated, so please do double space and 12-point font because it's going to be very helpful for me in terms of making it easy for me to read your assessment. Okay, so you can choose one of the following three topics, each of which actually connect to each of the three lectures that we'll have. So the one from yesterday, the one today, and the one on Thursday. So first one speaks to yesterday's discussion. Describe how a digital disinformation campaign in one non-Western and global South country weaponizes popular vernaculars in their messaging. Evaluate the impact of this campaign. So it's something that we kind of touched on yesterday, and I think group number 3 did something similar for this in the context of Brazil, right? So here, I'm going to push you to look beyond Brazil and take a look at one other non-Western and global South country and try to learn a little bit about that country and how this information happens in that country and how they weaponize particular, yesterday we talked about popular vernaculars, right? This is using the language of ordinary people in their messaging, and it's both verbal and visual, right? So the kind of pop culture references that they use, the kind of images, songs, lyrics, maybe religious quotations or quotations about values, etc. So those kinds of things, I want you to pay attention, and to the aesthetic style, the use of authenticity to make it really look like this is something created by just some ordinary person and not a professional. So if you're choosing this essay topic, you're going to try to look at how a particular disinformation campaign in a certain country does this. To make it easy for you, um, you have to. I will ask you to focus on one particular campaign. So you have to in, don't try and describe the entire disinformation ecosystem of that country and several campaigns altogether. I think more of like a case study within that country. Pick a particular campaign that perhaps people have written about, and then try to address this question. Okay, so that's the first essay topic. So if you're interested in writing about the production of this information and the role of popular culture in it, item number 1 should also be interesting to you. Okay, so the second essay topic is, or the second essay topic pertains to our discussion today. Describe the digital disinformation situation in one non-Western and global South country. Again, I'll ask you to not look at Brazil, but look at some other context. And this one is you'll see later on why I framed it this way. But based on this, based on the disinformation situation in that country, propose a creative counter disinformation initiative that draws on the imaginative dimension of communication. So this is something we'll talk about today. So if you want to write an essay that's a bit more about like using particular techniques of the promotional industries of advertising, PR for the good, to push back against this information, this might be an interesting essay topic for you. And then the third one, which is for Thursday, and it's not about this information, but about nation branding and all of those things. So describe the role of popular culture in the soft power strategy of one non-Western country. I realized that there are some interesting countries that are non-Western, but not necessarily global South, like Japan, for instance. So that's why I dropped global South here, so that you can have a broader choice, because there's a lot of interesting countries that use soft power strategy. And I want you to assess the influence of promotional industry logics and tactics in this strategy. So we'll talk more about that on Thursday, but it's really trying to see how in promoting the culture of a particular country, a lot of governments work together with people in the promotional industry and try to use the kind of strategies and tactics from those industries in their own projects. I want you to take a look at that. Okay, so those are the 3 topics that you can choose from. And again, I hope it's all right with you that I'm pushing you to learn about a different context and try to read up on a different country. So to kind of broaden your thinking about this. And it's actually quite interesting and exciting to do this, because you'll see that there will be a lot of similarities, but also different in the context of Brazil, for instance, or in my case, the Philippines. Okay, so please begin brainstorming on this, and on Friday we will set aside time for you to tell Professor Castro and myself like what essay topic you have chosen and how you are planning to write it, and we can provide some suggestions as regards how you might do that. Okay, so I hope these essay questions are or essay topics are interesting for you. And what I've done really is I was thinking I didn't want to make it like, you know, that I didn't want to make it like Western style, super theoretical, as if it applies to everything in the world kind of writing. I wanted you to really grapple with the diverse realities that we have and theorize and think from there as in connection with the ethos that I shared with you yesterday for decolonizing our thinking about scholarship. So I hope this will become an interesting exercise for you, a chance to learn about a different context. All right, so
Jason, they should be ready to bring an initial idea to discuss with us on Friday, right?
On Friday, yeah.
So you have
Yeah, so-
about 3 days to think about what you want to do and maybe
Yes.
draw an outline so you can bring to class.
Yeah. Yeah, I think having an outline, like even like a one-page bullet outline would be very, very helpful
Yes.
for you. And so yeah, so please prepare for that. For Friday, we'll really set aside time for that. That's kind of like uh that's kind of like a mini supervision session, so to speak, to help set you in the direction of writing the essay. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm seeing in the chat. Thank you, Tatiana. I do hope you enjoy writing whichever essay topic you will end up choosing. All right. So let's now move into our discussion today, and I will remember to take a break at 3 o'clock. If not, please tell me if I miss it again. Okay. So that we can make it until the end. So our discussion today looks at the other side of digital disinformation. So yesterday we were taking a look at the production of digital disinformation in the global south. Today we'll flip it and take a look at consumption. Okay, because again, this is something that's integral to our holistic understanding of political influence operations and the role of popular culture in it. Okay, so just to emphasize that there is value to production-oriented studies on digital disinformation. You can see kind of like recent writing about this on that takes a look at the different works that have been done, synthesizes them. If it's, I think this is one of your like supplementary readings, further readings, the work of Wasserman. It's really quite global. It takes a look at many different regions of the world, including Latin America, Africa as well, and I mean Sub-Saharan Africa, North Africa, and then Asia. So it's like several teams of people working together to show you the kind of recent work on this information. So it's really quite interesting. But just to emphasize that it is valuable to study the production of this information. It allows us to document the rapid spread of this information across the world. You really get to see how this industry is burgeoning and spreading in a very exponential rate. It also is able to foreground the very toxic convergence of three things: of a very twisted version of promotional culture, the technological advancements that we have, all the different platforms that we have now, and then also problematic labor conditions. How all of these three kind of find themselves allied with each other in the disinformation industry. And this is really what's fueling the growth of the disinformation industry. And these production-oriented studies also reveal to us, because they're quite empirical, the patterns and granularities of these information operations. And you can see how, and Wasserman does this, highlights this in the report, how these different studies have really led into, formulating many counter disinformation initiatives. So we get to see all of these things in these kinds of work. Okay, so and of course I have done production-oriented studies on this information as well, right? So I understand the value of it, but I think that it's not enough to just study the production of digital disinformation. And so this is something I want to make clear. It's important to study it, but it's not enough to just focus on this. Because some people misinterpret me and kind of think that I do not see the value of production-oriented work. And I remind them that I also do this work. But it's just that sometimes if we focus too much on the production of digital disinformation, it creates what I call, or what has been called moral panics in the work of Sonia Livingstone. She caused this panic over uh, um, digital disinformation, and a lot of it comes from too much focus on the production side of this information work. What happens is that we tend to overinflate the manipulative power of technologies, right? We always kind of think that, oh, these technologies are going to destroy society. And whatever this next new technology is our greatest concern. I remember a few years ago, the main concern was with deep fakes. Have you heard of that? The idea of deep fakes, how they can make videos. Obviously, it's now something that's quite widespread. How they create videos that are so realistic that we don't really know that they're fake, and that was the concern then. And now, of course, the concern is with artificial intelligence, right? The rapid dissemination of uh, information content, and of course, technologies do matter. They, as we can see, they have amplified uh, um, the spread of this information content. They have amplified social division in society, but they're not the real cause of it. They are just an instrument that have led to these things. When people ask me about this, I point them to what we call shallow faith. You know, shallow fakes are like the memes I showed you yesterday. Uh, Even with that, you don't need deep fakes to convince people to believe in a certain thing, right? And I remember the example that you folks showed yesterday that that milk feeder with with that thing on top. I mean, just images of that. You don't need a full blown video of that looks realistic to push for a particular idea. And so this is what media and communication scholars mean when we focus too much on this technological thing. We tend to give too much power to technology and not think too much about the context in which they are used, which is the more important thing. Uh, and these moral panics also tend to assume dumb down social media users. We tend to think of people who engage with this information content as dumb and unable to recognize truths and lies. And that's not very helpful. In the context of the Philippines, for instance, a lot of the people concerned with the spread of disinformation will wittingly or unwittingly, often unwittingly, they don't realize they make assumptions that most Filipinos are stupid and that's why they're falling for disinformation. And that's not helpful because you are not working together with the people whom you're supposed to be helping. You are instead judging them in a very simplistic way. And so to kind of mitigate these moral panics, it's important to move uh, apart from doing like production studies, to also move into consumption studies to really look at how people engage with this information and with the promotional techniques that are used there and how they use popular culture to understand uh, the dynamics of it all. Okay, now a lot of the uh, production focused work uh, they tend to lead to this kind of thinking about communication, an informational approach. And for those of you who have maybe studied media and communication as an undergraduate, this might be familiar to you. This is the very, very old 1949 theory of Shannon and Weaver on the information model theory. Um, when I was an undergraduate, I learned this, and the question we asked then was who says what to whom, through what channels, and with what effect, right? So those are the main things. And a lot of the people who are trying to engage with this information and trying to push back against it tend to have this kind of thinking that communication is a matter of like delivering one information from one point to another point. And what's happening with this information is that there is a distortion in that process, that the message doesn't come across clearly because there is, as you can see in the chart, that there is noise that kind of distorts the message. And to them, this information is that noise. And so the role of people who do counter disinformation from this paradigm, from this perspective, is to reduce the noise. Okay, and so therefore, counter disinformation work here is often focused on mitigating information distortion. And so this is the typical approach that we see to disinformation, an informational approach to communication that's concerned with effects. What are the effects of the delivery of one information to another, from one point to the next, through particular media? Okay. And so, to a degree, there is, of course, some value to this. But it's just that we do know that communication is not a one-way thing, right? Let me just go back quickly to the previous slide. This shows you a one-way kind of communication, like from the source to the receiver, right? And it doesn't really capture the dynamism of the communication process that we are more familiar with now. But unfortunately, this is how this information is still often thought about. And you can see the information orientation in the kinds of counter disinformation initiatives that predominate today. For example, one of the often proposed solutions is platform regulation. This is the favorite of politicians. They will attack Facebook, X, and all these different platforms. It's your fault. This is your problem. You have led to your technologies have led to the creation of disinformation. On one hand, it is true that these platforms do have tremendous power in our society. They have been quite important in terms of like how we communicate with each other now, right? They have become central to this. But it's just that by focusing just on the platform itself, according to Kaplan and their co-authors, for instance, we don't consider enough what happens around the platform, the range of possible interactions or relationships with platforms that mediate, structure, or resist platform power. And to me, one of the most crucial things, something that we need to highlight in our seminar is, for example, it's not just about the platform technology, but the kind of relationships that happen within it. And central to that is this is the spread of promotional culture. How the logic of promotion are very much embedded in these platforms, and we don't always talk about that. That one of the things that make platforms problematic, particularly the commercial platforms, is that they're really based on promotion, right? Their algorithms are based on promotion. Like the most engaged with content come out on the top, and that's because this is the content that earns people the most money. And so you can see that promotional dynamics are actually quite central there. But people don't necessarily talk about that. They just talk about the technology. They don't talk about the dynamics, the social relationships that happen within and around the technology, and how, for example, promotional culture is quite central to that. Okay, so I think that needs to be dealt with a little bit more. The second one, another kind of approach that people have used to kind of try to push back against this information is media literacy. And of course, again, both platform regulation and media literacy are important. We need them. It's just that they're not enough. We can't just do just this. And with media literacy, as you've seen, the focus is often on evaluating online content. I've seen this because I've been part of like media literacy caravans in the Philippines. We go around the country and work with young people. And often my colleagues will just say, oh, how do you spot fake news? How do you, for example, look at an image and then reverse search it on Google to see if it's like a real image or did they just steal it from somewhere, or those kinds of things. How do you spot whether this thing is fake or not? But that's not enough. What people need actually is a bit more of an understanding of the broader dynamics of how these content are produced, the internet's production and consumption practices, their democratizing potential, but also the structural constraint to it. And this isn't talked about often enough. And so we need a kind of like a broader understanding of media literacy that's critical, that understands the broader structures, or that let people understand the broader structures and dynamics of society. And again, that should include the discussion of promotional culture and how it uses popular cultural content as well. So this is just to give you an example of how, if you're just focused on an information orientation, it can be quite limiting in terms of how you might resolve issues of digital disinformation. And unfortunately, a lot of the solutions that are offered tend to be regulating the platforms, tend to be about media literacy. And they don't really address the broader issues that are at work. And certainly, they very rarely confront the centrality of promotional culture in all of this. Let me just give you one example about, like, just to emphasize this point, how important promotional culture is in the dynamics of all of this. I was meaning to write this, I haven't had the time to write it yet, but one thing that's stopping counter disinformation of people from doing meaningful work is that they often do not want to, or they find it difficult to reflect on their connection to promotional culture. Let me give you an example. One, the politicians who legislate the law. It's hard for them because they also need the platforms, right? They need Facebook, they need YouTube, and all of these platforms. They need the promotional intermediaries. They need their political campaign managers, their digital managers, etc., to win them elections. And if they're really going to confront this information, they have to come to terms with that promotion has been useful for them as politicians. So how do they deal with their connection to that? And then the journalists as well, that they kind of accept the promotional logic that underpins a lot of platforms because they need to sell their content on social media, right? So so that's why it becomes very hard for them to confront this, because they're all embedded in it. Academics also need to promote themselves on social media, and they also sometimes use the work of promotional intermediaries like influencers, stuff, to get their work out there. So all of us are implicated in this rise of in the centrality of promotional culture, and if we are not able to confront that, it's going to be very hard for us to really take a hard look at the dynamics of this information, because it's so entangled with that. So I hope all of this makes sense. And again, I'm not saying that it's not important to do these things, or it's not important to do a production studies approach. It is, and these things matter, but we need to do other things beyond. And so in the more recent work that I've done on this information, I've been pushing for what I call an imaginative approach to this information. And this is really about acknowledging how this information producers really kind of connect so much with promotional culture and use a lot of promotional logic and tactics in their work. And so what they do is they powerfully connect and weaponize people's shared imaginaries. So a lot of the disinformation producers, and we talked about this a little yesterday, they understand people's collective or shared stories, people's shared feelings, people's shared relationship norms about their political world. They have a very good sense of that. And that's what they weaponize for their disinformation campaigns. They connect with that. And to be able to connect with that, they use, promotional industry logics, promotional industry tactics. And part of that certainly is the use of popular culture. Okay, so we need to understand how this works. And so counter disinformation from an imaginative dimension means pushing for alternative narratives. We need a different way of telling our counter story that also connects to people's shared imaginaries. You can't just keep on imparting facts to correct the false information or the fake news that they bring out. We need to embed them in narratives that people can also connect with. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as effective in getting to people. And my experience in the Philippines, and I'm not sure if it might be similar in Brazil, is that if you like impart facts to debunk disinformation, people will just feel that you are being elitist and intellectual. Like, oh, so you're the smart one, and now you're teaching us dumb people. So they wouldn't want to listen to you because they kind of feel that you're talking down on them with all your facts. Uh, and we've seen that a lot. And this is true across many contexts. I'm sure you will see this in Brazil too, right? That uh, experts, um, it's become increasingly difficult for experts to speak and to be heard because people dismiss them. They just say they're part of the elite and are pushing an elite agenda and don't really understand ordinary people. Um, so it's really in connection to this that important to take seriously this imaginative dimension of communication when we address this information. So this is what I'll focus on in our conversation today. Okay, so what are the two elements of an imaginative approach? One, we need to understand that people are not dumb, okay, but that different people are vulnerable. They can be vulnerable to popular vernaculars and aesthetics, as we mentioned yesterday, uh, in digital disinformation. And their vulnerability to this has to do with how this content resonates or connects with what we call their deep stories, their understanding of the world. If they're under, if the disinformation content uh, connects or resonate with how they see the world, they will be very vulnerable to that kind of disinformation, whether it's true or not. Um, and we might think that we might be immune to this as people who study communication, public relations, advertising, etc. But it's actually quite surprising how even we, if there is something that kind of connects or resonates with how we see the world, we we also can become vulnerable um, to this information around that. Okay, so the image I have here, for example, uh, is one of the memes that has been circulating in the Philippines. And if I translate this into English, it says, "Good morning, children. It's now time to complain again, okay, about everything." Okay, so the guy there, it's a popular actor who features in one of our children's programs. If you're familiar with Sesame Street, I don't know if you have like a version of that in Brazil. This is the Filipino version of it. So I grew up with this show, the children's program, and he's one of the hosts of that show. And he would usually say, "Oh, good morning, this is what we're gonna do today." But they kind of twisted it here and used this character, of course, without his consent, for him to uh, kind of articulate a sentiment of many Filipinos who used to support Duterte and now who support our current president Marcos. That people who believe in the opposition don't do anything but complain. You complain and complain. You don't really do anything to help the nation. You should just shut up and accept that this is the government we have, and work together. Um, so this resonates so much with a lot of Filipinos, and it's not that they're dumb, but it resonates with them, and so they're quite vulnerable to this without necessarily thinking of the implications of this. How can we have a democracy if we cannot voice out our concerns, if we cannot complain against the people who are in power, right? Um, but it's connecting to a very powerful sentiment that you should just really follow our leaders. You don't question them because they've been elected. They're already our leaders. Why question them? And it's a really deep-seated cultural thing as well that's connected to the patron-client dynamic that we have. I talked about yesterday, part of our colonial legacy. So this is how these stories work. They're very, very embedded in society. And when your disinformation content connects with that through this kind of content that do very well to use popular culture, then people can be quite vulnerable to them. So that's one. We need to understand uh, people's vulnerabilities in connection to their deep stories. So it's important to know what these deep stories are. What are the shared imaginaries, like shared stories, sentiments, ways of doing things. And this because this is what the disinformation producers target. Okay. The second element of an imaginative approach is to also look at how people actually consume media and social media. And to remember that people's media consumption practices um, don't happen in a vacuum. Because sometimes media literacy works like that. Like you see some content and you assess it and that's it, right? But that's not how we consume media. We always consume media in a very social way. Even if we're just using the mobile phone all alone, uh, the way we process what we consume is always quite social. We consider what the people around us say, the stuff that we're often exposed to. And it doesn't mean that like if I interpret it in this way now, I will always interpret it in this way forever. So I'll get to talk to other people and they will shape how I will eventually uh, interpret what I have seen. So it's important to remember the social context of how people consume this information content. So these two things are quite central uh, in taking an imaginative approach. Okay, so one, a focus on people's deep stories or shared imaginaries. We need to understand what they are. And second one, what people's practices are. So that we get a sense of how do they actually use the media and how do they develop their interpretation in a social way. Okay, so I hope everyone's still on board. Are you still okay? Just let me know again if you have questions or if you have a comment. I found it very useful yesterday that people were just leaving comments in the chat. I think that's quite good. It also makes me feel that I am not alone and that we're having a conversation, right? So please feel free to leave comments as we go ahead. So that's what we'll explore, these two things: the shared imaginary, the deep story, and then we'll take a look at the consumption practices that are socially embedded. So in order to do that, I'm going. Thank you. I'm going to show you the recent work that I did. Yesterday, a lot of the research that I was showing you was from the 2016 Philippine election when Rodrigo Duterte won the election. This one, the research I'm showing you, is in the lead up to our last election in 2022 when the son of the former dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr. won. So our current president, Ferdinand Marcos Jr. And so what I did alongside my colleague, Dr. Fernando Santiago, a historian, was we talked to 15 of Manila, what we call precarious middle class. And I kind of mentioned this yesterday. These are the people who are not, who don't live in gated community. They have a taste of the middle class lifestyle somehow. And in the Philippines, that means being able to, once in a while drink in Starbucks or buy clothes from the popular brand now. It's Uniqlo in the Philippines. I don't know if you have it. That's a Japanese brand. So, you have a bit of this lifestyle. You can even travel abroad. Some of them are able to afford like budget trips to Singapore or Hong Kong because it's very nearby the Philippines. But in their everyday lives, um, they still confront the difficult realities of Manila because they don't live in the bubble of gated communities of our upper class. Um, so we interview these kinds of people because they're the ones who are very vocal on social media. Uh, our the working class of the Philippines are not as vocal, and they might not necessarily be super well versed on social media. They might be there, but they're not the ones posting stuff. It's really the precarious middle class who are very confident about their voice. And they're important because they influence the thinking of the working classes too. Because in a way they embody the success story. They have made it outside of the working class and are nearing middle class status. So but they're also not upper class. So the working class do not dislike them. So that's why we interviewed this set of people. They're an interesting set of people to talk to. Um, so we did ethnographic interviews. So in case you're interested in doing something like this in your own research, it's really some people call this life story interview. You really take time to understand the lives of these people. So usually you would take like, I would say, an hour and a half to 2 hours, and half of that is not questions about this information, but questions about their life. Like where did you grow up? How's your family? Uh, uh, what kind of work do you do, etc. Your life history, really. We ask them about their past, their present, their future, their hopes, dreams, aspirations. So really try to get a sense of their lives. And then it's only in the second half of the interview that we then ask more specific questions about their deep stories, their shared imaginaries, and then we also ask questions about their practices. So that's how we went about doing this. Unfortunately, we were doing this during the pandemic, and so ideally this would be a face-to-face thing because it's easier to connect with people face-to-face. Their social barriers will go down faster. But we had to do it on Zoom actually, so that made it a bit difficult. And there was a lot of like before we started the recording, we had like pre-conversations, like talked about all sorts of things not connected to the research, just to you know kind of work to lower the barriers. So this kind of work is quite difficult, but it's actually quite rewarding because you get to see, oh, that's why they understand this information this way. It's really very much connected to their life experience. And it really makes you see that these people are not dumb. It's just that they're coming from a particular experience, and that's why they can become vulnerable to this information. So what we did was to probe the context of their engagement with this information about two things. There was a lot of historical distortion about our history of martial law. And because I was working with a historian, and I'll just share this with you briefly, he said that he doesn't like the term historical revisionism because in history, you always revise. So that's something that they always do. So he wanted it to be a bit more pointed, and so we ended up using historical distortion. It's really a distortion of historical account. So historical distortion of our martial law history, and I'll show you a little bit later what that's about to get a sense of it. And then very racist disinformation against our Chinese communities in the Philippines because of the tension between the Philippines and China. So I'll also show you a short clip about that. But there's been very heightened tensions because we're fighting with each other about like territory, of sea territory. They China calls it the South China Sea. We call it the West Philippine Sea. So it's very, very tense at the moment. And unfortunately, there's a lot of racism that comes out of that because people cannot distinguish between the Chinese government, ordinary Chinese nationals living in the Philippines, and Chinese Filipinos. So Filipinos with Chinese ethnicity. So they all become blurred into one thing. And so Chinese nationals and Chinese Filipinos become the subject of racism, and that's been politicized. And I'll show you a little bit about that. So we looked at this information across these two things. Now it's important to just to say before I go ahead and talk about the data that this, like the shared imaginaries of people and understanding it, it's one part, but an integral part of a whole of society approach to counter disinformation. Meaning, this information cannot be solved just by one thing. We need to do many things all together. So alongside platform regulation, alongside media literacy, we also need these creative approaches. We need to do them all together and in synergy. I'll talk a little bit about that later. Otherwise, we won't be able to solve this problem because it's really, I mentioned this yesterday, a wicked problem, quote unquote. There's many different dimensions. And so the solution also has many different dimensions to it. Okay, so the first one has to do with the shared imaginary. We found two shared imaginaries. One is the shared imaginary of a strong leader, the yearning for a strong leader. So for you to understand it a little bit, I'll show you maybe a 3-minute clip that gives you a bit of a backgrounder on the recent political history of the Philippines, just so you have a grasp of this. I think it's very hard to understand what the disinformation producers are doing if you don't have some context about it. So I'll show you this clip. Air sound. Okay, please let me know if you encounter issues with the audio.
Announcing the arrival of President-elect Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos Jr.
Ferdinand Marcos Jr. just arrived for his inauguration, and the people here are so excited. The mood is euphoric.
Ferdinand Marcos Jr., popularly known as Bongbong, or by his initials BBM, won the presidential election this May by a landslide, replacing populist leader Rodrigo Duterte, who's run the Philippines for the last 6 years and has been called the Trump of the East. He pushed the country towards authoritarianism, killed thousands in his brutal war on drugs, weakened trust in mainstream media, and attacked the economy, pushing more Filipinos into poverty. Now, the country has a new leader.
I love you. So you've always been a Marcos supporter?
Yes, my full family. I am a Marcos loyalist, solid. Matagal ko na itong pinangarap.
But Marcos Jr. is not a new face. He comes from a notorious political dynasty and represents much of the same as strongman Duterte. He ran in a campaign that was essentially a continuity of Duterte's leadership, who remained widely popular despite his tyrannical rule. It's a historic moment, particularly since Marcos Jr. was elected almost 4 decades after the People Power Revolution ousted dictator Ferdinand Marcos Sr., his own father, in the mid-80s.
I once knew a man who saw what little had been achieved since independence in a land of people with the greatest potential for achievement, and yet they were poor. But he got it done. so will it be with his son.
Marcos Sr. ruled for 21 years. He declared martial law in 1972 under the guise of increasing threats of communism in an attempt to hold on to power.
I signed Proclamation number 1081, placing the entire Philippines under martial law.
Marcos Sr.'s brutal regime, which enjoyed U.S. support, killed, imprisoned, and tortured tens of thousands of Filipinos. He's also accused of stealing billions of dollars from government coffers, leaving the Philippines in massive debt and shattering the economy. The Marcos family's excesses are well documented. From Marcos Sr.'s wife Imelda's 3,000 pairs of shoes, to her displacement of hundreds of Filipinos to create a safari park. But Marcos Jr. hasn't acknowledged these frivolities, let alone the atrocities under his father's dictatorship, and his victory marks an astounding return of the clan to the country's highest office. Now, fears are growing that democracy is backsliding, and many are wondering how the Philippines got here.
Okay, so just to give you a bit of I hope that gives you like a nutshell backgrounder to the history of it all in terms of martial law in the Philippines in the 1970s and how we actually ousted that dictator and now elected his son. And part of the re-election was a very, very strong disinformation campaign in support of current President Marcos. Okay, so let me just go back to the slide. Okay, so the reason, one of the things that we saw in our, we heard when we talked to the precarious middle class of Manila, was the shared imaginary of a strong leader. Okay, and for them, they often talked about the Philippines as needing someone who would instill discipline in their compatriot, and consequently, I'm sorry, I misspelled the Philippines. Apologies, I fixed that. It's embarrassing. Who would instill discipline in their compatriot, and consequently create the conditions for true social progress in the country. And that's why yesterday I was reacting to when some of you shared that in Brazil, there's also this like shared imaginary of like a savior, right? Because we have a version of it, and it's this strong leader. But in the Philippine inflection of it, it has to be someone who has to be able to instill this kind of discipline. And so to understand why this is the case, and why a lot of the disinformation content was really about this, you have to really think, unpack how Filipinos think about their leaders. And so a lot of the disinformation content in the lead up to the election would really harp on this, that the son, Marcos Jr., would be kind of like the resurrection of the father. And in a way, the idea of being an authoritarian is no longer a bad thing. It all of a sudden sounds like a good thing, because it connects with this idea of like someone in instilling discipline. So there was a lot of disinformation about the martial law era, that it was, as you can see on the screen, it was the golden age of the Philippines, where there was discipline, there was order, the country was marching and progressing forward. So you see a lot of like pseudo documentaries on YouTube about this, and a lot of other, and it comes in a lot of other forms. There are memes, there are kind of interviews by influencers of the Marcos family, and it looks like a showbiz interview, like very relaxed and talking about the family, and then they talk about their family history, but in a distorted kind of way. That they were doing so much for the country, but then they were ousted by their political opponent. So there was you can see here a lot of use of popular culture. So like the mock kind of videos,
uh, even the Vice video that I just showed you, that same style is what they use for these like pseudo documentaries about the golden age. And then like again, mimicking showbiz style interviews, uh, uh, gossip style interviews. They would do that to give you a different take on the lives of the Marcoses, etc. So they had all these different content, and it all connected with this idea of a strong leader. A, all sorts of content around that. Okay, and so where is this coming from? Uh, One of the things that we found what was that a lot of the people we talked to were disillusioned with the democracy that came about after um, the ouster of the Marcoses. Okay, so we call it the post-EDSA democracy in the Philippines because EDSA is the street, it's this giant avenue where people protested. Okay, so they came in there in droves, and that's what ousted the Marcoses. So it's the people power revolution that people always talk about. That happened in EDSA, and so that's why we call it the post EDSA democracy. And a lot of the disillusionment was feeling that okay, that's the end of the Marcos dictatorship, and it's the dawning of a new day, uh, and we'll finally have the democracy that we yearn for. But what happened was we eventually ended up, and I don't know enough about Brazil. If you have a similar experience, but what we ended up having was an oligarchic democracy. It was a democracy, but by the elite, we kept on voting people from the same families, from the same family name. Um, like after EDSA, we installed President Corazon Aquino, our first female president. And then later on, her son, Noynoy Aquino, would become president. And then there was also President Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, our second female president. She was the daughter of a president before Marcos Sr., the father of President Macapagal in the 1960s. And then, of course, Marcos was the son of the former dictator. So it's really all within the same families. And so that's the kind of democracy that we ended up having. That we didn't have martial law anymore, but it was really elite rule. Uh, and so some of the people pointed out that we needed a strong leader because our elites just kept on fighting each other and jostling for power. As one of the participants in our study said, I don't care whichever Pontius Pilate is in power. I never really rely on them because they're only about themselves. So to them, the elites are undisciplined. They're all very selfish and they only care about holding on to power. But they also see the working class as undisciplined. Um, to them, the working class are undisciplined masses who do not know how to improve their lot on their own. So that's one of our participants says there, as you can see. Um, Jimmy was a store supervisor. That's really the problem with Filipinos. When someone tries to put limit to what they do, they find that difficult. Doesn't matter what the government tries to do if people never follow the rules. So that's why we need more rules. We need less democracy and a little bit more order in our society. So you're beginning to see here why the yearning for a strong leader narrative was very, very ripe for targeting by the disinformation producers. So for a lot of the precarious middle class, they saw themselves as the only really disciplined people in the country because they work hard every day. They face the challenges of commuting to work, etc. They don't ask money from the government, and they wish that everyone would do their part. And they were thinking that if only we had a leader who would instill discipline uh, into everyone, then people can just get on with like just doing their job, improving their lives. We don't even need the help of the government. We have to work hard for ourselves. So that's the kind of thinking that we saw. One thing was interestingly, they saw the Marcos presidency. We did this in the run up to the election, so he wasn't elected yet. They saw that because Marcos partnered with ex-President Duterte's daughter So Sara Duterte is now our vice president. She also won. Um, so they were in tandem during the run up to the election. And so they thought that Marcos would be a continuation of Duterte's move towards authoritarianism. Okay, and Duterte had this image of a social bandit. Like he did not follow the rules. He was he would always like curse during his talks, didn't really follow protocol. He cursed Barack Obama, he cursed the Pope. Like he doesn't care about these rules of the elite. Very populist style, right? And then he would just uh, kill all these like drug addicts, etc. Kill all the criminals. Doesn't really care if there's due process, whatever. And so they thought Marcos would kind of follow that. As one of our participants say, oh, we should just follow where President Duterte goes. He's already thought really hard about whether his plans are good for us. They were thinking Marcos would do the same. So my asterisk here is that 2 years into the reign of Marcos and Duterte, they're now fighting each other. So it's really quite funny. Marcos and Duterte are now at odds. The daughter and the son are at odds. And I think this will be the next battle for the next elections. Who will be the stronger leader between the two? Will it be Marcos Jr. or whoever he picks to be his presidential candidate, or the vice president, Sara Duterte? Okay, so they're now locked horns, and every day that's what you see in Philippine media, Marcos versus Duterte. But it doesn't change the story. People are still wanting a strong leader. They're just trying to position themselves as stronger than the other. And I mentioned this earlier, there's a lot of this information about Marcos Jr. as the resurrection of the Marcos Sr. brand of leadership. And here you have like people tell stories from their parents, from their grandparents, that say that, the textbooks are wrong. The school textbooks, history textbooks are wrong. Martial law wasn't really a bad time in the Philippines. My grandparents told me how life was so much better then. Every day, students would get Nutriban is like a free bread that you got with like all kinds of nutrients. That was actually provided by USAID, not by the Philippine government. But in people's memory, it was Marcos who gave this bread to students. Students would get Nutriban and milk at school. I've been watching videos online and I realized how much Marcos Sr. had done. My favorite is the San Juanico Bridge. This like a very, very long bridge in the Philippines that we can all take pride in. So they kind of remember martial law with happiness. And so the authoritarian regime all of a sudden didn't feel so wrong looking back at it. And the reason for this is that if you weren't part of the political opposition, if you weren't progressive, if you weren't living in Metro Manila, you wouldn't have really felt the martial law too much. So while there were so many killings going on, you might have thought it was really peaceful because there was so much censorship, right? You didn't know what was happening, so you didn't know there were killings. And then there was a curfew, I think 6 o'clock. Everyone had to be home, something like that. So it really did fit. It might have really felt like there was order in the country, even though there was so much killing happening and political opposition, political dissent was being killed and stifled off. It's actually quite a personal thing for me because my grand uncle disappeared during martial law. He was a human rights lawyer. And so obviously he was very much in danger. And just one day we didn't see him anymore. And I remember my grandmother at the time being part of this like attempt to look for where my grand uncle was, but up until now we don't know whatever happened to him. But it definitely had to do with him being a human rights lawyer at the time. So look at the disinformation that's come out of this. Like even Michael Jordan became part of the disinformation that Marcos gave him Nutriban. And like so it's really quite horrible. But all of this resonated with this yearning for a strong leader. And so the disinformation producers knew this and targeted a lot of their disinformation campaigns on this. So again, you begin to see that these people aren't dumb. They don't really think that, oh, we should just have authoritarianism and everything will be all right. But in their head, given the context, this seems like a better choice than this kind of weird democracy that we have that isn't really a democracy. So then you begin to understand where they're coming from. And that's the first step to kind of creating counter disinformation initiatives, not just keeping on telling them, oh, your understanding of history is wrong. It makes them feel dumb. It makes them feel that you're trying to be smarter than them. Okay, so that's the first one. The other shared imaginary that we heard from our participants is of this very, very strong, deep-seated anti-Chinese resentment. So Filipino stories and emotions of resentment toward, I put there, quote-unquote, the Chinese, because they lump together different definitions of Chinese. The Chinese state, the Chinese nationals, migrants living in the Philippines, and Filipinos of Chinese descent. They're actually Filipinos, but they're just of Chinese ethnicity. So people do not tell them apart. And there's a lot of deep-seated resentment that, and this is quite unfortunate, I think, that the opposition played on because they couldn't find anything to attack Duterte with. And remember yesterday I was telling you that when Duterte was running for the presidency, he said that he would defend the Philippines by riding a jet ski to the West Philippine Sea and planting the flag of the Philippines there and defying China. But during his presidency, what he actually did was the opposite. He tried to foster close relationships with China in the hopes that China would bring in investment to the country. Or I think part of this was also to kind of take up the US and the European Union who weren't giving enough money to the Philippines. Like, if you want us back in your camp, give us a bit more. Otherwise, we will go to China. So that's the kind of strategy that he was pursuing. So the opposition in the Philippines, they felt that the only thing they could attack Duterte with was his close ties to China. And so they were firing up this anti-Chinese resentment so that people would dislike Duterte. So again, I'll show you a short clip just to contextualize this for you, particularly how anti-Chinese resentment became strong during the pandemic. So there was the issue of South China / West Philippine Sea, and then there was the COVID-19 pandemic too, which heightened all these racist sentiments towards the Chinese, quote unquote. Okay.
Empty streets, empty shops, and empty restaurants. This is Manila's Chinatown, bustling on almost any day of the year. But recent days have been anything but normal. Fear has gripped the city's Chinese community as the coronavirus outbreak continues to spread. The community itself has now become a target of discrimination. On Facebook, photos of Chinese businessmen distributing face masks were met with offensive comments. This one reads, "You can keep those face masks. Go home to China." One university was criticized for a memo requiring isolation for all its Chinese students, regardless of travel history. A number of Chinese schools, however, took it a step further by suspending classes altogether for 2 weeks.
The feeling of the community is that we have exposure to those who are coming from China. No? And I think xenophobia in this case is not only coming from the Filipino community, it's also coming from the Filipino-Chinese community who are not treating the mainland people the same.
And it's not just in the Philippines. Elsewhere in Asia, there are examples on social media of growing hostility against those with Chinese ethnicity. Leaders of the Chinese Filipino community, however, say the issue of racism has been blown out of proportion.
They're not discriminating the Chinese, but what they are discriminating is the coronavirus. No? If you tell them that, oh, these Filipinos came from Wuhan and he's coughing, even if he's Filipino, so would you take him?
Community leaders and health department officials have nonetheless come together to address the allegations of racism and to find ways to help each other in preventing the further spread of the virus. As recently as last week, hundreds of tourists from China and even Wuhan, the epicenter of the novel coronavirus outbreak, were being allowed into the Philippines. That seems to have fed into the alarm we're seeing now, and to some extent, what many are saying is xenophobia. The Philippine government has also barred entry of foreigners with recent travel history to China and its autonomous regions. But with the country having been the first to record a death outside China, some worry the move may be too late. Barnaby Lowe, Al Jazeera, Manila.
Okay, so I hope that gives you a bit of a context of kind of like an expression of anti-Chinese sentiment uh, in the Philippines. Okay, so
Have a look, please, at the comments that Claudio has just posted on our chat.
let's see. None again. To present himself as AD, including yeah, yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah. And I think there is some resonance there, right? Quite interesting. So yeah, thanks so much for that, Claudio. Okay, so let's take a look at this going into the Chinese case now. Mm, I like that the reference that Claudia gave is from popular culture, right? Silver Surfer, of course. I grew up with that,
me too.
reading that.
That was a good
Yeah.
example.
I was a comic book collector as a child. Yeah, so the kind of disinformation that you see would be something like this. So the image that we have here is just making fun of the Chinese language, really. That's not real Chinese words. That's just Filipino words made to sound Chinese. So, for example, it's the war on drugs in the Philippines is called tokhang. So they just made it sound Chinese and split it into two words. And in Filipino, death is translated to patay. So tokhang patay. It's just really making fun of like people dying because of the war on drugs. And then the Gongli there, that's the nickname of Duterte, Digong. It's called Digong. So they just made it sound Chinese. So very, very racist kinds of this information. And again, my disappointment here is this is coming from the opposition who was claiming moral high ground against Duterte, that they're supposed to be the more moral force in our politics. But because they couldn't find anything to attack Duterte with, they started fueling the flames of racism. And so when we talked to our participants, we saw that the resentment that this underlying resentment was really born out of a very long history of post-colonial racial dynamic in the Philippines. And so the Chinese have been in the Philippines for very, very long. And initially, they were actually quite marginalized under Spanish colonial rule. This is why we have the oldest Chinatown in the world. They were all put there, and that was outside the walls of the original Manila, which is now called Intramuros. So that's original Manila, and then they put all the Chinese in Binondo, which is now the oldest Chinatown in the world. And for the longest time, they were marginalized. Even under American rule, they were asked, "Are you Filipino or are you Chinese?" And those who changed allegiance to Filipino became part of our Filipino-Chinese community, and those who didn't continued to be identified as aliens. It was only the curious thing. It was Marcos Senior, who gave amnesty to the remaining Chinese who didn't shift allegiance during the American period, and they became Filipinos only in the 1970s. They got Filipino citizenship. So they've been marginalized for very, very long. But because of that also, it pushed them to work really hard, and they became the richest people in the Philippines. And in fact, they constitute if I'm not mistaken with my statistics, around 1.2% of the population, but they own 60% of commerce in the Philippines. So a tremendous reversal of their positioning. And so Filipinos now feel resentful about that. Okay, some Filipinos, uh, that these are cultural others, and yet they're the richest people in our country. Okay, so as one of my participants said, when our Chinoy or Chinese Filipino boss isn't around, my office mate, really racist, would often call him Ching Chong Chinese. It makes me cringe. But it's just because it's part of daily life, it's like casualized racism against the Chinese that they feel it's all right because they're the richest in the country anyway. Okay, so and then of course, like I mentioned earlier, there's the current tension between our state, the state of the Philippines, and the state of uh, China. And so they were saying one of our participants, Marisol, was saying uh, that if you get a vaccine, the Sinovac vaccine from China, uh, that China will claim you. You just suddenly realize that you're in China already. You won't be a Filipino anymore. And then she was saying to me, "Oh, but I'm not being racist. It's just a joke." But you know that there are very racist undertones uh, in these jokes. So there's a lot of resentment against the Chinese, uh, and so the disinformation producers were kind of connecting um, with that. Okay. One of the sentiments that uh, people had, though, the weird thing is that even though they were attacking or creating these like anti-Chinese sentiments, it was not very effective in the sense that it didn't really change people's opinions of Duterte. Those who liked Duterte continued to like him. Those who did not continue to dislike him. What it did was just to heighten racist sentiment without really changing people's political position. So for those who supported Duterte, for example, they would say that his stance towards China is actually a small misstep. So they still don't like China, but they wouldn't completely blame Duterte. So like one of our participants would say here, the opposition keep on magnifying the issue about Duterte and China being close to each other. But the relationship between the Philippines and China is not the biggest problem of our country anyway. So like, yeah, I agree Duterte is wrong in being close to the Chinese. But overall, he's still a good president. So it didn't really change uh, his position. It just heightened the racism. Okay. Um, and so there's a lot of like content on social media. For instance, as you can see in what I'm sharing uh, with you, that tried to position eventually Duterte, because it was true that he tried to get close to China, that he was just being a master tactician, that he was trying to get close to China just to get the attention of the US. And so in this kind of disinformation content, what you have is like fake news, really fake news, saying that oh, Duterte surprised China because all of a sudden he turned against them and he was just being strategic about it, etc. But that's not really true. It was just it failed. China didn't really invest in the Philippines, and so that's why he started pivoting back to the West. And then another kind of disinformation is another kind of thing that our participants expressed is that the influx of Chinese nationals in Manila was responsible for the country's COVID-19 situation. So this is for the people who were against Duterte. They were saying that, look, because he's so close to China, he brought in all these Chinese, and now we have this really, really bad COVID-19 situation. And so someone would say, for example, Andrew, Chinese nationals in Manila shouldn't be here. Being illegal, having no papers, 90% of them, which is not true. That's totally not true. Majority of the Chinese nationals in Manila are legal. Invented this. COVID-19 came from them and spread. They want to contain it, but unfortunately, it just spread even more. And then you would have like these kinds of disinformation, memes, videos that showed that the Chinese were spreading COVID-19. So in this video, I'll just translate into English. It has spread on social media, this video showing different Chinese people spreading their saliva on the elevator buttons, for example. So they would spread all these kinds of disinformation. You wouldn't even know the nationality of the person doing that because it's taken from behind, but they just framed it as Chinese. So you would have all this information flaming anti-Chinese resentment, but really didn't in the end become politically um, effective. So those were the two uh, shared narratives that we found, and by delving into them, we understood, okay, these people aren't being dumb, but they're vulnerable because they come from a particular context that these information producers are targeting. Okay, so that's the first step in trying to understand the consumption of people. I think we'll take a short break here, and then we'll take a look at the second bit. We'll maybe take another 30 minutes, 30 minutes for that, and then we'll move on to our activity for the day. So it's 2:50. Sorry, I don't know what time is it with
10:55. So we come back at 11:10.
Yeah.
Okay.
11:10.
Okay.
All right.
See you soon.
All right.
Bye.
Okay. Well, yeah. First of all, thanks very much to those who left comments just before the break. Really quite interesting to see that there's also this information in Brazil that weaponizes anti-Chinese sentiment, but from a very different configuration. But I think it's because for many global South countries and even the West, right, we are very entangled with the Chinese state at the moment because of obviously they are a rising power, and that's something that can be very much politicized, and unfortunately would uh, involve or might create racism. Not, I mean, for ordinary Chinese citizens who don't have anything to do with the Chinese state, right? Even they are fighting their own battles within the country. Yeah, Cold War 2.0. And one of my, I mean, having talked to people back home, the fear really is that if you're familiar with what's going on in Southeast Asia, is that the Philippines might be one of like the sites for the proxy war between these two, apart from Taiwan, also in East Asia. So there's really great fear um, around that. And the unfortunate victims are ordinary Chinese people and people with Chinese descent who become part of this uh, worldview of like very xenophobic kind of racism. And yeah, we'll return to that in a little bit. But now I want to uh, look at, I have four more slides and then we go into our activity for the day. Remember that the second part of an imaginative dimension or an imaginative approach to communication and to this information is to try to understand the practices of consumption, that people don't consume this information in a vacuum. There is a social context within which they consume this information, and that will help us better understand why they might be vulnerable or not to particular kinds of this information. So, Dr. Santiago and I identified three things um, from our participants' responses that I think are quite significant in terms of how they actually consume social media and this information on social media. The first thing of the three is that a lot of our participants do what we have termed social media diet curation. And the point here is to avoid toxic material. So they say that they don't want to consume toxic content on social media. And toxic media to them means the news. They skip reading the news. They also skip content that does not agree with how they see the world. That's how they understand toxic. And it's because for them, and remember that we did the interviews during the pandemic, they said that
as Jimmy here says, I don't want more toxicity in my life. I tend to skip news that's political because my work is very hard. There's this pandemic. I'm just so tired of everything. I don't want my social media consumption to be very negative. So I just curate my social media diet and skip through things. But what we learn talking to them is really skipping means they just scroll over things, but they still see the stuff that's posted on social media. And this is where the traditional kind of fake news works. Like, it's just a post uh, of like that looks like real news with a catchy headline, right? But they don't click it, so they don't know that it's fake news. If you click it, then you kind of see that sometimes these things are quite empty, or they belong to a website that's not fully formed. But they don't get to investigate that because they're just so exhausted with their lives. So the clickbaity kind of material, the memes, that's what they see. They feel that they scroll through it, they avoid it, quote unquote, but they actually still see it. The main overall impact is they don't really think about it too much. If they don't really unpack it, and that has a more detrimental effect because they see it, but they don't really process it in a very conscious way. But it's still there in their psyche. So by avoiding it, they actually absorb it a bit more. So that's one of the things that we saw in how they uh, uh, consumed social media, and that had to do with them being precarious middle class. I think they're just very exhausted uh, with their lives, and that kind of practice made them quite vulnerable to particular kinds of misinformation. So if your solution is to fact check, to be able to see, like you need to evaluate very clearly whether this piece of material is misinformation or it's not going to work because they're so exhausted. They have no time to do that. But that's always what's being taught of you, right? That you need to do to closely evaluate the content you're consuming. But in the context of their lives, it becomes really quite difficult to do. The second one is they do platform jumping to get away from toxic people and interactions online. What does that mean? Platform jumping is if people on Facebook or if Facebook has many people who don't agree with my ideas, I'll just move to some other platform where I find things that will agree with how I see the world. It's like these echo chambers that are often talked about. Okay, as Jackie here says, most of my relatives and friends who are on Facebook don't really share my opinions about certain things because he was pro Duterte. What I do is just share on Twitter. So I just move to another platform where I find others who are like me. And so in that sense, this type of people's ability to speak to each other, right? To see different kinds of perspectives, because they end up being in these echo chambers, and the very easy access to different kinds of platforms allows them to do this. They can just move from one platform to another and see whichever one satisfies them in terms of what they want to consume. And how the algorithm works for them in that particular platform. And then the one final thing we saw, which is really problematic, is what we have termed alternative fact checking. And it's really driven by an inherent distrust of mainstream media. So when you ask them, do you know how to fact check? They actually do. And they can even tell you the steps of how to fact check. But the problem lies in what they think are authentic, authoritative sources. So it doesn't really have to keep on telling them to fact check because they do. But for them, the authoritative source are the vloggers, are the influencers, and not mainstream media, whom they distrust. As one participant here says, if I want to know what's going on, I prefer knowing from the source itself. So it sounds logical, right? Isn't it that the vloggers who support politicians have their own channels? I'd rather listen directly to them than the potentially exaggerated version of MSM or mainstream media. So these are very challenging. How do you push back against this information when all of these things are happening? There was even one participant who said, "Oh, I have a sister who works with one of the news companies, and I know that they frame the news in a certain way. So of course we all know that, like, news framing, right? Agenda setting. And so this person says, so why will I trust mainstream media when they're like that? They're framing it and setting the agenda for their own purposes. Of course, I couldn't answer, like, but the vloggers also do the same, right? but they don't see it that way. They see that mainstream media is more distrustful and untrustworthy, alongside academics, scientists, and everyone else who are experts and who are elitists. So these are very real problems that you see that, okay, these practices are making it really hard to counter this information, and it's what making people quite vulnerable um, to these kinds of things. So knowing all of this, uh, we should then think about, like, what are the different ways that we can address this information. If this is the reality of, these are the shared narratives that people have, shared imaginary, and these are their practices. And I would imagine, if you look at the case of Brazil, you will find maybe similar, but also some other ways that people practice uh, social media consumption, and they might be different also across different kinds of people, right? So you need to be conscious of this if you want to create interventions that will actually uh, uh, be helpful for a specific set of people. Okay, so how do you further? In this case, I'm just talking about, like, imaginative counter disinformation. There are many other uh, solutions that are part of a whole of society approach to counter disinformation. But I'm suggesting one, which is one that people don't talk about often or consider often. One is we need to address the weaponization of shared imaginaries by also infusing creativity in imparting information. And this is where people like you come in, people who are experts, who are experts in the technique and the logics of the of promotion, of the promotional industry. Yesterday we were talking about dark PR, and the term that often used in this information is, if you're doing ad and PR work, are you white hat or black hat? White hat meaning for the good, black hat, you're open to be paid to do this information work. And so I'm talking about white hat kind of work, that we need to think about creative ways of imparting information. And here, really very crucial, is a collaboration with professionals in the promotional industries. Like, how can we deliver messages that go against historical distortion, go against these, like, racist narratives, but in ways that are not just about delivering information, not just about fact checking, because it can be on the nose, and it fact checking and just being very direct about how you impart information can create tensions. But we need other ways of doing that. Just to give you an example, I was actually quite happy that I see that people are in the Philippines, at least, whom I have talked to, and some of them are beginning to do this. They're beginning to realize. Some, I have to admit, are angry at me. They say that I am undermining the project of fact checking and media literacy. And I'm saying, yes, they're important. It's just that we need to do other things. But nevertheless, some journalists are mad at me for this message. But I'm just saying there are other things that need to be done. And I'm seeing some people take up on this task already. And I know that some journalistic outfits already do this too. They encourage competition, for example, where how do you tell a particular information in a creative way. Rappler, led by Maria Ressa, for instance, if you know her, very much attacked by Duterte during his regime. Rappler came up with this project where young people can submit their like counter disinformation content that's done creatively, and that would connect with people more. And I mentioned, we talked about yesterday, even in Brazil, we have this, like, movies, right, that are very disinformation oriented. So films that also do counter disinformation are very welcome. So narratives about history that are not delivered just facts, but through a TV series or through a film that people can engage with uh, in a more indirect manner. Like for instance, if it's the story, if you want people to remember what martial law really is about, maybe you can have a love story, and the background is the martial law era in the Philippines. So it's not like directly about the martial law, but it will give you an insight of how life was during that particular time. So those kinds of uh, creative projects. Um, I know of a couple of people who have done games, like video games, that help people understand the process of how this information is created, for instance, um, and gives you a sense of like the production process, so that you become more acquainted with how these things are crafted. So people are beginning uh, to do these things, and academics working together with people in the promotional industries, with journalists, with filmmakers. So this is beginning to happen actually, and we need more of that if we are to counter uh, disinformation. But the bigger problem, I think, the bigger question actually, because there's a shift towards influence operations, right? Um, that the people who produce this content, they see narratives that are long term. They make sure that they have these content that they think over time and produce a shared imaginary about, like, for example, having a strong leader, and they do that over time. And what's interesting in the Philippines now, for example, is that this narrative continues, and they're feeding this narrative even if the election is still 4 years away. The midterms is a year away in the Philippines. So don't vote for a president, but we vote for our senators, and they're keeping the strong leader narrative. And if you look at the list of people who are leading our senatorial, like, polls in terms of the survey, it's people who embody the idea of a strong leader still. So they're really cultivating this. So the question is, if they're doing this systematically and they're doing this in a well-funded way, how can people who do counter disinformation push back if what we often do is ad hoc? We just do like one project, but it's not this programmatic long term. We're also offering a different narrative of our society, that values democracy more, that a viable narrative about democracy. Because in the Philippines, for example, the problem is that our opposition still keeps on going back to EDSA. They're saying that we need to keep the spirit of EDSA alive, the people power revolution of the 1980s. But our data tell us people don't like EDSA. They feel that it's a failed project. But our opposition keep on coming back to that narrative, and it does not. It resonates zero with people, with the precarious middle class, at least, that we talk to. That the EDSA narrative is dead. There needs to be a different story of democracy, and that's the recent project that I'm working with. I'm working with an anthropologist in the Philippines, Johnson Lorenzana, and we're trying to figure out what could be a different narrative for democracy in the Philippines that goes against the strongman patron-client ties that have been so embedded. And so we're starting to write our project on that, and our hope is that eventually, once we figure out our thoughts on it, is to work together with people in the creative industries. Like, so how do we see the narrative of a democracy that people will connect with? Because they do not think to connect with this overthrow of the dictator EDSA narrative anymore. Unfortunately, even if I myself, I know there are problems with EDSA, but I do believe in this democracy, that we should not backslide authoritarianism. But that's the reality. And then with the work on racism, obviously, as I mentioned earlier, I'm writing a book on post-colonial racism and media in the Philippines, and hoping as well that at some point I'll be able to work with people in the creative, in the promotional industries, to try to see how we can shift we don't talk about race at all or racism in the Philippines. The illusion that we're not racist and we're not multicultural, but we actually are, and we need resources to get people to talk about that. So yeah, those are some of the ways that we might further counter disinformation initiative. So being more creative in imparting content, but not only that, the difficult part is that programmatic feeding of shared narratives, alternative shared narratives to what the disinformation producers are doing. So the challenge there is one, what is the narrative that should be seeded? Counter narrative. And number two, where do we get the money to do this thing? Because they have the money. The politicians are backing them. So it's very challenging, but I think it's something that really needs to be thought of alongside other solutions um, to this information that include platform regulation still, that include media literacy, and other solutions where the stakeholders come together. And maybe one last thing to say as well is how it's really important to talk about promotional culture. That really needs to be part of the discussion on counter disinformation, how we are all entangled in that. I know there are some scholars in the Philippines working on this, but are facing very stiff opposition, including from the people within the promotional industry, to keep on saying we're not part of that. Even though we do know that the people who lead the disinformation campaigns did come from the industry, even though they're no longer officially part of that. So there really needs to be a discussion amongst people working in the industry as well, how what they can do to contribute as well, because they are a crucial part of the solution to this information. Okay, so that's what I have for the lecture. Before we go into the activity, any questions at all? If did you have any questions, anything you wanted to comment on before we carry on? Okay. If not, maybe later on we'll have space to have a conversation. We'll do something like yesterday. We'll divide you into small groups, and what I'll ask of you is to think about, I've shared with you the Philippines case, and I want you to think about the case of Brazil now. Okay, and like I said, the stuff that we do in the activities are helpful preparation for your assessment, right? So if you're thinking of the context of Brazil, what do you think could be an interesting potential creative intervention? Using the imaginative approach, what could you propose as a particular initiative that, like I said earlier, a TV series, a project, or like a movie, or children's books, those kinds of things? What would be useful in the context of Brazil and the kind of information that Brazil faces? So I think two things that you need to talk about in your small group. Number one, maybe think about what is the issue you're trying to address. What is the disinformation that you're trying to address? So later on, your selected group member who will speak on behalf of the group can talk about that, explain a little bit the specific type of disinformation that you talked about. Is it about disinformation about the progressive agenda, disinformation about racism, whatever it is? And then just think of like one possible, and I just wanted you to be a bit, think creatively, like what, as people who study this, like what could be a possible creative project that you think would connect with a section of Brazilian society that would engage them to think otherwise of this information. And I want you to come up with a specific initiative. Like I said, it could be a film or a series or a campaign, whatever it is, social media, a set of videos like a TikTok, whatever it is, that you think would connect with a particular group of people in Brazil and would give them a different perspective on that disinformation content. I hope that the instructions are clear. It's kind of like a mini version of what you should what SA2 is about. So one particular kind of disinformation in Brazil, and then second one, how you might what's your proposal for a creative initiative that will push back at that disinformation content. Okay, so we are for 16. So 14, am I right?
14 now, yes, 14 now. So 2 groups of 7, that's a bit too much. Maybe 3 groups of 5, and then we have 2 groups with 6. Would that be best?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or if you want 4 groups, then 3, and some would have and some groups would have more than
4
people, 4 people. Maybe that's better.
So 3,
4
3,
groups of
4,
3,
4.
that's 12. Yeah. And then
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay. 3,
4
3.
groups of 3, right?
Yes,
And
4 groups of 3 with some groups having 4.
Yeah. So okay. So 2 groups with 3 and 2 groups with 4.
Exactly.
Correct.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Okay.
And once again, I will pop in just to check on you if everything's okay, like I did yesterday.
Okay. In terms of the breakout room, okay, what I'll do now, so that we don't have the same people in the rooms as yesterday, is can I just manually put each of you randomly in a breakout room, and wherever you find yourself, that's your group. Okay, so I will let Zoom do the groupings there. So that's Zoom. I will open the room. So this is just a random generation by Zoom. So again, maybe it's 37 on my clock. So maybe 15 minutes for you to talk about it, and then pick one person to speak back to the rest of the class later on when we reconvene. Again, very quickly, just maybe 3 to 4 minutes of sharing later on. All right, so just please enter the rooms you've been assigned to. I'll see you later.
Pausing the recording now. Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for taking time out to discuss for our activity. I'm actually quite interested to hear what you have to say and what your interesting creative insights are. Okay, so maybe today I'll do the reverse and start with people in room number 4 instead of room number 1. So Carla, Eduardo, and Maria, whoever is going to speak for the group.
You're muted, Maria.
Just a little minute because I had a problem internet. Just
again, mute.
Maria is just fixing something.
Yeah, sorry, I had a problem here in my internet interview, but let's go. Let's do it. Well, we have a really discussions about how to introduce the team and organize our ideas, because bringing really contest here in Brazil, what's happened about the ministers of the human rights here in Brazil was they have a problems and accusations with the gender, like and sexual importunation, and we would like create a strategy to organize our communication to explore more the subjects about gender, race, and race. Because when you are speaking about machismo, we are not excluded about gender, you know. And here in Brazil, when people are discussing these publications and worry about the racism thing, you know, there's a lot of disinformation about the team. So your strategy right now, it's complaining everything about on storytelling, a narrative writing, jumping to the rights about genders and the intersectionality about gender, race, and sexualism, you know. And right now we need to discussion and organize a campaign to bring another voices and open view about these themes, you know. And the right side, the first sign, this is the primary points for us to try bring more social genders, you know, and politicians that working inequality. When you are talking about Black women and men women and how this is organizing in a machismo systems, you know, because the machismo come first when you are talking about the racism agenda. I don't know if I'm talking perfectly, but this is you are trying to discuss right now in a point of view, because right now here in Brazil, you are a very strong opportunity to discuss that.
But Marília, do you have a specific idea how you're going to address this?
Yeah, you are asking about bringing a new teams, you know, inside the academic research and campaign and social media's campaign, and bring this voice to talk more, you know, and give the priority to women talking about this and talk about the intersectionalism and the gender and feminine causes and machismo, you know, like bring more storytelling about the patriarchism and how the machismo working in the systems. And every time when you are talking about machismo, we are not talking about
sexism
gender and
in
race.
English. We don't say machism, we say sexism in English.
Sexism,
yeah,
yes.
okay. Sexism.
Sorry.
All right, yeah,
Sexism.
no, it's okay. I'm just
yeah, and this is it's about, you know, like bring it to the social media, where is then the most part of the politicians' actions, and choose some points and exactly working in the intersectionalism, you know, like sexism and machism and how it's and sexism and the racism and how it's working in a real narrative in storytelling that's all working in pro of women, Black women.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good.
Thank you, Marília. I think it's quite interesting that you folks talk about social media as a way to bring out diverse voices, right? Because obviously social media is one of the platforms that can be quite open to many people, right? Accessible to many people. But I wonder what the group I'm just saying this to push you to think a little bit more about this, right? Because we also know that social media, precisely because it's very open and many diverse voices can be toxic, right? If you tell your stories on social media, there could be also very strong counter to that. So that's something that you know, you need to think about. How do you create spaces for these different voices that will not, how do I phrase that? That will not become then attacked, okay, by people who don't believe in progressive values, for instance. And to me, that's really quite interesting. That's something that creatives, people in the promotional industries, would have to think about. Carla, yes, please.
You're muted.
I think Carla's
yeah, it's just occurred me right now, not while we were discussing in the group. This semester, I wrote an article on a TV show ran by Rede Globo, our main broadcaster network here, and this TV show was called Falas Femininas, Feminine Talks. And they went to the social media to make to run a huge campaign, but it was calling women to a TV show where they would address these different voices of different women in Brazil, talking about all these connected issues when it comes to feminism and so on. Maybe it could be a good idea to think about a TV show that could give voices to all these agents that could address this matter of our former minister and this interconnection between sexism and race in Brazil. It just occurred to me. I just forgot about it during our discussions. Just to mention.
That's
I think
interesting.
sorry. I think
Yes,
it's
yes, Maria.
always when you are thinking in communication campaign, I think you need to talk with all the public the targets, because the targets when you are thinking about televisions and programs is more thinking in massive culture, But I think when you're talking about sexism, when I talk about a race agenda, we are talking about the discussions inside of social media, because this is very strong here in Brazil. No, this is constructions, ideas. So I think you need to think it always in a storytelling, that you can put it in the one point and go to another to talking with all the targets. It's very important. And open that for offline life, like going to the go out of online scenario too.
Yeah. So like kind of creating a synergy or connections between different platforms, right? Maximizing those different platforms. Yeah, but the one thing I would suggest, if ever you did want to do something like this, because it would be quite fascinating and interesting, and I think very important as well. I think the real challenge here is how do you tell these stories, create spaces for people of diverse genders, sexualities, and races, to be able to tell their story without raising those boundaries, right? Without creating that reaction that, well, I don't believe that. So how do you create stories that will actually connect and create bridges, and people will begin to see, oh, I understand where these people are coming from, and I think that's the real challenge there. That's a great project, but I think the one thing to think about, how do you tell the story without getting people raising their boundaries, instead creating connections for them to really open their ears and listen and try to understand. That's where the creative, I don't know how to do it, I'm not a creative, but that's the challenge for the creatives, I think.
It's the challenge, but also it's about real life, I think you need to bring more close these people and bring these voices, for creating kind of similarity, because my story as a Black woman is not so different than another Black woman's, so when I start talking, the affiliation will be natural, will be organic, because people were feeling in the same situation, say, okay, this crush me, and the movement will creating organically. Of course, when you are talking about campaign, structural campaign, when you are thinking marketing, we are working together with a media. So you need to pay too, always using the capitalism for working for our objectives. So I think this is a challenge, yes, you're right. I'm agree with you, but I think it's also I need that a population, Black population needs to do,
Definitely.
and work with these cases, this bring more strongness, because it's happening right now. So it's utilized as a cash, I think it could be a good working.
Yeah, and just one last point before I move to room 3. I really like that you raised the idea of like moving it also offline. So you have all these different communication, but also offline. Because what we've been finding is people are actually more open to talking and listening to each other outside the spaces of social media. And in fact, in the Philippines, there is a project going on now by Professor Nicole Curato, very close to what you're doing, but it's not about gender and race, but about social class, because that's the kind of one of the main things dividing Philippine society, but making people across social classes talk to each other and seeing each other's perspectives. And they're doing that now across the country to create those bridges. So yeah, I think that's such a good idea. Also, not to think also beyond the spaces of social media, right, and how to connect that to bring people together, real life. Also because pandemic is, but it's not completely over, but at least we can see each other face to face now, right? So there are opportunities for that. Thank you. Really, really good insight there. Room number 3. So I don't know who else was together with Tatiana and Giovanna, but I think there were 3 of you earlier.
Yes, here we were, me, Adriana, and Giovanna. I'm
Okay.
going to read something that we spoke about. We here in Brazil, we are having a relevant problem with sports bets. You know, people are, instead of buying things and going to the cinema, for example, people are spending money with sports bets.
Betting online, yeah.
The betting, the
Online
online
betting platforms, yeah, that's a big problem, right?
And the point is that people are doing this in an illusion that they might get rich overnight. So there's a disinformation problem there because they believe they're going to get rich overnight. And the group thought about a solution to this problem through governmental campaigns based on emotional connection that debunk the idea that people might get rich overnight, and actually showing with humor. Now we thought that we need to connect through funny things. The idea that people, you know, instead of getting rich overnight, they are getting poorer overnight. And also we thought about getting influencers to engage with people and all the creative industry. And also we thought about governmental literacy programs in schools to fight this disinformation problem.
Hey, thank you, Tatiana. I think you hit on something really quite interesting there. That you did say that part of what you intend to do is to work with influencers, for instance, right, to carry the message forward. This is one of the things that my colleagues and I have been pushing for. It can sound controversial, but you think about it, we can learn from what the trolls are doing. We just do it for the opposite reason, right? If they're using influencers to spread their problematic content, we can also use influencers to push for content that's more positive, right? So one of the things that we can actually consider is to turn this information on its head, to see like, okay, so what are the techniques you're using? Because we can also use the same technique and push for positive things, right? And the use of influencers can be quite helpful because they do know the language of the people that you're trying to connect with, right? They can translate your campaigns into the ordinary language of these people, and that might actually be very helpful in reaching out to them and you know, creating that connection that we're looking for. Yeah, thank you so much. It's really interesting. I think the disinformation about online betting has to do also with the life situation of people, right? It resonates with them because I would imagine these would be people who are struggling and cannot find like, you know, what's the way out of this, which is a thing in the Philippines also. And I just wanted to quickly say that although Brazil has problems with, you know, there are discussions about race and gender, for example, you are ahead of us. We don't even talk about those things yet. We're not there yet. So it's actually very refreshing to hear that these are things on the table for public discussion. And I wish we would get there at some point too. We're beginning with gender and sexuality, but race is very, very far behind. Room number 2, please.
I think it was number 2.
Yes.
So it was me and Claudio and Andre, and we were talking about Brazil's military dictatorship, because we've also had a military dictatorship like in the Philippines. So it lasted 25 years, about 25 years during the 60s and the 80s. And in the past decade, this period of Brazil has underwent historical revisionism. Some people are now claiming that it wasn't as bad as it seemed, that it wasn't as harmful, and they depict it as a revolution. They try to use different terms to refer to this historical period, and they idealize it as something that was as a period that was safer, that there was no corruption, that the economy was stronger. So they foster those idealized views about that time. And then we are discussing how we can fight those narratives, because they are essentially different views about the historical facts. So our idea was to mirror strategies of right-wing strategies. Like, for example, if they depict violence, we should use violence as well to represent how terrible was the period, the time, how they tortured people, and so we should use the same strategies the right wing uses to fight those narratives, and also create, for example, channels to spread, raise awareness for about the horror of the because it's something that is sometimes not visible. And in Brazil, there's also a generation nowadays that wasn't born during that time, so they don't have the same historical background as their parents or their grandparents and so on. So some people are now they didn't grow up in that context, so they don't have the same experience people had with repression and those things. So we are now this is one of the, I think this one it's one of the main disinformation in Brazil right now. I believe, like people trying to bring again the military to power in Brazil, and this is represented by our former president Jair Bolsonaro, who is far right wing representative. So that's it.
Yeah, I think particularly, I think Brazil and the Philippines face a similar situation where you have people who did not really grow up during that period, right? And so have no like direct experience of it, and so would rely on the stories of people who grew up at the time, and some of these stories don't have a very clear view of what happened, right? Because obviously different experiences. So yeah, I think having this constantly being in the forefront of people's imagination, and particularly through content like, as you say, films, for example, or even like short on, doesn't necessarily have to be like a film in cinema, but like even short on social media, for example, would be quite helpful in just putting it there in the front of people's consciousness. And I think it's just that if you're a creative doing this, again, it's very important to not be super like direct in telling this story. It doesn't. I think this like documentary style isn't always effective. Instead, it should be something that's engaging and interesting. And sometimes the best kinds of works don't directly talk about it even. It's just in the background of this other interesting narrative, but the reality of the context is there. And it just brings people, it allows people to imagine how life would have been during that
And
time.
what is interesting is that up to a certain time, the dictatorship wasn't questioned in Brazil. Like it was something consensual, almost consensual. But it was in the past decades, I believe that this began, this movement of questioning, of producing those counter narratives to try to create this idealized past, this idealized view. So it also connects to our current struggles, like with safety, with corruption, about the economy. So they explore this past political but this is really I think threatening to our democracy, because so
Yeah, that's super fascinating because it's it's quite similar to what's happened in the Philippines. There was a consensus in the late 1980s. There was a stronger consensus then that that martial law was really a bad period, and then it slowly started breaking down. So there is an interesting
This didn't
similarity.
happen by chance. This happened because
Yes.
work was done and still being done to
Yeah.
counter that consensus, right?
One of the things that my historian co-author, Dr. Santiago, is studying is how, at the time of the end of the martial law, he said, if you look at accounts of people were saying, oh, it was a bad time, but there were some good things about it. There was peace and order, blah, 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 blah. So even then, it wasn't like completely black and white.
Yeah,
And what the
consensus is
disinformation,
never a consensus, right?
yeah, and then what the disinformation producers did was to focus what were the weak stories at the time that were positive about martial law. And they just amplified that so that the reverse happened. But it was already there. They already knew that there were people were saying that yes, it was a bad time, but there were these little good things, and they harped on that and amplified that over time. And we can do the reverse of that, obviously, if we put our creative powers to it. But yeah, the problem there also is the money, right? Like, I mean, there are people who really fund these campaigns long term to and that's why the Marcoses were able to come back to the Philippines. Like,
This is an amazing
there was a lot of
story.
money.
Amazing
Yeah.
story. I
Yeah.
never thought I would live to see that. I remember Marcos very well.
Room one? Did you want to add?
No.
Okay. All right. Room one, yeah.
Okay, so in our group, we discussed about the elections here in São Paulo. So for talking about the background, now what's happening, there is a coach, like one of the candidates is a coach, and he has a huge online presence. So it's like he talks with a lot of people, and we discussed that he's a criminal, so he was like, he really is a criminal, and we started discussing why people support him and why like people intend to vote him. So he's really competing for the election. So we understood that the language is really important. So there is another candidate that is Tabata, and she did a video, and a video with the I don't know, like como chama? Eu esqueci a palavra até em português. Like, meu Deus. Okay, she made a video with like him in some grotesque. I don't know if it's grotesque like the word, but
grotesque is this, okay.
Yes, and and it started like using the kind of communication that the people that spread fake news uses. So she started doing this, and she had a really like a spread, a better spread than when she was not doing this. So she started doing that, and we thought that maybe that this is a good thing to do. Like, we start doing these videos about what the candidate has done. So he's a criminal. He has a past that is not good for anything. And we thought that maybe we can produce those videos and start spreading, like in TikTok and in those social medias, to start speaking, talking about those problems with this candidate. And I don't know, maybe stopping with this because people see him like a clown. He has this archetype of clown, so he's really funny and entertainment. So, and he's a coach. I don't know if I said this because I'm a little bit nervous talking in English, but like, and he's a coach, so he has this feeling like this talking that is really convincing and entertainment. So we like thought that maybe producing some videos with this aesthetics and the aesthetic of something grotesque and something like really bizarre can affect those people that are engaged to this clown archetype. I don't know. So that was, I don't know if I was, I
You did
can
well,
express
Louisa.
myself.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Louisa. Yeah, I think it's really important to pay attention to, like, so if these techniques are working to connect with people, you have to think about, if we're going to counter, how can we also use the techniques for our purposes, right? That in ways that will also connect with the same public. So the important thing to highlight there is when we're learning the techniques from the disinformation producers, is to make sure that it's not just the technique we're using, but their understanding of, like, it's effective because it connects to how people see the world in this way. So if you're able to connect with that also, and using similar techniques, then uh, there is a chance that you would also be able to create that connection. So yeah, just to conclude this part, I think it's important for us to not be afraid to learn from the trolls. In terms of the techniques, but also the very important thing of understanding how people think, where they're coming from, and understanding how people actually consume social media and this information. If we're able to learn that from them and use it positively, I think that's a good thing. And this the last thing I wanted to underscore is I really think that people underestimate the power of popular culture and entertainment media. A lot of the solutions to this information are very serious: fact, journalism, news. Entertainment media, popular culture are so important because they actually, and media and communications studies bring this to bear, that it's where we draw our imagination of the world from the movies we watch earlier. Um, Claudio shared from comic books, for instance, that we read as children. These things shape the way we see the world. And so popular culture is so important. And we need to learn that if we want to be able to connect with people, to understand where they're drawing from, their ideas, and also to use those techniques to connect with them. So alongside the importance of, like, the more serious quote unquote stuff like fact checking and news, journalism, those things, entertainment media, popular culture, they're also equally important, I think. And people forget that sometimes because they think, oh, that's just entertainment. It doesn't shape people's ways of looking at things. But they do. And they're very important. It's good that you're already beginning to think along these lines. So we just have a short time left, but in case you have questions uh, about the project, for instance, did you wanna raise them now if you have a question so that because that'll mean you have a few days to think about it in case you thought about something now.
Marcelo, would you like to bring your idea, please?
Yes. Hi, Professor.
Hi.
My first question is about the essay. If it's obligatory to write about politics in the field, because I've been researching about the streaming and esports, and there's a lot of fake news in this field as well. So I think this is my main doubt about it, or I need to. It's mandatory to research anything.
Yeah, I think we can think about politics in a broad sense. Politics meaning it's about power, so it's not necessarily just about formal politics like elections and politicians. But if the disinformation addresses some kind of power relationship, inequality, injustices, those kinds of things, I think you can write about that. So, for example, in the context of what you want to work on, if there are things, problematic social arrangements there that are being reinforced by this information, then we can definitely write about that. So we can be broader in how we think of politics because, yeah.
No, sorry. No, because there's a lot of questions about the platform regulation, and I've been reading about this as well. So I think it's a general problem, right? It's I think a lot of researchers are talking about that. So I was expecting to write about it. So thank you.
You can do that, definitely. And I think on Thursday, when we talk about K-pop and all of those things, you'll see that we have a broader conception of politics, actually, not just like former politics. For Friday, what you just really need is a short outline of what you want to discuss and maybe talk a little bit about that to us. And then we can talk about how to move your work forward. Yeah.
Okay, people.
I'm addressing Leonardo.
Not a full presentation, just one page topics, to describe your ideas. Just if you can bring that would be very helpful.
Any other questions before we close? If not, I think you're all hungry now in Sao Paulo.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Have a good afternoon, everyone. I'll
Thanks,
see you on
See
Thursday.
you Thursday.
Thursday.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, good morning to all of you there. And I just before I begin, I already told Gisela about this. It might just be that we have a slight interruption during this seminar because I was told earlier today that my boxes being shipped from the Philippines are finally arriving here. So, and told me I was between like 1:30 to 2:30, which is the time of our seminar here. So really perfect timing for this. So I apologize if later on if someone knocks and I need to take 5 minutes, 5-minute break just to get our boxes. So I hope that's all right with everyone. So today we kind of shift focus away from popular culture and promotion in the context of disinformation, and we look at popular culture and promotion in the context of soft power. Okay, so it's quite a tonal shift for us, but I hope it will also allow you to appreciate how politics is broader than, the formal realm of politics, as I think it was Marcelo last time who asked about that, right? That politics can go beyond this and can encompass the realm of culture. And I hope this particular session will allow you to see that, and also to show you how popular culture is not just important for building cross-cultural solidarities, like we talked about racism in the last meetings. Today, I'll talk to you about cross-cultural intimacies as well, which is also a crucial part of that relationship. So I hope like this session will kind of broaden the parameters of what we are discussing for this seminar. Okay, so let me just pull up my slides.
Oh, sorry. I think I haven't made you co-host yet.
Oh, yes, please.
Sorry. Now.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Oops. Okay, so our conversation today will be about cultural promotion as part of attempts at creating non-Western cultural counterflows. And a lot of our discussion today will center around K-dramas, Korean telenovelas, and their influence on their neighboring countries, and particularly global South context. So something like the Philippines, for instance. So before we begin, I just wanted to ask, you can just raise your hand virtually on the screen. Like, how many of you are actually familiar with K-dramas or have at least seen it? Or okay. All right. So there's a few of you who have encountered this. Okay, so this will be kind of like the example that we'll use to kind of understand this idea of cultural promotion in connection with this idea of a popular culture counterflow. Okay, so the image that I start with here is from one of the K-dramas that made it really popular in the Philippines during the pandemic. It's called Crash Landing Onto You. And if you haven't seen it, I'd encourage you to take a look at it because it's really quite interesting. Because although it is a romance, it talks about the relationship between North and South Korea, and the very rare media representations of that are sympathetic. Although of course not condoning, but are sympathetic to the ordinary people of North Korea as well. So really quite interesting. So to understand, to kind of frame our discussion of K-dramas, I wanted to begin by talking about this thing called the cultural imperialism thesis. Because for many people, they see the rise of Korean popular culture as a pushback to this so-called cultural imperialism. So this is a really old thesis, but still quite relevant until today. And it talks about, John Tomlinson puts it this way, as you can see on your screen, the enforced installation worldwide of one particular culture, born out of one particular privileged historical experience. In short, simply the global extension of Western culture. So cultural imperialism argues that our world today is still heavily dominated by Western culture. And one of its main proponents of this concept, Herbert Schiller, argues or describes it as a society's dominating stratum being attracted, pressured, forced, and sometimes bribed into shaping its social institutions to correspond to or even promote the values and structures of the dominating center of the modern world system, which is really the Western system So this really talks about the continued domination of the West and kind of like in the aftermath of colonialism, like hard colonialism, we now have the West dominating the world through culture, and that's why you have this image here that's quite popular of Western popular culture products kind of dominating the world and other cultures. Okay, so obviously Disney and all these big multinational companies, etc., and the culture that they bring together with them. Okay. So this was a thesis articulated in the 1970s, as you can see, and onwards. But I think it still holds some resonance today, although obviously things are a bit more complicated now, right? Than they were in the 1970s. Nevertheless, I don't think we can deny that there is still a continued predominance of particularly, because not all the West is the same, but particularly Anglo-American media, okay, which has really transformed how people see the world and imagine the world. And in the Philippines, obviously coming from the Philippines context, this kind of like dominance of Anglo-American media and popular culture is very, very strong because we were colonized by the Americans. If you go into our cinemas now, you'll find that 90% of the stuff is actually US or UK. And our own cinema, which has done quite well previously, is struggling and cannot compete with Hollywood. So that's the kind of context that although we still have very strong local popular culture on not in cinema but in television, for instance, and other media is where you'll find it. But at the same time, there is a strong kind of like class divide. The middle and upper classes tend to consume Western content, and there's a stigma attached to actually consuming local content that is for the working class. It's not as brilliantly produced. It's not as intellectual. Even though if you think of Hollywood, it's not really intellectual, but that's the discourse here. And so I wanted to pause here and ask as well, maybe one or two of you can explain to me how it is in Brazil. Is it also quite similar? Is there still a prevalence of Anglo-American media, or is the situation quite different? Because in our part of the world, in the Philippines and in Southeast Asia, there's still very strongly this Anglo-American influence because our neighbors were also colonized by the British, like Malaysia and Singapore. So there's a very strong imprint of UK and US popular culture. So maybe someone might want to explain to me a little bit what the situation is in Brazil. Anyone wants to help me?
I can try to explain,
Okay.
or
Go for it.
explain my vision about this, my opinion. In Brazil, I have a lot of influence from America, of course, because just after Second Great War, U.S. has made a great effort to colonize us culture. So you have some characters that are made to the Brazilian public, and you receive a lot of cultural products from US. But I don't think will have so much because we don't speak English. So we'll have some protection from this, and we could create some cultural products for ourselves, like the telenovelas. In Brazil, telenovelas are great, but they are really different from the telenovelas from Mexico or from the soap operas. So our industry of telenovelas exports telenovelas from China to Europe, to Russia. So you have a different are a different dynamic with this. And also in music, as we don't speak English a lot, we have a lot of music from Brazil in Portuguese, and we don't also communicate with the rest of the South America. Like there's South America, there's US and Canada, and there's Brazil. So I think we are kind of a bubble in other Americas culture because we are the only ones that speak Portuguese.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jorge. And also, I'm seeing the comments in the chat. I think this is Leonardo, right? Yeah. So it's interesting. I think Brazil is part of the story of how this narrative of the global flow has become more complex today, right? Because there is a pushback to this, and it seems like Brazil is one of the countries that is kind of like the platform for this pushback, similar perhaps to Korea and to India, for instance, and China to a degree. So, and we'll talk about that a little later. But it's good to see that the contrast as well, right? That obviously the Philippines finds it harder to resist because we speak English, and they did directly colonize us. And so, you know, the level of openness towards Anglo-American popular culture is really quite strong. But it's interesting. Leonardo also mentioned, and of course, Jorge mentions like telenovelas, right? That is a kind of like export that you have, and also music. Yesterday, actually, of course, this is so stereotyped, but I just found it funny that yesterday was our 1 day break, right? So I was at a mall having coffee, and I hear Mascanada, and I'm like, oh, this reminds me of our ongoing class, right? And I think that song is like very, very, and that genre of music is very, very popular across the world. So and we'll discuss that a little later on, talking about the counterflow. But so that's why, to me, the cultural imperialism thesis feels a little old today, because the world is a bit more complex. There are many more cultures in circulation. But nevertheless, we cannot deny also that the West still has a powerful influence in terms of popular culture globally, and the outsized influence of the United States and Hollywood, particularly. Toby Miller talks about, for example, the relationship between Hollywood and Washington, and calls it Washwood, or Hollywood and Silicon Valley, and calls it Sillywood. But it's really kind of like, it's articulating how Hollywood can very much carry the ideology of Washington and of Silicon Valley. So in the, like in Marvel movies, for example, right? Kind of like the articulation of American might and all these things, which you might think aren't so important, but as we learned the other day, popular culture shapes how we see the world. And so, you know, these things matter. And this is why China is very careful and engaging with American popular content as well, because they kind of know this and they're trying to promote their own. I'm seeing that chat, Tatiana is talking about like fashion, and how also there's a mix, right, between your own and foreign brands as well, right? And for example, we can still see in the world, when we talk about like high fashion brands, it's still very Western dominated, right? We talk about the Louis Vuittons and those kinds of things, and that really shapes how we see the world in many ways. So this idea of global flows, I think, continues to be relevant, and how the West, and particularly Anglo-America, and if you push it a bit more, the US is at the center of all of this. But as we know, there is increasingly what we call counterflows in popular culture, meaning these are content that are no longer Western-centric, that don't belong to the dominant global flow as it has been construed as I have defined it earlier. And we have these other kinds of counterflows or contraflows, however you want to call it. And obviously in this chart, which is from 2007, you see here that there are other kinds of sources for popular culture. Is Brazil in any of these? Is Telesur Brazil or no? No, it's not.
Sure, it's not Brazilian. Ours is Rede Globo would be the strongest
Globo,
network
right?
we had.
Yeah.
Globo is
Yeah,
the strongest network, but it's because it's Portuguese. It's not as it doesn't cover as many countries as Telesur does.
Telesur. But I've heard a lot about
Spanish-speaking.
I've heard a lot about Globo actually. As like one of the more it's the powerhouses of media in Latin America and particularly in Brazil, right? So you see here, even in 2007, there was a recognition already of counterflows coming from the non-West, both transnational counterflows, meaning these are also very international media players. That meaning they are consumed across the world by different communities. And then there's a more geocultural flow that they are global, but it's mostly people who speak the same language who consume them, maybe migrants or diaspora coming from the
So maybe
same.
global would be over there in this part.
With-
Although
with
we are
geocultural.
so many, we are many because Brazil has a huge population. But if you talk about international spread, then maybe we could be branded this. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a geocultural flow. Okay, thanks for that, Gisela. And here in 2007, obviously you can see it just points out at the very bottom of the transnational one, Korean films. So there wasn't then a strong recognition of what we call now the Korean wave. It wasn't that solidified yet in the early 2000s. I'm also seeing in the chat about fashion, USA as an inspiration. Okay, yeah. So there is still that influence, right? And so it's in the context of all of this that we find conversations about Korean popular culture. Okay, it's called Hallyu or the Korean wave. In particular, Hallyu 2.0. It's 2.0. It's because of how there was an initial surge of popularity of Korean popular culture in maybe the 2010s, early 2010s. But that was more regional. They became very popular across East and Southeast Asia. But Hallyu 2.0 is when they went global. And that was really boosted by social media. And this guy that's on your screen at the moment was one of the people who really crystallized this Psy, right? And his song Gangnam Style, which I'm sure many of us don't really understand what the lyrics are, but it became unbelievably popular. It broke YouTube, so to speak, and became like the most viewed video for quite some time. I think it's been overtaken now by other content, but at the time, Psy was the first, and Gangnam Style was the first video that reached like a billion views or something like that. And that really opened the floodgates for the global popularity of Korean popular culture. And so they kind of, some scholars feel that Hallyu is a real counterflow to the popularity of the West because of its very global quality. And what makes Korean popular culture distinct is that it offers audiences a different version of modernity. It's not the Western style of modernity. Thanks, Jorge. I'm seeing your comment. So even in Brazil, the Korean wave has arrived. Okay. Yeah. So because it has become truly global. And in the West, people consume Hallyu. Maybe a couple of weeks ago, I was in a suburb of London, and it's called, what was that place? Shepherd's Bush, I think is the name of the place. And there was this long line of young people lining up for some show. And I was like, I wonder who's performing in this venue. And of course, I was thinking it was some British or American act, but it was a Korean boy band. But like really, absolutely long lines in I mean, for that event. So even in the West, you see people already consuming and being great fans of Korean popular culture content. So that's why they kind of feel that this is a real counterflow now to the West. And it offers a distinctly Asian version of modernity that's, as Lisa Liu argues, is both an alternative, but also a subversion of Western popular culture. Because, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, what makes the imagination of Asian modernity from a Korean sense really distinct and different from the West. Brazilian women who marry South. Oh, we'll talk about that later, actually. I mean, like cross-cultural relationships. But at the same time, because counterflow is defined as something that goes against the West and is supposed to kind of break the. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this concept, but the hegemony of Western culture, right? The dominance of a particular culture. The notion of a counterflow is supposed to create diversity in global popular culture consumption. It's not supposed to create like a different dominant culture, right? The goal is not to replace the West with another dominant culture, but to make sure that there are many cultures that are circulating across the world. And the concern is that Hallyu might be a new kind of cultural imperialism that eventually it might just be like the West, that it might overtake other cultures. And also there's a strong concern, and this is a different perspective on Hallyu, that although it provides an alternative cultural view, the underpinnings of it, the economic model of Hallyu is still very Western. It's Western neoliberalism that continues to be at work. So it doesn't really question the dominant market system for how cultural products are produced and consumed. And in fact, they're actually quite neoliberal in their orientation. And maybe some of you are familiar with this, but there's been an issue, for instance, of the kind of working conditions in the Korean popular culture industries, that the slavery conditions that they encounter there, to train to be boy bands, to train to be K-drama stars. And that's why there's a lot of mental health concerns in that industry. It can be very, very harsh. So that very strong neoliberal underpinning, this strong market orientation, anything for profit is still there. And so two different sets of concerns. One is that Hallyu might be its own version of cultural imperialism. But on the other hand, that Hallyu actually is not truly a counterflow, but instead a reinforcement of Western ways of doing things, and particularly the neoliberal market system, of which it is still a part. So there are questions surrounding that. But what we want to ask today is, so is there a possibility that K-dramas can be an actual counterflow? And the thing that complicates this discussion is that it's tied to soft power. And here we go closer to our interest in promotional culture. Is that at the same time that Korea is exporting these products, it's becoming an alternative to Western popular culture, there's also a strong consciousness of using it for soft power. And soft power, as some of you may know, is conceptualized by Joseph Nye, talks about how states, how governments can produce desired outcomes at the international stage by influencing other states through the power of ideas that rely on attraction rather than coercion. So that's why it's called soft power. It's Joseph Nye differentiates it from hard power, which is about deploying military might to get others to act in ways that are contrary to their initial preferences and strategies. So many countries might use a mix of both hard power and not many. I mean, the superpower countries will use a mix of hard power and soft power, right? Countries that do not have hard power will have to rely more on soft power to achieve their goals. And of course, one of the countries, one of the growing superpower countries in the world is China. And there you see kind of like an attempt to use soft power and to kind of hold off on using hard power for other states. And it's trying to get its way through soft power. In the meantime, although of course I did talk to you about the situation in the Philippines, and we kind of feel Chinese hard power there. The latest news is that they've been ramming their ships, have been ramming our ships, and we can't really do anything about it much to provoke them, because we really cannot win a war against them. And although the US promises to help us, we don't really know if they're going to do that. But of course, China is also doing soft power. And just to give you an example of how important this is in the strategies of governments, and I wonder if Brazil has this. Let me know in the chat if there is. The proliferation of these things called Confucius Institutes. These are supposed to be academic institutions that promote the learning and teaching of Chinese culture. So learning Mandarin, for instance, learning literature, learning Chinese business ethics, Chinese ways of doing things. So it's their way of kind of using soft power to soften the image of China, that people shouldn't be scared of the rising power of China, to be much more familiar with Chinese culture, for instance. Oh, there's one there. Yeah, in the university where I graduated from in the Philippines as an undergrad in Ateneo de Manila, there is a Confucius Institute for Mandarin language learning. And where I did my PhD in Leeds, I know they also had it was called a Business Confucius Institute. So there's a lot of this, right? Across the world. And in some countries, some Western countries, they're beginning to get wary and suspicious of this. I know, I'm not sure what happened there exactly, but they were planning to ban Confucius Institutes in the UK, for instance, and saying that it's too close to the Chinese state and promotes Chinese state interests a little too much. So there's that. But clearly, there is some importance attached to soft power, because it allows you to achieve your goals without necessarily going to war, right? And in our interconnected global society, wars can be very costly and it will affect all of us. So it's a giant decision to do anything like that. So a lot of countries would rely on soft power. And here is where we see also the increasing importance of promotional culture. If you remember, during the first day of our seminar, we talked about promotional culture as kind of the increasing centrality of promotion in many aspects of life, meaning the use of promotional logics, the use of promotional techniques, the use of promotional professionals or intermediaries in things that are not advertising and PR of products, right? So in politics, for instance, using the logics of promotion, the techniques, the professionals in the promotional industries becoming part of the work of diplomacy, for instance. So some scholars have written up about this, how, for example, you see the increasing centrality of promotional culture in how countries use social media for more tailored or bespoke and interactive communication when they're trying to promote their country. Okay, I'm seeing here. Okay, so even in Gisela says even in ESPM there's a Mandarin lessons, but not full scale Confucius. Okay. And then, yeah, soft power from China are stories in Brazilian media praising how modern China is, how China is the future. Yeah. There are also similar things in the Philippines. So that's really reshaping how we think of things, right? Of China. So yeah, the use of social media, using promotional intermediaries. But I think that's a technical term. If you translate it into more precise language, it's really using influencers and online communities to circulate their campaigns. And even Korea does something like this. What they do is they have schools for foreigners, non-Koreans, who want to visit Korea and to promote Korea on social media. So they teach you all about that, and then they become part of that. So these non-Koreans who love Korean culture and want to promote it can get training from the government, from the Korean government, to do this. I forget the technical term they have for people like this, but across different cultures, we see this happening. So using influencers, developing online communities that like a particular country or the advocacies of a particular country. And then, of course, tapping celebrities to endorse initiatives. So the US, for example, and the West generally relying on Angelina Jolie for the kinds of campaigns that they want for human rights and campaigns to end different, like, you know, the our development, our shared development goals, the sustainable development goals, SDGs, for instance. So they would have celebrities for that. Korea also does something like this. They sent BTS, if you're familiar with BTS, to the White House, and Joe Biden even has a post with them with a Korean heart sign. So these kinds of things, cultural diplomacy, where you find that promotional culture is increasingly at the heart of it. And that could be a good thing that could help to a degree promote counterflow, but at the same time, that could also mean that it becomes difficult for these cultures to be truly a counterflow because they're no longer just interested in having diverse cultures, but they're pushing for the agenda of their government. And that's a different thing. So what's interesting with the Korean case and why I turned my attention to it is that they actually came out with this document for their cultural policy, which is called the New Southern Policy Plus. You can Google and download this document, and it was constructed during the term of the former Korean leader Moon Jae-in, the prime minister. He's now the president. Sorry, there's someone else now who leads Korea, but they still follow the same template of the New Southern Policy Plus. And what's interesting with this, in relation to soft power, is that South Korea has kind of made it, has kind of like identified themselves as a middle power. So they know that they are not a superpower country. They're not like China or the US or Europe as a region, but they are a middle power. And so they have developed their cultural policy strategy in relation to this idea of themselves being a middle power. Because they're a middle power, the goal is to make the environment around them friendlier to them. Okay, that they're all friendly with each other. Okay, so the aim of their cultural policy is, particularly this one, is to establish greater reciprocity or like equal relationships between Korea and what we call the ASEAN nations, the Association for Southeast Asian Nations. So that's the 10 countries of Southeast Asia that includes the Philippines, Indonesia, and the countries surrounding us, our neighbors. So that it makes it seem that ASEAN is not just on the receiving end of South Korean generosity. So they're not like the West. They're not like China. They're equals with their neighbor. So that's a very interesting proposition, right? That they do not aspire to dominate their neighbors. They aspire to create this friendly environment. And in their strategies, Hallyu 2.0 or the Korean wave is one of the key pillars of South Korean cultural diplomacy. It is one of the key ways that they aim to achieve uh, the new Southern Policy Plus. Okay. And what's interesting with this as well is they have specified as one of the things that they will use for this is K-dramas. So we go back now to why I talked about K-dramas earlier. Let me just pause now and see what we have, these interesting thoughts that we have in the chat. I've noted that also, that before when you talked about things as made in China, it meant like low quality. But now actually most things are made in China, right? So you cannot really say that anymore. Okay. Thanks, Tatiana, for this article also on China and the world order. Okay, so I think China is in an interesting case of a superpower and was also using soft power. So Korea is a contrast to them, to the US, China, Europe, etc., because they're because of their different positioning. Okay, so what are the concerns with this? Is that really that Korean popular culture might be used to just promote the political and economic interests of Korea, and again, not necessarily to promote really genuine cross-cultural exchange, right? That it's really because they prioritize what has been called a cool nationalism, that we see Korea as a cool country, but it also promotes this idea of nationalism, which is problematic. Like, in an interconnected global society, to take excessive pride in your nation to the detriment of how you think of other nations as well. Okay. Sorry, just looking at your comments as well on the chat. Okay, Gabriel says the American way of life had a much greater impact on our subjectivity in the 80s. Okay. Might argue that China will gradually fulfill this role. Okay. And then okay, Tatiana says that you have a Korean ambassador who's won people's hearts by singing Brazilian music and Portuguese. Yeah, so you can clearly see how culture really, plays a key role in developing these kinds of relationships. But I think one thing to also really think about is how the logics of promotion have become ever central to all of this. Okay, so let me now go on to the to kind of crystallize these concepts that I've introduced to you by talking about the case of K-dramas in the Philippines. And so what's interesting here is that obviously the Philippines is one key site where K-dramas can really push for the NSP agenda, the New Southern Policy Plus agenda, right? That is because it's a country that increasingly has strong connection to Korea, but sees itself obviously as not on the same level economically as Korea. And there's a very interesting history to this relationship, because I think it was in the 1960s in the aftermath of the Second World War and just right after American colonization, the Philippines was actually, and I don't know if you know this, the Philippines was actually one of the most promising economies in Asia. In some documents, it's argued that it was only second to Japan in terms of its level of advancement in the 1960s. And that was because obviously there was a lot of American money being invested in the Philippines. And at that time, there were Koreans who came to the Philippines to study. Okay, and at the time, there was a kind of like, unfortunately, some degree of racism from Filipinos towards Koreans, that they're not as westernized and not as modern as Filipinos. And of course, the situation has been reversed now. That there is, I've done a lot of work on like inter-Asian racism, and I find that when Koreans racialize Filipinos, is to think that, oh, but we've now become, a very developed country without being a vassal of the West. That's how they think. And we have our own version of modernity. And so we've, left the Philippines behind, left them in the dust. And so you're now the ones who are behind us. And so we have this kind of position at the moment. So in this particular context, the new Southern Policy Plus project becomes quite salient to create a bit more goodwill, and especially because there is a significant Korean population in Metro Manila. Some of them are there to learn English because to them it's kind of like the cheapest way to learn the language without having to go to the West. And a discount version of going to Australia or the US or Canada, they would go to the Philippines instead. And you would also have like Korean businessmen who feel that they can stretch their money some more by going to a country like the Philippines where their money has more worth, and so would establish businesses there. So there is a significant Korean population as well in the country. And the reverse is true. There are many Filipino migrants, workers, Filipino workers in Korea. And as was some of you mentioned earlier, there are marriage migrants too. Filipino women have married Korean men and are living in Korea. So there are these ties. And so to me, it's important to take a look at whether there is some kind of cross-cultural exchange genuinely happening between South Korea and the Philippines, and whether K-dramas actually facilitate that, because that's what the NSP Plus is saying, that it's going to use Hallyu, K-dramas, to create these kinds of cross-cultural exchange that will promote positive relationships between the countries. So I wanted to see to what degree that was happening with these kinds of content. And I guess I want to put it already upfront that one of the issues that I found is that it's not really doing this so much, and that's the issue. Hallyu hasn't really done this, and so to begin our discussion, let me just show you a couple of clips. One is the Korean version of this program, What's Wrong with Secretary Kim? And the common thing that's happening now, apart from lots of Korean popular culture products coming to the Philippines, is that Filipino content just mimics Korean content. So we just now have a Filipinized version of K-dramas. Although we also have a strong tradition of telenovelas, and similar to you folks, we also export that to our Southeast Asian neighbors. Often when I travel across the region, that's what they talk about, our celebrities in our Filipino telenovelas, which they have seen. And oddly, this has spread to Africa. I don't know why, what the connection is, but apparently Filipino telenovelas are also popular in sub-Saharan Africa. I haven't studied that, and I don't know how that happened. But despite that, what we see now is a direct importation of K-drama. So I'll show you the trailers for these two versions of the same show, What's Wrong with Secretary Kim. So the first one is the Korean version. The second one is the Filipino version. Don't worry, there are subtitles in both videos. So this is the Korean version.
눈부시지 않나? 나한테서 나는 어우라.
여기 오늘 일정이고요. 저는 지금껏 살면서 부회장님처럼 완벽하신 분을 또 본 적이 없습니다. 비서 지침 아시죠? 입은 무겁고 엉덩이는 가볍게. 부회장님 새 비서 구하셔야겠어요. 저 이제 그만두려고요.
대체 자기 인생 찾는다는 게 무슨 개풀 뜯어먹는 소리야. 이사로 승진시켜주지. 그리고 어딜 가도 나같이 완벽한 상사는 모실 수가 없지.
그만두겠다고 한 날 뭔가 계기가 있었을 텐데.
이 김비서 두 눈가가 촉촉했어. 김비서가 날 좋아해.
금색이 최고의 나르시시즘, 자기의 결정체.
난 누구한테 주긴 너무 아까운 사람.
그 어떤 누구도 사랑할 수 없는 분이에요. 본인이 너무 완벽해서 그 어떤 누구도 눈에 차지 않기 때문이죠. 호감 있는 이성이 생긴다면
아니 설마 이대로 해주려고?
내가? 오늘같이 로맨틱하고 행복한 날이 김비서의 일상이 되게 해주지. 연애해주겠다는 뜻이야.
제 스타일이 아니세요. 제 스타일이 아니시라고.
왜 이렇게 찬란하지?
이참에 모태솔로 꼭 굿바이예요?
너 솔직히 말해봐. 너 신경 쓰이지 그치?
김비서!
와 정말 쌀쌀하네요.
그래, 쌀쌀하고. 블록버스터의 조준 이미 시작됐거든. 넌 모르고 있겠지만.
Okay, so that's the Korean version. And I hope by seeing that you also got to see like this idea of like an Asian modernity, a very a different version of what modern life might look like that's not completely Western. So the next clip I'm gonna show you is the Philippines version of it. Oops.
눈부시지 않나? 나한테서 나는 어우라.
Kim, this is beyond the crisis. This is Armageddon.
Relax, Zen. Breathe in, breathe out.
May I introduce to you our young and dynamic boss, Mr. Brandon Manansala Castillo.
Who do I need to fire?
After 9 years, sabi ko nga po, perfect po kayo.
I know. I look perfect.
Resignation letter ko po.
What's wrong with Secretary Kim?
This is the end of an era.
Nag-resign na po ako.
Sa pagre-resign ni Sec Kim, doon ka lang mararatel, bro.
She's not just my secretary.
You can't let her resign.
There's always a reason why people leave. If you want to stop them, find that reason.
Don't worry, Mom. I always get what I want. Secretary Kim.
Boss? Sir.
Not you. Her. Are you still serious about leaving?
Kahit nabigyan niyo po ako ng 1 week leave, pagkatapos po nun, back to normal ulit. Wala na naman po akong time to mingle, to meet my boyfriend.
You can't date.
Why not?
Secretary Kim! Just stay away from my secretary. She's off limits.
Type mo siya, bro. Kaya halos tumambling ka na dyan para lang hindi siya mag-resign, di ba?
Kapag inaya ba kita ng date, sasama ka?
Copy po, boss.
You're my most trusted person. I realize that you deserve more. So this time, ikaw naman.
In love ko ba sa boss mo?
In love agad. Litong-lito na po talaga ako sa mixed signals ninyo. Kaya, let's stick to our own boundaries na lang po sana.
Paano kung ayoko? Just stay here. I'm gonna love you from now on. I want to love you. I think we should call him...
Carabay?
Okay. So that's the South Korean and then the Filipino version of what's wrong with Secretary Kim. All right, let me just find where did my slides go? Okay. All right. Okay. Maybe a quick comment. Because I'm not sure how whether you'll be able to see this coming from a different cultural context, right? But from a Filipino perspective, what one thing I can see very clearly is how the Korean imagination of what modernity looks like is something that has seeped into the Filipino version. As you know, the Philippines has a lot of poverty, and it doesn't look like that. This very ultra modern like vision of like an Asian city. That's a Korean dream that they've kind of mapped onto like the because there are areas in Manila that look like that. The few pockets of like hyper modernity, but they focused on that. They've set it in those contexts to kind of mimic that. And increasingly, you find actually in a country like the Philippines that the model for what like a beautiful city might look like an urban context is no longer the West. It's not the US, for instance. It's cities like Seoul or Singapore or Hong Kong. So because it's closer and it looks familiar, but it's also still very modern. So you see that there, the imagination of Asian modernity. But I'm not sure if you caught it also, that one of the things that makes it interesting is that the Filipino version is so much cheesier in terms of its depiction of romance. Towards the end, there was this like the stuffed toy of the Carabao and all of that. That's not in the Korean version, right? And it's because our telenovelas tend to be very, very cheesy and overly romantic. And so you see also that there's a localization that's going on as well. So there are things that are happening there that in some ways are much more Korean, but in other ways are also a localization to the Philippines context. So why a focus on intimacy? In this work, what I did was I really wanted to explore whether and how contemporary K-dramas shape how Filipinos imagine intimacy as well. Like, having like an Asian model of it. So that's something that kind of forces them to rethink how we imagine our intimacy, which is both like a mix of our traditional Filipino values and American, and of course the American values, but also our very, very long Catholic tradition from the Spanish. And of all the cities in our country, Metro Manila, the capital, is really the forefront of this intensification of the globalization of intimacies, because it's a much more multicultural city than other places in the country. And so you get to see all these issues and also the possibilities of cross-cultural relationships of people living in Manila from across different cultures. And what's interesting about intimacy is that people might think, oh, why are you looking at this topic? It doesn't seem so politically important, right? But actually, if you think about it, it's an intimacy in these intimate relationships where you see the boundaries of culture being so strongly asserted. Like the cultural differences are they become hardened, they become more evident in the context of cross-cultural relationships. So they inscribe a lot of existing social dynamics, like the rules of like what kind of partner are you allowed to have or not, etc. But they also challenge them at the same time. And I guess my sensitivity towards this is that I grew up with my two best friends in the world being Punjabi Indians living in Manila. And they grew up in a community that believes in arranged marriage, but in a city that's, as I said, full of like cheesy romance. And that was a major, major struggle for them growing up. Like, what kind of love, or how should I think of relationships, as arranged marriages or as romantic love? And that was an abiding concern for them. And I did research on that because of my friends. I've done work around that. And personally as well, my wife is Chinese Filipino, so I also encounter that, those like, so the differences between these rules of like who we can date or not, etc. So that's why I became quite interested in looking at this more sociologically. So what I did was I conducted online life story interviews. I talked about life story interviews the last time around, a similar technique, because I also did this during the pandemic. So I interviewed 16 people, particularly middle-class K-drama viewers in Manila, because they're the ones with the most access to this. And I tried to be as diverse as possible in terms of the gender and the sexuality and the civil status of my participants. But in the end, it was actually, quite interestingly, very hard to get male participants. I was able to get a few, but not a lot. And it had to do with, I don't know if this is present also in Brazilian society, gendered expectations. Men were so much more reluctant to admit that they were watching K-dramas, even if they actually did. So that was a kind of a challenge for me doing this research. Although I did get a few of them who were happy to talk about it. Okay, so just to contextualize everything, I want to talk about access first to K-dramas. And I remember during the first day of our meeting, someone was talking about like streaming and how, whether that might be part of our conversation. In the Philippines, definitely, a lot of the content now is coming through streaming like Netflix, but also through streaming sites that are specific to particular cultures. Like View is very Asian in its content. So we now have we now have streaming platforms that cater to a specific cultural orientation. So in this sense, a lot of Southeast Asian content on View. Some platforms are actually very Korean oriented, some Chinese. And because we also have a significant Indian community, some cater more to like Bollywood and local Indian cinema. So we have all of these streaming options now. So it has diversified the media diet of people. Because obviously our local television networks, our local media are still very Filipino oriented and Western oriented, American, but all these other content coming in through streaming. And in the stories of my participants, it was the main moments where K-drama became popular. First was in 2007. I think this was the first version of Hallyu. That was when it became regionally popular in East and Southeast Asia. It started overtaking Japan as kind of like a regional powerhouse. And then 2016 was when it became global, right? And in the lockdown, because we had one of the longest lockdowns in the world, like 2 years during the pandemic, 2020 was a particular moment when a lot of people consumed much more K-dramas, to the point that with the people I talked to, it was a common experience. Because I asked them, if you were to put a percentage on how much you consume K-dramas versus other kinds of content, some of them moved towards 80%. It had totally displaced Western content, which was a tremendous thing because many Filipinos like watching American series and American movies. But during this time, it became like 80% Korean and 20% American and Filipino content. So that's how much popular it became during the pandemic. I think this has since diversified. Korean popular content is still very strong, but maybe not the same way anymore post-pandemic. And so when I asked, of course, to try to understand how they would engage with the content of K-dramas, I asked first my participants what their own stances on romantic intimacy was. And in their conversations, they primarily define this in relation to, dating practices, sex practices around sex, gender roles, and marriage. And what I found was, for my participants, their tendency towards traditional Filipino values, which is very Catholic, or modern Western values, roughly followed generational divides. So the younger participants were much more keen towards modern Western values, and by that, I define that as thinking of relationships in relation to individual choice. This is my choice. It is my personal choice to like this person, to be attracted to this person. And attraction is physical and sexual, but very personal in its orientation. The traditional Filipino values would not just be about your individual choice. It would be about what your family would say, what your neighbors would say about the person that you've chosen. Are they the same stature as your family? Are they also middle class? Are they not embarrassing in that way? Are they also Christian at the very least, or Catholic? So these kinds of considerations of how people around you might react to your relationship. So that's the more traditional Filipino approach to relationship, is that ultimately it's your individual choice, but you have to consider the feelings of those around you. And you have to consider also the Filipino interpretation of Catholicism, like what the rules are around dating and sex and all of that. Okay. So the younger participants were more about just individual choice. The older participants still considered heavily traditional Filipino values. Interestingly, the participants tended to be relatively more modern in comparison to their generational peers. So that's one thing that was interesting. Even for those who were older, who were consuming K-dramas, they tended to be a bit more modern in their thinking. Okay, so that's the basis. So how would they then think of K-dramas? And for many of the participants, they thought of K-dramas as increasingly becoming more modern than it used to be. I mean, like from the older versions of K-dramas. But that they found that K-dramas were similarly, and often they were more traditional than the usual Filipino idea of intimacy. Okay, so they found that K-dramas tended to be a bit more conservative in that sense. And you could see this in some of the things that are constantly present in many K-dramas. One is the narrative of destiny, that it's not your choice whom you fall in love with. You are destined to be together. In a lot of K-dramas, you will find that people who fall in love are because they don't remember it, but they had fallen in love previously when they were children or something like that. They met as children, they had feelings, but then they forgot about each other. Many years later, they become reunited, something like that. Or that in a past life, they were actually partners. And so in their next life, they find each other again. So this very, very strong narrative of destiny. The other thing is the absence or the glossing over of sex in romantic relationships. That in a lot of K-dramas, there isn't an overt representation of sex. That you don't really show that. And for many K-dramas, the kind of highlight, the climax of the narrative is actually just a kiss, and that's it. So in Filipino content, you know, lots of stuff go beyond that. So they see that as a staple of K-drama content, although this is also beginning to change. And finally, very gendered tropes, and in particular patriarchal tropes, of women needing to be rescued, for instance. And you know, this idea like a girl is walking on the street, and this happens in many K-dramas. All of a sudden it rains, but just right on time, the male is there with an umbrella and gives the girl an umbrella, that kind of thing. Or maybe they're walking together and a car passes by, and the guy like pulls the girl away, and because she almost gets hit by a car. So those tropes of women needing men to navigate the city, for instance. But again, in K-dramas, this is also changing. There is increasing representation of empowered women, for instance. And the participants note that the things are actually changing. Okay, so just to give you an example of the things that they've said, Madison says, there's this concept, so this, I think this refers to destiny, that you're destined to be together because you've seen each other in a previous life. You met sometime when you were young, or you accidentally saved each other, or you were kidnapped together, because it's always there. I hate it, she says. I really hate this kind of setup. So I guess that's this fate aspect that's very unrealistic, but it's a very common trope in K-drama. So they do have this sense that there are elements here that are more conservative than their own stance towards things. But at the same time, there is some element of being progressive too. Like, for example, one of the participants, Andrew, pointed out that he was able to see a K-drama that was about a gay couple, and the title is Wish You. It's a story of two musicians. One guy falls for the other, and eventually the other one also falls for the guy. So there's that. Although it doesn't happen too often, I have a friend who's also gay and he's Korean, and I know from him that their culture isn't really that open yet when it comes to the LGBTQ plus community. But there are some shows that are moving towards this. So there is some movement as well and change with how they're portraying intimacy. Okay, so going back now to our interest in soft power and promotional culture, one of the things about K-dramas is that they really do promote an alternative vision of Asian modernity, and it made the participants really think about the entanglements of Korean culture, Filipino culture, and other cultures, and you know how the Korean proposition is actually quite interesting. Okay. Okay, so they talk about how in K-dramas that they're beginning to see a kind of modernity that they can relate with a little bit more. Okay, so they would talk about like a show like The World of the Married, that increasingly, or that is more explicit in its portrayal of sexual scenes. For instance, or this K-drama titled Weightlifting Fairy King Bokju, where you would have a lead character who was a very, not just physically strong, but was an empowered woman. So presenting like this version of modernity that Filipinos can relate to a bit more, because they see it as a negotiation that Koreans also negotiate between their culture and Western culture. And if you watch Western programs, there's no negotiation like that, right? So to them, this is much more something they can understand a bit more, that I have to navigate the traditional values of our society, but also my increasing openness towards Western modern ideas. And they see that K-dramas are a space to think about that. Okay, so for them, that's a more relatable version of modernity. That it's a modernity where you're negotiating how you understand intimacy. And again, they don't see that much in Western content, which is straightforward Western values. But at the same time, what's interesting is that they don't really go to the level of K-dramas pushing them to think really deeply about how they think of intimacy. And it's because at the end of the day, K-dramas seem to be very much less about cross-cultural exchange and really about cool nationalism. The role of K-dramas is to promote the image of Korea and Korean culture. And it's not to create a dialogue between what are warts and all, what are the good and bad parts of our culture, how does that compare to yours? Let's have a conversation. That's not really the goal of K-dramas. It's really at least from what my participants say, it's still very much about promoting Korea, brand Korea, as they say. Okay, so in the way that they deal with the kinds of intimacies that they see, Filipinos tend to parallel the generally untroubled historical narrative between the Philippines and South Korea. There's been no real conflict between the two countries. I mean, that Korea didn't really colonize the Philippines or anything like that. And so the participants didn't really seem to think of them as spaces of moral contestation that, that I should judge and critique and kind of connect Philippine culture with Korean culture. They just saw it, oh, that's their culture. That's it. And I don't need to engage with that and how that connects back. To me, and that's so interesting because when Filipinos watch Western programs, they have very strong feelings, whether for or against Western modernity. And I think it's because of that colonial history that we have with them. So instead, these participants are, their concerns are, oh, I like the Korean food in these programs. They look at the fashion, they look at travel, they're interested in the historical facts. And it's really a stance of bland positivity towards how Koreans imagine intimacy. That, okay, that's how they think about it, and it's good to know. And that's it. That's their concern is really consumption. They want to consume Korean culture and Korean popular culture, particularly. I mean, if you look at what my participants say, this is that's the gist of their feelings about it. Okay, so Meryl there says, what I've seen is that they have their own culture and that's different from ours. So that's interesting. So they don't really engage with it. Rachel says, what I see is just typically Asian. So I'm like, okay. And then they kind of articulate why they do it that. It's because they to them, K-dramas are a form of entertainment and nothing more. Okay, as Audrey says, I think I need to explain first that I do this to relax and to just pass the time. So even if it's very much against my personal beliefs or some of like the more patriarchal ideas, I'd only be watching it for an escape. So it's just a story. So I don't really, she doesn't mind. And Bernice has a similar sentiment that she even thinks that it's a good thing that K-dramas don't really talk about the nitty-gritty of intimacy because she could watch it together with her daughter because there's no complications about sex and all of that. So that's just how they consume K-dramas. So in you can clearly see that they kind of elide or they move away from any kind of genuine cross-cultural exchange. Korean drama set up its viewers to be attracted to the very popular culture elements of it, the production value, storytelling, acting, fashion. It's not meant to provoke you to think about cross-cultural exchange in any way. Okay, so the participants would really talk about all these things that they like about K-dramas, and they're nothing to do with thinking about culture. So take, for example, this comment by Catalina. She talks about why she likes the content of K-drama so much because they're so innovative. So she talks about this TV series, Memories of the Alhambra, that there's virtual reality, the plot is very action-packed, it's very exciting. So that's what she likes about it. Erica talks about the fashion, that Korean men appear kind of metrosexual and it suits them. And then they have all these different streetwear. And you want to kind of imitate that, do a little bit of something like that. So that's how they really encounter these K dramas. So as you can see, although the professed goal of the new Southern Policy Plus is to promote cross-cultural exchange, so Hallyu and through K dramas, it's not necessarily what's happening. And to a degree, I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, that's not really surprising, right? That this is how K-dramas are positioned. It's really primarily that yes, it does promote an alternative vision of Asian modernity. And in some ways, you can see it as a counterflow in that sense. But at the same time, it's really just about promoting the brand of Korea and not necessarily opening up a space for cultural conversation there. So the goal is still to promote this cool nationalism of Korea, to promote consumption of Korean culture. And that's primarily what it's about. Okay, I think this is a good space to take a break before I go into the last part, where I show you where the hope lies in terms of this, and how promotional culture can actually be helpful in creating cross-cultural exchange, because we see where the hope lies, and it's not in K dramas. So it's Gisela, please translate the time for me there. We can take a 15-minute break.
Okay, 10:52.
Okay.
So let's I suppose we can disregard the 2 here. So
Yeah.
11
11:05.
Yeah, 11:05. Would that be all right for all
Yeah.
of you? Okay, so we reconvene at 11:05. Okay. Bye bye. So yeah.
All right. I just saw a comment here from Jorge that in Brazil, K dramas are very popular in conservative and evangelical groups. Could you say a little bit more? I hope it's okay to ask you, Jorge. What's happening there?
So we have the Korean wave in the whole world, but in Brazil we have também a conservative wave of the evangelical people.
Okay.
And the aesthetics and the thematics of Korean, of the K-dramas, really appeal to conservative people, because they are all covered up. There's this purity in Korean dramas that really appeal to the conservatives in Brazil. So it's really different from the media in Brazil and media from the Western. That's a little more sexual, and the romance are more very sexual, and I don't know how to explain better, but the spirit of the dramas, the dramas are really interesting to the evangelical people and to conservative people here. So, travei?
Yes, I think so. I think there's a connection problem.
Yeah. But thank you so much, Jorge. That's really quite interesting. I think it's a different version of a similar dynamic in the Philippines, right? In the Philippines, people can relate to it because they struggle between the traditional values and Western values. But in Brazil, it seems like it resonates much with a particular conservative slant. Okay, that's interesting how these things operate differently in our contexts, right? I want to go to the last bit now of my presentation. And okay. It has to do with what my participants said. Actually, is where they would find oops, sorry. Where they would actually find more open kind of like discussions that create better cross-cultural exchange. Okay, and well, the argument that I have is that um K-dramas really promote what I call cultural consumerism. And this is the thing that I develop in the chapter that I write for I co-author with Dr. Leo Itioko, actually, who's an expert on soft power and global flows. In that book that Gisela and I are co-editing, the argument that I have there is that K-dramas actually help sell Korean popular culture and Korean culture more broadly, but they do not really open up spaces for genuine cross-cultural exchange. It's not cultural exchange, it's cultural consumerism. They just consume, Filipinos end up consuming the culture of Korea, and but not necessarily engaging with it in a meaningful, thoughtful way. Um, which and I think that's part of the problem with that is because it's become part of the promotional strategy of the Korean government, and that's really the thing that defines it a bit more. And I have the image here of I was telling you earlier of foreigners going to Korea and learning how to promote Korea. So this is one of those influencers who does that. But so where can you find the actual spaces of cross-cultural exchange? In what my participants pointed me out to were different things. And so, for example, says that uh, it's not the genre of K-dramas that really carry this. For example, in talk shows, he says, you get a glimpse, a little more idea of what Korean culture might really be like. Based on what I've watched, if you compare it with K-dramas, they're not the same. They won't really do the stuff you see in K-dramas in real life. I guess they're still somewhat conservative, but they're not as conservative as what you see in the dramas, and their lives aren't as dramatic as what you see in these dramas. So to him, it's actually other genres like talk shows, for example, reality TV, that'll give you a stronger flavor of what Korean life really is. And perhaps that needs to be thought of as part of I mean, if they were truly sincere about cross-cultural exchange, they would highlight these things more than K-dramas. And Kate here argues that uh, actually it's YouTube and the vlogs and some of my participants also talk about people who are influencers but not under the training of the Korean government or not being paid by the Korean government, uh, who actually open up these spaces for genuine cross-cultural exchange. And I wanted to show you one example of a vlogger who's able to really do this, to be interesting and engaging, and yet open up real, genuine conversation. So this vlogger is a Korean who spent part of her life growing up in the Philippines, but um, I think it's back in Korea. And she put together this vlog, and she's amazing because she's fluent across the three languages: English, Filipino, and Hangul, the Korean language. Sorry, and Korean. Hangul is the script. And she talks about, like, compares, for example, the different kinds of intimate relationships or how we understand it in the Philippines and Korea. And what happens is that in the chat, although maybe even if I share the city, it might be difficult because some of the languages in Filipino, for instance. But you will find that there's a lot of excitement actually for her content because it really allows people to have a conversation about what the similarities and differences are. So it's really that this is what the NSP Plus seems to be promising, like opening up a space for really equal conversation. And so I wanted to show you a part of that video clip of hers where she talks about comparing the differences between Filipino and Korean relationships. So I'll just show you a bit of it.
Number one, how would you meet a potential partner? Paano ka magkakajowa? In Korea, there are two terms in order to determine your preference for meeting people. And these two terms are chamanchu and inmanchu. Ano ba yung dalawang yon? Basically, abbreviation lang sila or acronyms. 자만추 is 자연스러운 만남을 추구하는 사람. People who like to meet someone naturally. Alam niyo yung meet cute sa mga movie moments? Nagkataon or naturally mo lang talagang nakilala yung taong yun. Examples would be classmate mo siya, or co-worker, or nagkataon nakabangga mo lang siya sa cafe, ganun. Ganun yung mga meet cute, di ba?
Choose Voltarol for targeted anti-inflammatory muscle and joint pain
Sorry,
relief.
this is not part of
Voltarol,
it.
the joy of movement.
So that is chamanchu. Meanwhile, inmanchu, ito yung mga tao na mas prefer nilang na nakilala niyo yung tao with the purpose of dating that person. Ang kasama dito is like dating apps or like blind dates. Inmanchu, kasama rin dito ang sogeting, which is a very Korean thing. Sogeting is basically blind date or in Tagalog, reto. Irereto kita sa friend ko, ganyan. That is basically how sugeting works. Suge is like introduce, pero yung sugeting, hindi siya parang pakilala kita dito sa friend ko. It's more like, irereto kita dito sa friend ko. Ayun, yung friend mo yung magiging parang common bridge or common link between you two para magkaroon kayo ng blind date. I don't know how popular reto is in the Philippines kasi wala akong kilalang may nagkwento sa akin na, yung jowa ko nireto lang sa akin ng isa kong pangkaibigan. If yung jowa niyo po ngayon is nireto sa inyo, pakishare, ano yung ganaps? Awkward ba? I would say in Korea, between these two kinds of preferences, I still feel like mas maraming percentage of Korean people who likes chamanchu, yung natural. And if talagang ko-compare natin to Philippine dating culture, I feel like both countries still has a little bit of stigma in general towards the dating apps. Feel ko mas accepting yung Philippine dating culture sa inmanchu. Kasi in terms of using like the dating apps like Tinder, Bumble, ano pa ba? Yun lang yung dalawang popular na alam ko. Mas marami akong narinig na success stories in terms of dating apps sa Pilipinas kaysa sa mga Korean friends ko. Para kasi here in Korea, the dating apps still have this stigma na it's not for long term, it's not for serious relationships. I mean, syempre naman may cases na meron success stories, but like how people generally view dating apps, it's more on mga short term, ganun lang. Pero this really is just a personal preference, so to add lang, I feel like
Okay, so I just wanted to give you a flavor of it, but also at the same time, you will see that there is like really active conversation in the chat with people contributing their ideas about how she was comparing Korean and Filipino versions of intimacy, and the conversations are respectful but not always in agreement with each other. They might have very different perspectives, for instance, but it does really foster conversation. And quite a number of the comments would actually say, oh, I really love this. I wish we had more of this. We had more conversations across our cultures. I think that was what the goal was supposed to be, partly. It's not just selling the Korean brand, but also really opening up these spaces of exchange. But it seems like social media and these influencers who aren't really officially associated with the Korean government, for instance, or the Korean cultural industries, they're the ones who are creating more of these spaces. And another thing, in terms of course, there's that, but in terms of like the formal relationships, the formal kinds of infrastructures, maybe, you know, people can explore really other ways of really creating a counterflow that is not imperialistic, that doesn't tend towards cultural imperialism, and that fulfills the promise of the NSP Plus a bit more of how K-dramas, for example, this kind of mainstream content can be useful in building true middle power partnerships. In terms of media representation, for instance, what can be done is for K-dramas and K-drama romances that actually articulate the experiences of Korean diaspora in Southeast Asia, for instance, like the girl that you saw, like to convert that into a TV series, like a Korean who went to Indonesia or the Philippines, or how does she deal with romance in that context? Or Southeast Asians living in Korea, there are a lot of these people who marry for like marriage migrants who are there. Why not talk about their experience if you really truly want to create conversations around cultural values and what are similar, what are different, etc. And in terms of course, it's not just the content, but the practice also, that K-drama productions can involve Korean diaspora in Southeast Asia, or even South Asian diaspora in Korea, whether a story consultants, screenwriters, actors, etc. And there's also increasing scholarship around co-production, right, across country that will foster these kinds of cross-cultural relationships. And I wanted to end this, and before we move to our activity, by showing you it's not a K-drama, but it's a film. One of the very, very few films that's a collaboration between Korean producers and Filipino creatives. And it's the story of this Filipino family that was caught up in a crime in Korea. It's like a dark comedy. And how they tried to keep their family together despite this very challenging context. So I'll show you a clip of this. It's a dark comedy kind of thing, about a family trying to hide a crime that they committed. See, okay. So the title is Sunshine Family. Okay, let me just try to get rid of the ads.
The $3.95 trial set with our sharpest ever Truman razor. Get started now at harrys.com.
Okay.
Totoo ba talaga to? Makakasabot ka dyan?
Oo, talaga.
Ay, sino?
Tama na.
네, 어젯밤 10시 바로 이곳 정릉동 노상에서 한 젊은 여성이 뺑소니 사고를 당한 뒤 병원을
Chop-chop talaga, ha? Kesa naman pamilya natin ang mag-chop-chop. 너 참 괜찮지 않아? 동네 사람들 이삿짐 다 나눠주고.
매니저를 치고 도망가시면
정릉동. 뺑소니. 네? 괜찮아요? 아니, 화장품 깨진 소리가 들리던데. 미안해요. 지금 옮기라. 어머.
Tusuko na ako sa mga polis.
What if a person commits a crime?
Kamukha kagetsi? May mga witnesses sa nangyari. Humihingi sila ng $100,000.
Dollars?
Ako nakabangga! Ako nakapatay! Ayoko kayong mahirapan!
Max, pagkatapos ng aksidente, napansin ninyo ako. For the first time, na-appreciate niyo akong lahat. Dahil sa dawit ng pamilya natin sa problema ito. Pamilya tayo. Kung di tayo magkakaisa, walang kabuluhan ng lahat.
Kapag pumunta ka
Okay. Sorry, let me just. Okay, there. So, all right. So yeah, so I wanted to show you that clip of Sunshine Family as a co-production, and I think that that would foster these kinds of cross-cultural exchanges a little bit more. Not just because of the content, right? But it's because it's Koreans and Filipinos really working together and creating that production partnership means that you foster personal ties across the people in these industries. Okay, so that's where I see the hope lies in terms of these influencers who are unaffiliated, but also in terms of like the formal structure of it, of the entertainment media, to create content that's truly representative, but practices also that bring together, you know, Korean productions with other people across Southeast Asia. If they truly wanted to be genuine with their concern for cross-cultural exchange. Of course, I am not naive. I'm very conscious that at the end of it, one of the main things that make it challenging to do this in a sustained way is the desire for profit still, right? At the end of the day, they are businesses and they do want to earn from this industry, and that can be competing things. But as other people have mentioned, I think they kind of think that the Korean cultural industries are at a point now where they are in a stable enough position to be more experimental and to try out these other things. Okay, so I hope that gives you an insight into the entanglements of the idea of a cultural counterflow and how how that becomes entangled with soft power and promotional culture as they attempt to create these spaces of cross-cultural exchange. I wanted to give you the example of Korea and the Philippines. Now, for our activity today, to help you think about if you wanted to do the third essay, for example, what I want you to reflect on, and we'll do the small groups thing again, is think about the soft power strategies of other non-Western countries towards Brazil. Okay, so some of you mentioned China, for instance. So maybe some of you might talk about that. I don't know what other countries you want to talk about, Japan, or if that has an influence in Brazil, but up to you what you want to focus on. Or alternatively, you can talk about Brazil and its attempt at soft power elsewhere. Okay, so either. So pick a soft power, pick an instance of like a country trying to implement its soft power strategy on Brazil, or Brazil trying to implement a soft power strategy elsewhere. And I want you to reflect on how much it draws on, or how much it has been influenced by promotional culture. That's what I want you to think about. Where do you see elements of promotional culture in this soft power strategy? How are they drawing on the logics of the promotional industries, on the techniques? Do they actually bring in promotional intermediaries, meaning professionals, influencers, celebrities, that they bring that into these campaigns over there? So that's what I wanted you to reflect on, is these soft power strategies, how much are they influenced already by by promotional culture? How much are they tied up with the logics and the practices and the personalities in the promotional industries? So just to kind of figure out how much they draw on that. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. So we'll divide ourselves again into small groups. I think there's 13 people today, right?
Yes,
If I'm not
13.
if I'm not mistaken. So I'll just do the same thing yesterday. I'll have Zoom randomly put you into Zoom rooms. So there's supposed to be one room with 4 people. Let's see if this works. 4 breakout rooms. All right. Welcome back, everyone.
Okay, sorry. Welcome back.
There you go. All right. So I hope everyone had a chance to have a good discussion. So I guess just to frame it a little bit, what we've been trying to do is or I've been trying to do is to show you that there is there can be a bit of tension or conflict between trying to think of popular culture as a counterflow, meaning with the goal of trying to have diverse culture circulating across society, right? Not just the Western one. And sometimes soft power, because it's trying to promote a particular country's interests, right? And in the case of South Korea, it's trying to be both. And what I was wanting to show you was like the tension that can arise when you're trying to do both at the same time. So just to distinguish between the goal of counterflow, which is to push back against the dominance of Western popular culture and culture generally, and then soft power, which is to promote, the interests of a particular state, right? So, so just to distinguish between those two. All right. So now let's hear from the different rooms. I'm interested to hear which country you're talking about, or Brazil doing soft power on another country. This would be very fascinating for me. Let's mix it up. Well, let's maybe start with an even numbered room. So room 2 and then 4 and then 1 and 3. Okay, so let's begin with room 2 with a group of Claudio, Marcelo, Tatiana.
Okay, I'm talking from my group. So we brought here the influence of Japanese culture in Brazil. And here in Brazil, we have the largest Japanese colony outside Japan. So we talked about how this influence across the generations. So in the 80s, we had a TV show style that was very popular here in Brazil that called tokusatsu. It's about that kind of power groups like Changeman, Power Ranger. So this was showed on open TV here in Brazil, and so many children were growing up with this kind of shows. And after that, we have the animes like cartoons from Japan that also had different highlights each year, from one called the Princess and the Knight, A Princesa e o Cavaleiro aqui. In the 90s, we have Sensei and Dragon Ball, and 20s we have Pokemon, and currently we have the Naruto, like one of the most popular animes here in Brazil. And this rises a geek culture and geek events that we have today. Some popular cosplays contests, for example, and this mixed of cultures brings into Japanese foods and restaurants, usually to special occasions. And a few years ago, we have a different kind, a different adaptation of Japanese restaurants. Like we call temaquerias. It's something like about fast food of Japanese food. Then it became very popular here. And finally, we talk about the end of the Brazilian Olympic Games, that we passed the torch for Japan, and they bring us the Super Mario characters that was very popular here, and representing their culture. So this kind of characteristics and facts, we thought that influenced a lot in Brazil. So we're talking about Olympic Games, and the main sport that we won some medals are the judo here. So is the most medals that we won. It was in this sport, and the most popular sport that Brazil was known around the world after the football and the soccer is Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, that has its origins in Japan sports too. So that's a lot of influence that we find here about Japan and the Japan culture.
Thanks, Claudio. I just wanted to highlight, which I think the elements there that are very related to promotional culture, right? And because it kept on repeating in what you were saying is the use of events, for example, right? That is very much an influence of, the promotional industries, right? That you use cultural events to bring attention to a particular cultural influence. So like you say, like cosplay events, for instance, food festivals, for example, and of course the Olympics is it's a giant example of an event that is very much about promoting a particular culture, right? So I just wanted to highlight that along all these soft power influences through popular culture, you will find the workings of promotional culture there, particularly in the examples that you gave. I think it was very start the use of events to focus attention on these cultural artifacts. So I think that's really quite interesting, how this has gained traction in Brazil, and particularly cosplay events, because you really see that across different contexts, and they can be huge, right? Like whole conventions of cosplay events that, of course, promote not just Japanese culture generally, but really because they have a very well developed anime industry, right? And that feeds so much into that. So thank you so much, Claudia and room 2. Let's go to room 4, please. The group of Gabriela, Jorge, and Luisa.
I will talk name of my group. We discussed some Brazilian actions of soft power. We focused a lot more in official and governance of the state's Brazilian soft power actions. One is a program that's called Leitorados Guimarães Rosa. That's a program that's give grants for students or postgraduate students to go to another countries to divulgate literature and Brazilian literature and lecture and Brazilian literature and language and Portuguese language. I myself have friends that went to Timor-Leste and to Africa, some countries in Africa, to expand the strength of Brazilian language and Brazilian culture. That's a program in the federal government, really strong and really, and it continues in like 20 or 4 more years. that annually there's a selection. And another example you talked about is the Brazilian pavilion in Veneza Bienal de Venice. So it's a big and really traditional pavilion in Venice every 2 years. So, and I think Brazil has been in Venice for a long time. It's one of the most traditional. And I just occurred to me to now that Brazil is the country that opens UN every year, the Congress, the big Assembleia. Gisela. Como que é a Assembleia? Me ajuda.
Okay, I would say assembly. I don't know. No, just
Brazil
open, yeah,
opens
at the UN, yes.
the UN Assembly every year. That's on the forever. You always have been that the first one to talk. So I think it is also some kind of soft power you have. We have.
I don't know about that.
Thanks, Jorge. But yeah, what I wanted to pick up on what you said is the very strategic use of institutions, right? To promote, in this case, I guess, Brazilian culture, but also in relation to the Portuguese language, I guess, the Brazilian version of it, through these institutions, right? And the way that these institutions are formalized, right, and that they're structured, a lot of that draws from the promotional industries, and of course, apart from Brazil, other countries do this too, right? You would have. I didn't really catch the name of yours. I know you talked about it, but in the UK has like the British Council, right?
Yes.
And earlier we were mentioning the Confucius Institutes of China. The ones in the Philippines, the ones that are most prominent in my head, because they are the ones who do a lot of promotional activities around literature, around culture. Would be the British Council, Instituto Cervantes, which is from Spain. Obviously because we were a former colony also, but they do a lot of like film screenings, literature festivals where they would sell like Spanish language books for like huge discounts, so to encourage Filipinos to learn Spanish.
We have them here in Brazil as well.
Yeah?
Yes,
Yeah.
British Institute is here. Yeah.
Which is funny because when they were colonizing us, they refused to teach us their language. But now it's useful for soft power for us to learn. And then the I don't know how to pronounce it, but I think the Goethe Institute from Germany.
Yes, from
So
Germany. They're
yeah,
present
so
in
you
Brazil as well. Yes.
Yeah. So it's to me it's fascinating that Brazil also has this. So this institutionalization of like how you promote culture, and clearly within these institutions they have these strategies that they draw from in the promotional from the promotional industries as well, and for sure there are professionals there who are experts at comms, right, at communications, in terms of showcasing and featuring a Brazilian culture, for instance. So that has become increasingly institutionalized in many countries. Smaller countries that do not have the capacity for such an institution, usually it's just the embassy that does that, right? Small events. So it's not yet that institutionalized for those kinds of countries, but clearly for countries that are able to do that, they do have that.
The Brazilian consulate has a Brazilian film festival in London every year. It was on when I was there. It's quite nice.
You know what interesting thing is that now it's not just there's also like very strong private enterprise going in here. Like actually this weekend in London I saw, and I'm going actually, it's called Celebration, and it's like a Southeast Asian event where you have all this food and all of that, but it's actually led by a a Malaysian company because they redeveloped this entire area in London and have made it like a retail destination. And so they're also doing that to promote Southeast Asian culture particularly. And this one is interesting because it's private, it's not government sponsored, but obviously for commercial purposes. So you see how this promotion is spread across different dimensions really. Let's now go to room number 1, please. So Andre, Giovanna, and Luara.
Hello. So we were talking about the effect of music in cultural promotion. So regarding what we called here, it's called feminismo de mercado. I don't know if it's okay to translate into market feminism, but it's a structure of soft power that is being applied by the promotional culture in order to develop new archetypes for women. And related to that, we discussed about 2 examples, which one is from the US to Brazil and another is from Brazil to the world. 2 references that are very, thanks, Carla.
You're welcome.
The references are very different, but in the end, they refer to the same symbolic structures into hegemonic society. So one example is Taylor Swift in Brazil. Regarding, and the example from Brazil to the world is Anitta. So even though they seem very different in terms of behavior, they refer to this empowerment of this new archetype for women in popular culture that are related to power. And I'm working on my dissertation on that, and then we discussed this in the group. But when we talk about power, we also talk about money. So it's not only about a powerful woman, but it's mostly like a woman with money, and in the way that it can just like means some soft behavioral modeling related to the cultural of new consumer goods to be purchased. So I think it just goes, and it goes like beyond feminism and beyond post-feminism. So it's just the way that feminism is present in the cultural promotion from Brazil and to Brazil. So I think this was mostly what we talked about.
Thanks, Giovanna. It's really very interesting. I'm beginning to I've only started reading up on this notion of popular feminism, as I think like an intensification even goes beyond like the recent discussions on post-feminism, right? And I do know that there are people writing up about this in relation to Taylor Swift, and particularly because of her world tour. But just for my own education, I'm curious, could you say, you or your group mates, could you speak a little bit more about Anitta you mentioned? Because obviously I'm familiar with Taylor Swift, but Anitta.
Anitta, I think she represents Brazilian culture in the USA mainly. So it's mostly like we hear this from people that are not from Brazil, and there is this archetype of Anitta as a singer that she goes. I think Luara mentioned that she had a show at NFL. Lu. So she's representing Brazil, and she's not only a singer of the funk and all this popular music, but she also is like this businesswoman. She has we say like she's sort of a Brazilian Kardashian represented in the US, but she's a singer. So yeah, but she was like in VMAs, and also she was on the World Cup or the Olympics representing Brazil. I'm not sure. So she's just like a new Brazilian music, and I think Brazil is quite well known by its music, and I think she just adds a new layer of female empowerment to all this Brazilian woman of power, which is
Okay. Yeah, thanks. It's very interesting, and thanks, Giselle, for showing that. I also did a bit of Google search. Quite fascinating character.
Well,
And
she recorded her own version of the girl from Ipanema in funk style. So that's really, she's trying to show herself or present herself abroad as the
Right.
new girl from Brazil that everybody has to
Yeah.
pay attention to, things like that.
yes, and in Brazil, it's a very different archetype. Like we think about
Yes.
Anitta, and people outside Brazil thinking about Anitta. It's just like, what is it the same person? So it's just a bit of what's going on here.
Okay, it's interesting. The kind
She's definitely a product of commercial music,
Yeah.
and she sings in Spanish, not only in Portuguese, because she wants to appeal to broader audiences, and even in English. So she's really pushing hard to become an international name.
Luara?
Yes, I'd like to add something about Anita that we were talking in the room, that she holds the world imaginary of to Brazilian woman for sexuality, a beautiful woman, sexy. But on the other hand, as a businesswoman, as a woman with money, she was in C-suite for new bank, a startup, very huge bank here in Brazil. And Carla is silently there. And,
Yeah, because we talked about it as well.
Yeah. In 2022, she was at C-suite at this bank, and then she was moved to become global ambassador for the brand. And she beholds other business as well. She has her own brand for cosmetic products. So it's a whole image of a new archetype for feminism, for female power. It's not only I can dance, I can sing, but I can also do this. I'm intelligent, I'm smart, I'm getting new spaces.
I'm a money maker too.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when we talk about
sorry.
No, Marília, okay.
No, it's just about because in your group you are discussing about Anita too, because I think she has a really elegance and a identitary constructions, and she brings a lot of your cultures, and also the businesswoman, the sexual woman, and the religion woman now, and there's intersections between the cultures and politication. So I think it's a good example.
Yeah, I think what we discussed as well is that when we talk about a soft power into the female culture, it also means like when a woman is in a state of vulnerability. So it's just like this empowerment of woman. It also relates to empowerment related to money, because lots of women, they cannot leave their relationships in a way that they have like the kids. It's just like they're financially bonded to their partners, and having no money sometimes means like hard to find any power. So I think it's just like there's just like extra complexity of an archetype in terms of behavior that actually makes everything even harder for the identity building, even more aspirational, I mean.
Yeah.
Because it's just like dislocated from reality.
Maybe one last from Carla before we move on to the next group.
Yeah, actually, I'm on the third group, the last one. And as Marilia already said, we were discussing about Anita. First of all, our first attempt to accomplish the exercise. And it's really a case for us of soft power. And I would like just to add some information on that. at the time that Anita went to the C-suite of Nubank, the reason why they were telling was that exactly because she got the logics of promotion to promote herself. And Nubank was born in Brazil as a bank for the popular classes, for the low-end classes. This was the connection. Anita would be very suitable for them to make them go towards one market that she had already entered very successfully. On the top of that, Nubank is now expanding to Latin America. And this connection among Anita's career from Portuguese to Spanish, and nowadays representing not only Brazil, but the Latin American women, it's a huge case of at least for us, we've discussed it. It's a huge case of soft power in Brazil, and female, if I can call like that, the female soft power. And it's just for adding some information. And the other case we discussed was about the Turkish soap operas in Brazil. They got really, really popular in Brazil.
Netflix has been turning them popular because they're cheaper to buy than others.
Yeah, they're cheaper. But Gisela, before this promotion in Netflix, at least on my profile, I was listening mainly elderly women exchanging these soap operas and gathering communities in Telegram, which is not a very popular network in Brazil. And the reason why I think they were gathering these communities in Telegram, it's because Telegram still allow larger communities than 200 people, like on WhatsApp. And it got a huge movement around these Turkish soap operas, which when it comes to the romantic way of living and relating is very similar to ours. It addressed some kind of female empowerment as we have here in Brazil. And the only connection I could make, because we are not experts on this matter of soap operas and to understand, the only connection we made was I was in Europe this past summer, and I listened a lot around Istanbul that Turkey is trying to become the connection in between the Western world and the Asian continent. They have a huge airport there. And the only connection I could make with this soap operas, so popular, is a sort of a soft power that deals with the counter-narrative of mainly sexism in the country and how oppressors they can be. And that's what we're talking about in our
May I
group,
just
mainly.
completing one thing? I don't know if I got it exactly the point of discussions, but while we were talking about it, I think I believe it's crucial to assert that cultures and politics are not always connected, interrelated. I think, and I don't know if I got it exactly what are the context of soft power, but I'm seeing that soft power are tool to shape perceptions. In the case of the soap opera Turkey, it's evident that there's a romanticization of this culture. Is a strategy that I means to counter negative strategies in projects as a desirable image, you know, like despite the country's conservative leaning. I don't know if you got it, what I try to say, but when I'm studying soap opera, I think that we are most about the narrative that you want to represent than what what you were talking about it, you know. I think there's, of course, a strategic politications about it inside in the background, but also this is a little bit organic. It's subjective, you know, like because there's a narrative around that that make you believe that it is real, that make you connections with the desire of this person to see this image as they are represented. I don't know if I were clear and this makes sense. So I'm sorry if I was talking stupid thing, but I think all the discussion class make me think about it. You know, it's more about how you want to see that and how you are consuming that.
Yeah, no, I think you have a valid point there. And thanks to Carla as well. I think you can clearly see there the tension, right? Between, as I was saying earlier, if you truly wanted to be a counterflow, the whole goal there is to, again, challenge the dominance of any one culture, right? That there are many cultures that we are open to. And the thing with soft power is that when your attempt to promote your popular culture becomes entangled with government strategies and plans, it suddenly becomes about, as you say, just promoting that government, that image that it wants to project to the rest of the world, to push for its agenda, etc. And that's what really complicates that whole exercise. That yeah, you want to promote your culture, to create a cultural exchange, but it then becomes part of the strategy of pushing for the agenda of a particular state, like Turkey, for instance, or could it be Korea or China or whatever else. And that's where the tension is. And I just wanted to say also that from listening to your very interesting inputs, that there is also some tension there between feminism, right, and how promotional culture has encroached on feminism, and that it's presented itself as part of what it means to be feminist, right? To be self-promoting and all that. And of course, there are tensions around that too. So I'm happy that you folks are able to really highlight, these competing dynamics that are at play. So thank you very much. I think we had a very, very good conversation today. We have a few more minutes remaining. Gisela, you were saying earlier that I think one of the. Oh, you're on mute. You're on mute, Gisela.
Sorry, I only realized now. Yes, it was Tatiana. She's not going to be here tomorrow, and she wanted to have the chance to present the outline of her proposal for her assessment paper, if that's all right.
Is Tatiana here?
Tatiana, yes. Now she just opened her camera again.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here. Can I share my document, please? Let me see here how I do. I have now two options. Let me see.
Okay, Tatiana. You can share.
I hope I share the right, yes.
Yeah, we can see it, but maybe you can make it a little
Yes,
bigger.
I will, Jason. Let me see here how I do this. Can you read now? Great.
Yes, that works.
I have two options, and I'd like to discuss with you what do you think is the best way to me to go. The first one is about popular culture and soft power, and then I would like to analyze the Korean ambassador here in Brazil who sings Brazilian music and got so famous on social media here. He even got a diploma of carioca. Something really interesting what happened here in Brazil with him. People saying, "Oh,
Carioca
now
is
I love
that was
Korea."
born in Rio de Janeiro. Yeah.
Yeah, carioca is the person who was born in Rio de Janeiro. And then we have a few links here from Instagram. And it's interesting because then there was the 60th anniversary of Korean office here in Brazil. Instead of having a Korean attraction, it had the popular pagode band Raça Negra as the main attraction because he sings Raça Negra, the ambassador. So it was really funny to see him, you know, in a situation that was completely unexpected, because these kind of events usually are very formal. And my second option is more related to my research, a research reputation. And then my second option is about disinformation and counter disinformation initiative. And I'd like to think about how we can face disinformation about Brazil, and then we can strengthen the Brazilian soft power. And then why I was thinking about this, because we have the Global Risks Report that is done by the World Economic Forum every year, and it lists the top risks for society and for business. And the first one, the most important, more severe risk is misinformation and disinformation. So I'd like to think about how we can try to mitigate this risk for the Brazilian image. And then I don't know which one you think it's best to go.
All right. Thanks, Tatiana. And I think this will be good because other people will know what you will expect for tomorrow, right? So
Yes.
Tatiana is our preview for tomorrow. Okay. In terms of the two options, I think the first one is a little bit more developed from what I've seen. And my suggestion there to make it interesting is, I think, because you've now identified, and I think you'll just develop in your essay the promotional techniques that are being used, right, by the Korean ambassador in Brazil. I think you have some examples already of how that's done. But to give more analytical, conceptual depth to your essay, I would suggest that, because I don't know what the document is of Korea in terms of cultural policy for Latin America, for instance, for Brazil. But does it have something to do with their middle power status also? I think it's important. I think it would be good to connect the promotional techniques you've used to this idea of them being a middle power. And that's why the techniques of the Korean ambassador are like that, right? Friendlier, seem to be more open to not necessarily pushing their culture, but showing that they also appreciate Brazilian culture, right? Which is quite interesting. So my suggestion is, if you are going to take that route, try to look at what is the cultural policy document of South Korea, if there's any, that has to do with Latin America and Brazil. Do they have a version of New Southern Policy? Or does NSP Plus cover Latin America, perhaps? So I think it would be good for you to make that connection between what policy they have and how that policy is shown or can be seen in the specific promotional techniques that you've mentioned, right? That have been part of the cultural diplomacy of the ambassador there. I find that very fascinating that he's done that. Done the reverse of what you imagine they would do, which is to showcase Korean culture, right? For the second one, if you wanted to pursue the issue of misinformation and disinformation in Brazil, and this is also for others who are thinking of doing this topic, the interesting and challenging part of that second question is it's asking you to propose a very specific kind of project in terms of how do you push back against the misinformation in Brazil. And that would mean like saying exactly, like, for example, okay, so knowing that this is the disinformation that I'm dealing with, I'm going to propose a TV show. And in this TV show, this is what's going to happen. So it's really quite creative. in its orientation. So that's what I would have wanted to hear a bit more if you were going to do the second one. Like, what is that specific creative project that the other day we were talking about, like how popular culture is so important, right? And pushing back against misinformation, how you should use the popular language, popular aesthetics. So how will you use that in that particular project? So yeah, if you were going to do the second one, you would need to actually say that I'm going to do this specific creative thing, this creative project. Uh, so yeah, so between the two, because of course the whole goal is to finish right on time. I think the first one is more developed, and so if you ask me, I would go for the first one because I think your thoughts there are a bit more developed, and it's just a matter of you making the connection between this is the cultural policy of the country, and so in within this framework they use promotional techniques in this way, right? They draw on promotional culture in this way. And I think you're closer to that, right? You're almost there in making that argument. I hope that's
Okay.
yeah?
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Right. And that guy is so interesting. The Korean ambassador to Brazil. Thanks that was it you also, Tatiana, share this? Yeah.
Okay, see
All
you
right.
tomorrow. Bye bye. Have a nice
Bye.
day,
Thank
Bye.
everybody.
Thank you,
Have a nice
Jason.
day.
See you later.
Thank you.
See
Thank you.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Good morning, everyone. I think it's super early in Sao Paulo for you folks. So for our session today, I thought that we've had enough of lectures already. We've had several days of it, and I think this is an opportunity for us to pause and reflect on the inputs that we've had, and then eventually go to discussing your potential topics for the assessment, right? So, but I wanted to spend maybe the first part of our meeting, just maybe 45 minutes or something like that, and then we take the rest of the time to talking about your um, planned assessment. But I just wanted um, us to reflect on what this course was all about, what this seminar is all about. And it's about popular culture in political promotion. And so over the last few days, we talked, for instance, about how popular culture is an important consideration in the production of political promotion. We saw that when we talked about how this information is created. We saw that when we talked about how soft power is strategized, right? That popular culture plays a role in these different kinds of political promotion. But we also saw how popular culture plays a role in the consumption of these different kinds of political promotion. I talked about how people engage with the kind of disinformation content that's out there online, and we also talked about like how people engage with these different attempts at soft power, right? So we've looked at it from both perspectives, from production and from consumption as well. And so in this final session, I wanted um you to think about or answer the question like, so what is the role of popular culture in political promotion from your perspective, having heard all of this? Uh, what do you think is the role of popular culture in political promotion? Okay, so that I don't put you on the spot because it's also very early uh, in the morning. Um, I think I should give you a little bit of time to talk about this amongst yourselves first. Like I'll put you in just maybe pairs, but one group will be a group of three. Am I right? Or one, two, three. But yeah, because you're seven at the moment. and to just have a discussion of what you think about this. So that's the first question that I wanted you to think about. I want to hear from each of you. I hope that's okay. Just very, very briefly, what do you think is the role of popular culture in political promotion, as you know, from what you've heard the last few days? And the second thing that I'm curious to hear from you is, with all the things that we talked about, what was it that struck you the most? What was it that caught your attention the most? And I'm curious to hear about that too. Like, what was the thing that you feel was quite an interesting insight, or you got very interested in, of the many things we talked about? Because I think that would also be a good indication for later on how we think about your assessment, to lead towards those things that are interesting to you. So I hope that's okay that we begin the morning with like a brief conversation about this. So I'll open the breakout rooms. And we shouldn't take more than 15 minutes for maybe 10 minutes, because we're just two people in a room anyway. Um, where is the breakout? Oh, Vitala, I don't think I'm co-host yet. That's why I can't find it. So, first question is, um, what for you? What do you think is the role of popular culture in political promotion? And then the second one is, what was the thing that struck you the most in the many things that we discussed um, the last few days? Okay, so I'm going to create 3 breakout rooms. Okay, so we'll have 2 rooms with just 2 people each, and 1 room with 3. So I'll give you 10 minutes to talk amongst yourselves, and then I hope it's okay, and ask each one of you to take maybe 2 minutes or so to respond to those 2 questions. I hope that's all right. That I think it's just important to kind of reflect and think about like what we're taking out of the many things that we discussed. Okay, so it's, I guess it's 8:17 at the moment. So 8:27 we return and have a discussion. So all rooms are open. Please just join in. I'll see you in a bit. Or maybe we can pause the recording first, right? Recording. Yeah, I think we're all back now. So yeah, I'm very excited to hear from each of you. I hope you got the little note I sent on the broadcast, just to remind you what the questions were. All right, so I guess I'll just go through the list so that we don't have to torture people into um, you know, raising their hands, etc. Um, so I'll just go through the list that I'm seeing um on my chat. I mean on the participants list here. So I'll just read them to you so that you know when it's your turn and you don't get surprised. Okay? So the first person on my list, very sorry, it's Andre, and then Carla, Fabio, Gabriela, Giovanna, Leonardo, and then Luisa. Okay, so Andre, if you could start us off, please.
Sure. I'm sorry, Professor. Are we supposed to talk about our insights from our conversation or for our research?
From the conversation first.
Yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Okay, so me and Carla, we talked about mostly of the logics of the distribution of information for popular culture and political promotion, mostly from a perspective of how those things are becoming more and more opaque. We can't tell the difference between popular culture and political promotion in today's methods of distribution of information distribution, because what is popular culture and what is political promotion? So Carla brought some examples of actors of the United States positioning themselves, supporting Kamala Harris on the presidential debate. We have never seen so many actors that are so engaged with politics, and this logic of engaging with politics is something very new, because there was a clear border between information, between popular culture and political promotion, both mostly because of electoral propaganda, political debates, and all sorts of things. And the popular culture was in another spectrum for TV shows, radio shows, streaming, and etc. Nowadays, we can't tell the difference between what is content, what is advertising, what is political engagement, and things were streamlining from there. And then we started talking about our research and how this phenomenon converses with the things that we are investigating.
Thank you, Andre. I think actually now that Andreas mentioned it, it kind of makes sense not to go with the list I mentioned earlier, but like with the people who talk to each other, so that we can just follow up on what the person said. So I hope that's all right. So before I engage with the insights, maybe because we're talking with Carla, right, Andre? So maybe we can have Carla chip in now so that we can get both of your comments.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Professor Jason, for these dynamics, because it's really enriching to talk about the content and also at the same time address our researchers. So yeah, we were talking how intertwined pop culture and political promotion is nowadays, and we were also addressing the matter of how it's on top of that, we also have the algorithm logics behind the scenes and these black boxes. And what caught my attention and that I would like to share is today early in the morning, I was on Instagram and I saw and I watched Robert De Niro in an interview talking very seriously about politics, Kamala, and it's this border that we cannot forecast anymore, we cannot identify anymore, and how powerful it became for promotional logics of everything. And on top of that, we were talking about how these tensions that you brought when we are talking about soft power and counter flows and everything, how it's so again, as Andrea told, opaque nowadays. I've been studying about Dove campaigns, which totally a counter narrative of stereotyping, and but on top of that, the logics behind it, it's promotional, but it brings and it addresses soft power when it comes to this unbalanced relationships among men and women, and so we were just kind of trying to address our research on the content that you brought for us. It was really enriching for me, at least. I want to thank you in advance because it brought a new layer to my research.
Thank you, Carla, and thanks, Andre. And a very interesting insight. I think this is going to be an exciting morning for us in terms of ideas. But what I wanted to take out from what you both of you mentioned is the kind of increasing opacity in terms of how to separate out politics and popular culture, right? Because they are increasingly melded together. And I think you make a good point, and I think both of you addressed this, that it's promotional culture that is creating the opacity, the melding together of politics and popular culture. And I think what's interesting in the current moment is that, of course, there's always been an element of promotion to politics, right? Uh, even with, I mean, even way before, you would find that in studies about this, like I think it was the debate on maybe, of course, it was between Richard Nixon and John F. Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, and even then, you would see promotional culture beginning to be part of politics because uh, many people then said that Nixon lost that debate because he refused to wear makeup. And that was the time when television was becoming increasingly an important medium. And he looked pale on television. And Kennedy, who did wear some makeup, looked like a livelier, younger politician. So even then, you were beginning to see how the logics of promotion were moving into politics. But what we see now actually is uh, it's not just the logic and the technique of promotion, but actual the melding together of celebrities and politicians, right? As you have mentioned, and that has made it quite difficult. Like one of the recent headlines, like just a couple of days yesterday or just the other day, right after the Trump and Harris debate, uh, the main headline in BBC here in the UK is that Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris to push back against Donald Trump's fake news that she was endorsing him, right? So you could see celebrity power there, and that is increasingly the case. And I think this also reminds me of what you I can't remember who shared this a few days ago, but you were talking about how is it in Sao Paulo where you have an influencer running for office, right, for public office. And so you see that it's no longer just the big celebrity now, right? But increasingly, the so-called promotional intermediaries are becoming the politicians um, themselves. And so we get to see this amplification of really the mixing of popular culture and politics facilitated by uh, promotional culture, right? Um, I'm seeing here in the chat, they're already selling Taylor Swift friendship bracelets. Yeah, so I can imagine how that can be weaponized uh, so well. Okay, so before we move into the other group, I noticed Claudia is already here with us. So just to orient Claudia, what we're doing is uh, everyone is sharing what they think the role of popular culture is in promotion, having heard everything the last few days, and what they think is an interesting insight that they got from the discussions that we've had. So maybe you can also think about that as they respond, and then we can also have you share towards the end. We had a breakout session earlier where people had the chance to talk to each other first. Um, Maybe I can go to because there's three of you. So Gabriela, Giovanna, and Leonardo. I'm sure you've had many discussions there. So each of you, whoever wants to start, and then can carry on.
I can start. Good morning, everyone. We were talking in the room how we thought that this discipline was really good for us to get an understanding of the dynamics and very useful. So first of all, just like big thank you for Professor Jason and Professor Gisela, because it's like we're so happy to take part of this. And it really, like Carla said, it really like enhanced further associations for us at a deeper level than we were expected to think about. So in general, our perspective, and then I think like the others can tell a little bit better, but it's just like it's a promotional culture is a vehicle for promotion, for promoting ideals and values, disseminated messages that are potentialized by technology. So I have this part of my dissertation that we say, like, there's an author here in Brazil that she says, like, the internet has echoed the voices that were closed before. So it just allows people to put their messages there, disseminating, potentializing. And what is interesting is that it incorporates symbols and meanings that are already present and work on reconfiguring them. So it takes like hegemony, so it connects at an emotional level with a high number of people in the audience, using the articulation and re-articulations of symbols and its meanings in each culture. So it's a way to connect through emotion and just like changes. And then with this culture, it's possible to modulate behaviors instead of disciplining people through this more hard power. So and through this second, and then it's just like it favors the political aspect of consumption. So it brings this imaginary, and it also, in a way, we discussed that is also connected with branding, in a way that the branding puts the imaginary aspects that are not like a physical product, but it has a financial value. It can be measured financially. So I think it has some correlations with branding as well. And for me, the part that resonated the most was related to soft power. And as I say, I'm writing about activism for feminism. So I think it's a way to show like new archetypes in the way that Korea was speaking about their branding as a country, as a culture. Anita puts like her branding, and I think just like from yesterday, there was like lots of reflections from my side of this power articulations through quantification of imaginaries.
Thanks, Giovanna. So maybe we can hear also from Gabriela and Leonardo.
Hi. I was thinking about the role of popular culture in creating an emotional connection between people and politics, especially on digital platforms. And I believe this emotional connection, it's a very important aspect of how politics is done nowadays. I mean, at least in Brazil, there is a strong attempt to politically and emotionally engage voters. And this is done especially through digital platforms and social media. And what I see is that this emotional engagement via popular culture is often rooted in things like hate speech and disinformation. So this week, the last few days, I've been thinking a lot about that. I mean, this is everything we see in Brazil about how politics is done nowadays, and it's really rooted in negative aspects about the popular culture. And since yesterday, I've been thinking a lot about soft power as well. And I mean, I've been thinking about a lot of stuff. And since yesterday I started to think about soft power, that it isn't something that I was thinking of before, but I really enjoyed it yesterday class, and I started to think about especially about how some governments they could use some strategies of soft power, but also make these strategies about the dissemination of disinformation as well. I'm a little obsessed about Brasil Paralelo. That is the production company that I mentioned a few classes ago. And since yesterday, I was thinking about if how Brasil Paralelo could be used as a tool by some governments, depending on their beliefs and their objectives, to produce cultural projects and do this kind of soft power, but in consequently increasing the reach of disinformation and hate speech. So it's a lot to think about. There's a lot of things in my mind right now, and I'm thinking about a lot of it.
Thanks, Gabrielle. That's really, I have something to say about that later on. I think Leonardo, your turn.
So I don't want to repeat what others have said, but I believe that popular culture is a strategy to be more relatable in the communication, in the political communication, and to also speak at an emotional level to foster this emotional connection with the politician, the messages they are spreading, and we were also debating about the soft power, whether soft power is only a strategy of the state or it can be also independent from the state. But in my point of view, it refers only to the state because it's a diplomatic effort it's international relations effort. So even though we have cases in Brazil, for example, Anita, who is a popular singer now, who wants to become an international pop star, I believe that the soft power from Brazil is somehow different. It involves other agendas, for example, the nature, sustainability, those kind of things that make our soft power, I believe. So I don't know what is your opinion about that, but that's what we were debating. Okay. Well, thanks so much. I'll try to make my responses quick. I'm conscious of the time, but I want to give more time to you to speak. I think listening to the three of you, what tied together everything, and I'm very happy that you picked up on this. As Leonardo put it, popular culture is really a strategy, or it's an important part of that strategy to be more relatable, right? In terms of politics. Giovanna earlier was talking about like using existing symbols, reconfiguring them in political promotion. And Gabriela was talking about emotional connections, right? In people and politics. And to me, and apologies if this sounds like a rant, but this has been one of the most frustrating things talking to counter disinformation people who are the people behind these initiatives. They're always so keen to talk about facts and educating people about the facts. And they're a little more iffy talking about this. But weirdly, when I talk to the disinformation producers, to the trolls, this is all they talk about because they know that it is this that connects to people, using popular culture symbols and reappropriating them, seeing like the kinds of like emotions that they can manipulate because it reflects particular social cleavages, right? These are the things that they're
often concerned about it, and they build their disinformation campaign on the basis of this. Meanwhile, those who are pushing back, um, very, I mean, again, like I said, I understand the value of fact checking, media literacy, all of that, but you also need to pay attention to this because the trolls already know that this is the way to get to people, and I sometimes wonder why they don't pour enough efforts on this element of counter disinformation as well. Because as you folks have said, it's important to be more relatable. It's important to connect. It's important to understand that you know the language of ordinary people, right? Because that is what going to get them to engage with the kind of work that you're doing. And connecting to our earlier discussions on decolonizing scholarship, I think one of the main problems in counter disinformation work now is a lot of the models and frameworks are developed in the West, primarily in technocratic institutions like I don't know, UN, UNESCO, those kinds of institutions. And I know they're doing good, their intent is good, but they're many times not grounded in the realities of the global south. They don't really see the dynamics of how people produce and consume this information. And it's important to base your counter disinformation initiatives in the realities of those communities. And if this is what's happening, then you need to engage with um, these realities too. And then the last point I wanted to engage with was you all talked about soft power also. And as I said earlier, I was really interested in what Gabriela said. Haven't I haven't thought of that before. That actually soft power and disinformation being used by the government can have intersections, right? Uh, and I think we're seeing this in the case of just to give you an example. Uh, in the Philippines, with COVID-19 and the vaccine, it's been recently revealed that there's been a disinformation war going on between the US and China, trying to influence how Filipinos think of vaccine. Uh, and one of of course, the US is our frenemy. We have a very weird relationship with the US. It was recently revealed that they created disinformation because at the time, only the Chinese vaccines were available to us, Sinovac. Nothing else. No one was giving us anything. And so our government was pushing people to like, whatever vaccine, whatever protection it can give, just use it, right? Because it's an emergency. And and so people are being pushed to use Sinovac, and I also had that because you have no other choice. But apparently the US launched a disinformation campaign to discredit Sinovac because it wanted to discredit China to the detriment of the health of Filipinos. I mean, like, okay, you're doing this information about that, but you're not giving us the other kinds of vaccines that are available in the West, for instance. So the BLF comments just made me think of that actually there is an interesting intersection between soft power uh, and disinformation, and which leads to my last point about Leonardo's question. I think so you have to think of soft power as always connected to the state because it is connected to their strategy. Um, if you're influencing other cultures that's not connected to the state, it's just really cultural influence, right? Or we can call it sometimes counterflow, right? But once the state is in there creating strategy and pushing for their agenda, then that clearly becomes the remit of soft power. Thank you very much for your insights. Really, really fascinating. I think we're with Fabio and Luisa now, right?
Okay, so we discussed about like the role of popular culture in the sense of like I didn't live the dictatorships here in Brazil, or like I didn't live this kind of government, so it was really impacts me because I saw that the popular culture has a role in like disseminating this kind of I don't know, this kind of discourse, like discurso, I don't know. And we also discussed that this is a new, like for me, is a new perspective about studying communication, because here we study about like reception or production. And I think that popular culture is promotional culture is like another way of thinking about communication. And we can study like both, so we can understand like a way of communicating, and that is not like we study production or reception, but we understand the relationship between both, and the impact of like the communication on real life, you know, so on politics, and understanding this as a real weapon of disseminating some kind of thinking, so some ideologies and everything. So yes, we discussed about this, and it was like a more epistemologic discussion and not a discussion about the role itself. But yes, we think that is really fascinating how the things work and like are going in the world. And so promotional culture nowadays are like a real weapon of disseminating some ideologies. So it's interesting to study in this point of view, you know, that is different from what we do here. So like it's a little bit different from what we are doing here, but is really connected, and is a real interesting point of view. So yes. I don't know if
Thanks,
it was
Lisa.
clear because my
Yeah,
English
yeah.
is like broken.
No, it's perfectly clear, and I think I have something to say to speak back to what you said. But let's listen to Fabio first.
Sorry for my voice, my radio voice. I had a flu some time ago, and after Luisa talked, I think we must import the people when we are we student communication. We need to import people to speak up, open their minds to realities around them, and remove the blindfold of ignorance in face of rampant misinformation. In Brazil, is some politicals use the social media to rampant misinformation of face of ignorance. No, sorry. By promotion, we need to promotion the truth and encouraging critical thinking. We can help. We need to help society to see through the lies of distortion, and we need to stop this fake news. And we have a lot of fake news in Brazil, actually in São Paulo. Sorry, but my voice is not so good.
It's all right. Thanks so much, Fabio. And maybe Claudia, did you want to also contribute to the discussion now, so that at this point everyone would have spoken. Yeah, Claudio, did you wanna?
Oh, sorry. Let's go. Well, I don't know if I get the dynamic of the activity here. So I understand that there are some insights that I can bring to all of you here. Well, my colleagues here who already know and have heard me talk about the topic I've been working and in in my research, and they told me how the seminar is a perfect match about what I've been looking for. So, and my research studies how different affections and passions of different identity groups influence the perception they create about Rede Globo based on their identities they use to respond, considering that the broadcaster is the largest Brazilian communication group. So, and it has been very useful to understand the whole of pop culture and its symbols and representation in these groups, in the formation of their perceptions, and how this is shared within these groups, especially in groups based on political ideologies. So it's interesting to see how, instead of offering refutation to arguments, the current trend is to ridicule the opponent with joking images and video cuts. And so here in Brazil, we have an expression that we call something about to seal, lacrar, né? Is to seal something, which is supposed to close discussions with the final word. And so we generally we saw the campaigns using these video cuts, interviews, and cuts and debates edited, used by to bring this last word and go viral among this group of people with identity with this candidate. So this all this seminar is very rich for me because it brings exactly what I need to my research.
Thanks so much, Claudia, and to Fabio and Luis as well. Really interesting insight, and I just wanted to pick up on some points there. Oh, Leonardo, yeah?
Can I ask something? I don't want to sound naive, but there are many deep conceptions about popular culture. It can be a culture that comes from the people, or the popular culture meaning entertainment, meaning the cultural industry. So in your work, do you combine these conceptions, or do you prioritize only the pop culture in this sense, in this regard? I don't know if it makes sense, but how do you usually work with this concept of popular culture? I don't know. I'm sorry if you have talked about that, but I didn't pay attention. But
yeah, thanks, Leonardo. I think that's a really good question. How we might actually define popular culture, right? And I think you have identified a couple of ways of thinking about that. One is, I think the other one you were talking about is very much related to the tradition of Raymond Williams, for instance, of the culture of popular people, right? Oh, sorry, of the people, the culture of the people, popular culture as emerging from the grassroots, right? And this is the culture of ordinary people. In a way that partly addresses or engages with my ideas of popular culture, which is why it's important to listen to audiences to see where they're coming from and how they're engaging with things. But generally speaking, I think the one that's foregrounded really in the discussions that we've had is popular culture as produced by the institutions of media, right? And we're talking about entertainment media, really, and how those are being marshaled. But I think it's important to consider both perspectives. That there is the popular culture created by institutional media, but that then gets consumed within the context of the lives of ordinary people, and that's another layer of popular culture there, right? This is the practices of ordinary people and how they engage with media like this. So I think I'm drawing on both traditions here, but more when I speak of content, I speak more of like entertainment media content, right? the ones that are circulated through mass media. It's the other conception of popular culture comes in when I understand the practice of how people engage with it. Yeah, I think that's a very insightful question. Thank you for allowing me to define that and like the traditions that I'm drawing from. And I think we can all learn from that to yeah think about like these two
I, I,
distinct.
I'm I'm asking because in Brazil we also have a strong popular culture, not meaning
Right.
the entertainment culture. So that's why I was curious about your perspective as well. So
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. In terms of the content, it's really the mainstream media culture that I'm talking about. But you can also interpret it to mean uh like popular culture as in the culture that's coming from ordinary people, right? Which is a different thing also. Uh, so yeah, thanks for allowing me to clarify that too. So going back to the insights of Luisa, Fabio, and Claudio, uh, I think one of the interesting things that I think it was Luisa who said it, that it's important to look at both the production and consumption process and how to actually bring them together. And it's not easy to do that. And that's why probably, even in my own work, I would tend to do one first and then the other next, and not necessarily be able to do as the whole thing as a circulation of content, right? Because logistically, it's challenging. But I think it stems from a long history of people who do production work and audience work not speaking to each other. There has been a history of that. But increasingly also a group of scholars trying to bridge that and trying to make the connection between um, production and consumption. So you actually make a good point there that it's important to bring in both perspectives so that you see the whole picture. And actually one of the interesting things that's happened to me lately is that in terms of like soft power and Korea, as you noticed, my research has been a bit more on the consumption side, right? Not necessarily on my understanding of the production is through the related literature, but my empirical work is on the consumption side. So I'm excited because I'm going to be working with a new PhD student. It's Korean and its work is on how the Korean cultural industry interpret the soft power strategies of the government. So this is the empirical side on the production. So I'm quite excited to work with the supervisee of mine. I think we'll be able to share ideas from the different from our studies from the different sides. Uh, and then with what Fabio said about people needing to see the realities and particularly of how promotion works. I think that's it speaks to this more robust idea of media literacy. That it's not just about learning, oh, you give a text. How is this fake news? What are the elements? Blah, blah, blah. But it's more about also media literacy should involve an understanding of the promotional culture in the promotional industries and how they matter in both disinformation and counter disinformation. And that should really be part of what we help people understand if we're trying to do um, media literacy. And finally, from the stuff that Claudia said, really, yeah, the importance of affect and passion. So that's a very interesting uh, thesis and how in many ways uh, that has been used to effectively, as you say, uh, stifle or prevent conversation, right? It, it, it stops conversation. And I think that's a good reminder also uh, that our intervention of using promotional culture, the logics of promotion, and all of these things, uh, does not have to stop with mediated forms of communication, right? We can also use promotional logics in terms of communication that is more face to face, because so I mean, like social media has been very, very toxic, and it's very, very hard to get conversations going on there. But in the face-to-face setting, people can actually be nicer to each other, uh, and so there's also increasing work around this, how we are able to build bridges beyond social media, to foster kinds of communication, to promote kinds of communication that will create bridges that are more face to face in their orientation. Because sometimes you're stuck in like it has to be like a media kind of intervention, but it doesn't always have to be. Okay, so well, thank you very much, everyone. Super, super fascinating insights, I think, in terms of popular culture and political promotion. If it has, happy to hear that it has given you some food for thought. But your ideas, I hope it's okay. Your ideas have also made me think of a few other things. So I think that's very helpful that we're having this conversation. Okay, so I think it's time for a little break now, and then when we come back, each of you will then. I hope you're ready now. Each of you will uh, start talking about your plan for your final assessment. So just before we go on our short break, I wanted to eh, just so we're all on the same page, remind you of this. So that one of these three should be your topics. Okay, so describe how a digital disinformation campaign in one non-Western and global South country weaponizes popular vernaculars in their messaging. And then there's a second part where you evaluate the impact of the campaign. Second one is to describe the digital disinformation situation in a non-Western and global South country. And then there's a second part also, which is to propose an actual initiative, a counter disinformation initiative that draws on the imaginative dimension of communication as we discussed. And finally, I hope this third one will now make sense after yesterday's conversation. Describe the role of pop culture in the soft power strategy of one non-Western country. And then, as usual, there's the second part of it. Assess the influence of promotional industry logic and tactics in this strategy. Okay, so these are the things that we'll talk about later. So I hope you're prepared to share your ideas. Is it 9:13 at the moment? So we come back 9:20, 9:27, something like that, and then we'll have each of you talk about your work. All right, I'll see you in a bit. Okay, so now we're at the point where each of you is supposed to talk about your ideas for our assessment here. Okay, I'm just trying to so that all of you can always see it all the time. All right. Let me see my list of participants. So I guess I'll just go through. Is there anyone else apart from Carla who's not supposed to be doing the assessment, or is this Carla? Everyone else is doing.
They're not here today.
All right. Okay. So the people who are here today will have to be doing it. Okay. Let's start. I'm just thinking of like a way to do this. All right. I hope it's okay that because usually what I see on my chat is alphabetically organized. So if I do it like from top to bottom, we'll end up starting with Andre all over again. So I'm seeing on my list the one at the very end is Stephanie. So maybe he can start. Stephanie here?
Well, Stephanie doesn't have her camera on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess we can start. The one next is Marcelo.
Okay.
Are you okay, Marcelo? There. All right.
Hi, Professor. Hi, Jason.
Hi. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not sure if it's correct or not. I'm struggling to connect something that I'm researching, but I choose the second option. And like I said before, I'm starting my research in live streaming in sports. And in Brazil, there's a huge channel in YouTube that calls Casé TV. It started with an influencer who is also a journalist, and it started growing, and now it's almost transforming into a network. And he's streaming some huge events like Olympics, World Cup, and during the president election in 2022, he was a victim of fake news, and the candidate, the former president, posted a picture of a fake news of this streaming supporting him, and in that time, the streaming publicity, publicamente, professor? Yes, publicity, refuted the image and even declared support for the rival candidate. And the last, I think it was in the last class, you were speaking about how the sources now became is that the people start believing more in the influencers than in the mainstream media. And since then he started building a really good, how can I say, he started being a really good source of good news, real news, since in the esports area, and also in the in other areas. So I intend to write about the credibility about that influencer that has brought to the social media, like the point of combating fake news, something like that. I don't know if it's really sure, but it's something that a strategy that I can see, that how he countered disinformation. And there's a little bit about also platform regulations as well.
Okay, so you're interested in making this influencer a particular example of how you can counter disinformation, right? Is that
Yes,
okay?
yes.
So yeah, and so just to help me have a little bit more sense. So how, because I think it's important in your explanation for the paper for you to be able to show that when you discuss him as an example of doing counter disinformation, uh, that that it's connected to the idea of what we talked about, like engaging the the imaginative communication, right? The shared narratives, shared emotion, shared way of doing things. So will you be able to say, like, okay, this influencer is able to connect with audiences to their shared narrative, shared emotions, because he does these things? Would you be able to do that?
Yes, I think yes, because he has a specific language. He has a specific a way to tell news, to tell things. Like he has a really huge community that is following him, and now has been becoming a source of any kind of news, especially in his live streaming at night. People are always asking about anything else that is happening in Brazil, even who is he's supporting the politics, who is supporting in soccer, football, and the whole thing. So
yeah,
I think
I
it's
think
like he has a lot of
go ahead.
credibility right now. So he has a notion about how important he is to create a counter disinformation.
Yeah. Okay. I think what you can do then is maybe if you are able to, because it's just 2,000 words, right? Maybe identify three things that he does that speaks to this notion of an imaginative dimension of communication. Like for example, you talk about how he actually builds community, right?
Yes.
He interacts with people, and that's not what journalists do. Obviously, that's not their work. But this is another way of doing it, right? So you can identify like three of these things that he does, either like a practice like that or aesthetic he uses, right? Uh, that bring him closer, or that connect him a bit more with people, right? In terms of their shared practices, shared emotions, shared narrative. So I think you are on the right track. It's just a matter of like making sure in your paper that you are always connecting back to what the essay title is saying, is that you have to show that this initiative draws on the imaginative dimension of communication, and then maybe show like, okay, I have three examples to show you how this kind of this information does that it connects to people's shared narrative, shared emotion, shared way of doing things. Like the community one is a shared way of doing things, right?
Okay.
Building that community. So if you're able to identify just maybe three examples and discuss those in relation to that, that would be a really interesting paper. So, but yeah, I think you're very much on the right track, and I'm interested to read more about this
Thank you.
influencer. Yeah, I think this is really a fascinating thing because you're talking about the influencer, talking about news for the good, right? Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, not doing disinformation, but counter disinformation.
Yeah, counter
Yeah.
disinformation is the main focus here.
Yeah. I guess just the last thing I had in mind is because there are some people who are also doing something like this, but not necessarily journalism. Like in the Philippines, I was able to talk to this person. He's a historian, and uh, he I think his name online is Indio Historian. It's of course it's the repurposing of how the Spanish used to call us as Indios. Uh, but now it's an empowerment term to claim our identity. But what this Indio historian does is to change how historians communicate with the public, which is very, very close to what we're talking about. But it's not about news. This one is about history. History, being a history expert that's not just talking down to people, but building a community. So yeah, I think that's interesting.
Okay.
There's parallels there. Thank you very
Nice.
much,
Thank you, Jason.
Marcelo. Yeah, really
Thank you.
interesting. Yeah.
I do like it.
Next we have. Oh, why did this change? Luisa is the next on my list.
Okay, so based on what we discussed on Tuesday in my group, I decided to talk about the second question. So, my my camera is freezing, but okay. And to talk about the digital disinformation situation here in São Paulo elections. So first, I would start with an overview about the first candidate that is a coach with this criminal record. So he's a really controversial candidate, and he was like convicted of crimes, and he uses his large social media following like to amplify his message. So I would like start doing this aggressive digital tactics that he uses to spread this misinformation, and relating this with the motivational speaking to appeal emotionally to voters. And after that, I would talk about the second candidate that is Tabata, and she actively fought against this misinformation, but she's doing this like with the aesthetics of the first candidate. So she's like applying this kind of communication. So there's appeal in her communication. So she's adopting this shock value approach and some approaches from the other candidate and to gain attention. And after that, I would like propose some campaign to fight against the disinformation. So the idea would be like create a fact check page. So a page that is dedicated to check all the facts that candidates are speaking in their campaigns. So I would like we would create this page to check everything that candidates are talking about. So there is, for instance, Tabata said like, I was responsible for implementing free sanitary pads in public schools. And it's not true, like it was not like that. So yes, Tabata has her problem, her communication issues too. So we would like create this page to verdict to see if people are really talking true and speaking the truth. So yeah, using the platform, the social media to understand if they are speaking the real truth. Yeah, I repeat a little bit, and I'm freezing, so I don't know if it was
No, no,
possible.
yeah, I was able to get it clearly. All right, so well, thanks for that, Luisa. I think the first half of your what you talked about is good already. Like kind of discussing the context, right, of this information, particularly. I think am I correct in the context of Sao Paulo, right? Like the kind of this information environment you have there. With the project, I would push you to again, similar to what I said earlier, to connect it with this imaginative dimension. So, although it is fact checking, uh, remember that you were having discussions that sometimes it doesn't always work if it's just directly conveying facts to people. They often ignore it. Like if it doesn't agree with how they see the world, they'll just dismiss it, even if it's true, even if it's fact. Um, so I think the challenge for you is to think of like, so how will you convey these fact checks in a way that's creative and that will engage people? And that is the second part of the project that I want you to write about, because it's actually quite helpful if you're able to think of that. That okay, you have all these fact checks, but now how do I convey this in a way that connects with people's shared narrative, shared emotions, right? Shared ways of doing things. And as we talked about in our last meeting, no, sorry, last Tuesday, we need to embed our uh, the content we're sharing in narratives, in emotions, so that uh, people will engage with them a bit more. So maybe think a little bit more about like how this project of yours will tap into that, into shared emotions, shared narratives, shared practices. Do you have anything at the top of your mind at the moment, like how this social media project might be able to do that?
Uh, I don't know, because I think if I had this question, like the result of the elections would be another one. So I don't think that we are able to answer like, okay, we are going to do this. But I think that may maybe some actors and some celebrities can help. But I don't know. I think that this dissonance, this cognitive dissonance that we are experiencing, like in a major scheme, like is really tough to deal with. So I don't know. Maybe I can like propose something, put something like on discussion, but I don't know if we have an answer for this, like how to attract people without like saying the truth, speaking. I don't know. I don't have this answer, but I can like open the discussion and the essay. So I think that.
Yeah. But okay. So but the
I don't
essay
know if
actually
I'm.
asked. Hello. Yeah. Can you
Hi,
hear?
sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. So but the essay question asked you to propose a particular way. So maybe one just to help you begin thinking about this. If you can, I'm sure it's written in English. I think. One of our news organizations, if you folks are familiar with Maria Ressa, Rappler, what they did was to create this competition where people can they ask people to create videos. So how do you convey fact checking in a creative way? So maybe you can take a look at that and draw inspiration from that, like so that you can think of like a particular uh, way, a particular project proposal that is able to convey information, but also tries to do it in a way that connects with people's again shared narrative, shared imaginaries. Okay, so maybe try. I think one way to do this is to see what other projects already exist out there, and you can say that I'm building on these already existing projects, and I'm just going to tweak them to the context of Sao Paulo, so that they work in this context. So I think it's helpful to do that. See what are existing because it's there are projects that are already beginning to do this. So I think it's worth a look to see how in other global south contexts they're doing this already. I hope that's helpful for you to check out what other stuff there are.
Yeah,
Yeah. Thank you,
amazing.
Luisa. Thank you. Next we have Leonardo. Yeah.
Yes. Can I share my screen, Gisela?
Okay, I'll stop sharing this one. Then
I chose the third topic about the soft power strategies.
okay, I think you should be able to share now.
Okay. Let me see. Sometimes my computer is slow. Just some minutes. Just, I by share. Yes.
It started, but I'm not seeing the content yet.
You see now?
Okay, there. Yes.
So I decided to talk about this upcoming event, which called Gela.
Can you please enlarge it? It's
yes,
okay.
For us to read.
So it's called the COP30, which is the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It's the main event of climate change from the United Nations. So it's held annually in each time in different city. And for the very first time, it's going to be held in Brazil, in the Amazon region, and in my hometown, which is Belém. So this is my state here, which is called Pará, and this here is Belém, somehow somewhere between here in this point. So we are in São Paulo here. So in this event there are many political and economic interests at stake, because Brazil, we had a government, the previous government was they didn't how can I say this? They didn't invested in sustainability. They tried to boycott the sustainability efforts from Brazil. So it's when we changed the government in 2023 actually. So when the left came to power again, they tried to reposition us as a reference for sustainability and climate change, as Brazil always have been known as, recognized as. And this is also a platform for our governor, from Parás governor, because he is also interested in expand his political influence, and he wants to be to gain national attention. And this is also an opportunity for the local people to receive investments and to attract investment for tourism, for infrastructure. So this has been highly anticipated for us, for the local people in Belém. So what I'm interested in is in addressing the meanings and narratives that are being attached to these events by local people, and also to how this is being promoted abroad. So I want to discuss the role of advertising in reproducing, for example, global hierarchies, and also the use of popular culture to promote these events in the image of Brazil, Pará, and Belém around the world. So this is an example of advertising that is about this event. This is local advertising, but I think this is a good example of how this is being, how these narratives are being produced for us, how the meanings are circulating for us. So it says on the 480th anniversary of Belém, the COP30 host city has just gained first world medical and hospital infrastructure, a gift from MB, which is a real estate developer for COP30. So I think this is really interesting to see how we reproduce like these global hierarchies, because this message is somehow self-assuring. It says, yes, we can have first world infrastructure, but at the same time, it says that we should copy things that are being produced in the so-called developed countries of the first world. So I think this is interesting about to see how this is being reproduced at the local level. So this is an image of the material that is being produced for this event. We can see they used indigenous people to represent that is going to be in the Amazon. So, and this is our governor. He is really popular in Pará. He was elected with a high margin, and he's really good at marketing as well, at using social media. And so we can see he's holding this flag with the name of the event, COP30 in the Amazon. And he also met King Charles III. So I believe this will be interesting to discuss in light of the soft power strategies, both from Brazil and from my region, from Pará. So that's what I want to bring to this essay. I don't know if it's in line with what you expect for us, but that's what I thought.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. I think that's a really, really fascinating topic, and it really fits well with the third thesis, with the third essay title. So I think it would be good for you to carry on with doing this work. And you've already identified some of the manifestations of promotional culture there, right? The actual uh, uh, involvement of the promotional industries, for instance, right? And the tactics and the logic. But maybe one thing that I wanted to remind you also of, and you kind of do this already, but I think it's important for you to really emphasize this in the paper, is uh, apart from identifying, like, okay, so you can clearly see the influence of promotional culture here because they're doing these things. Um, it's important for you to underscore or to highlight your assessment of the impact of this, their use of uh these different uh strategies, logic, and even involving people from the promotional industries, right? uh and doing the assessment, uh and this is the challenge, to kind of show uh which elements of this are truly helpful in what they're trying to achieve, and which elements are creating or raising issues, which you kind of mentioned already, right? Uh, for example, like talking about like sustainability, but also reinforcing this imagination of needing to be first world, right? Trying to replicate some of the things that are in the first world. So kind of like this still idea of a modernity that the aspiration is Western modernity at the same time. So uh, I think maybe you should devote of the 2,000 words, maybe the last third of your paper to doing this, so you can uh, be able to talk about it in a nuanced way that, with being fair to the project, like, okay, these are the things that they're able to achieve by through promotional logics and strategies and intermediaries, but also it's raising these problematic issues. So kind of an assessment of the impact of these things that you already identified. I hope that makes sense. That alongside you identifying these promotional strategies and techniques, is your assessment of, so what is the impact of this on the overall on COP on the project. That make sense?
Thank you. I just don't know if we can assume that events like this, mega events, they are part of popular culture, or can we like assume as well, or not? I don't know.
No, yeah, they are. I think they are, and particularly with the kinds of uh promotional materials you showed us earlier, right? They very much draw on popular culture. So I guess it's also important to in your paper to say how that happens, like how they draw on popular culture and its promotional materials, because I think I mean clearly uh, in terms of how they represent things, right? They're drawing on people's imaginations of what modernity is, of what sustainability looks like, for example, by including an image of some of the indigenous communities, right? So I think you can talk about it in those terms. That makes sense?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Leonardo. It's really fascinating. Uh, and how Brazil has repositioned itself in this debate. It's very interesting. Um, Next person on my list is Giovanna. Giovanna, are you ready?
Yes, hello. I had
Yeah.
to leave for a while and I'm back. So I'm actually in the last month before delivering my dissertation. So
Oh, wow.
yeah, so yeah. So I think what I wanted to do is try to align this work with something that is part of my study. So we can use it as a new layer of the study that's already going on about consumer activism in social media narratives and brand storytelling in advertising. So I'm just going to share my screen. It's not something very complex, but it just highlights what I'm. So I wanted the purpose of this paper was like in the third option that you gave in the first day, which is like to understand the logic and tactics within a soft power strategy.
Can you
So
make
I
it
would like,
larger, please, Giovanna? It's
sorry.
too small. I cannot read properly, even with my glasses on. Ah, good. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah. So I wanted to discuss about the commodification of feminism in promotional culture, like the simplification into a marketable identity. I'm studying one brand, which is L'Oreal. It's like a big global brand, and they are repositioning their brand narratives through not only diversity but also female entrepreneurship. So I'd like to discuss how brands align themselves through advertising aligned to feminist causes in order to foster brands' loyalty, but in a narrative that actually reduces the complexity of social movements into feel-good messages, which is sort of everything that we spoke today. I think it really, it's not good or bad, but look, I'm doing a discourse analysis of L'Oreal, and it's very clear the simplification of complex structures of power. So I'd like to write a little bit more there. And I don't know if this is the right word, but this commodification can dilute the political impact that feminism has done so far, and emerge new sorts of empowerment, but who are very just on a surface level, like femvertising, pinkwashing, and then really address the social systemic inequality. So I wanted to do more of reflection about that, which will be part of my chapter 3. And together with this soft power strategic storytelling within promotional culture.
Okay, thanks, Giovanna. Well, first of all, advanced congratulations on your upcoming submission. All right, that's a very interesting topic, but I think the one thing that you need to think about here is, and we kind of highlighted this earlier, right? That when we talk about soft power strategies, we think of them as connected to a particular state agenda, right? Like how Brazil is trying to influence other countries to promote its values, its interests, etc. So in this case, you mentioned you were talking about L'Oreal, for example, right? What you would need to do to make it viable so that it fits into topic 3 is it in some way connected to the soft power strategy of a particular country? Does it resonate with something that Brazil does, for instance? Or so how do you make that connection between this campaign and the idea of soft power? Usually the strategies are they originate from the state, from government.
Yes, this was something that we discussed in the group. I don't know, considering this as a state agenda, I would think about the influence of the northern cultures in the south. It's an approach that Professor Lekakis, which was one of the of our lectures in last year, she talked a little bit about that, which is part of what I'm studying in this colonizing mentality of the South, and like embracing new ideas from Europe. So I think like L'Oreal is French, and we've seen a lot of empowerment with the narratives within the
Correct.
Olympics as well. So I think it would be sort of this colonization of ideas from north to south.
Okay, yeah, that's a great response to that. So I think you just need to emphasize that in the paper, because in your initial explanation that wasn't
I wasn't
as
even
clear.
planning, because for me, my understanding is like, yes, this is a state, but we can see it everywhere, you know. So
Yeah,
it's just, I think it's just the wording, but I wasn't
yeah,
even thinking, you know, after your feedback, I just reflected on it. But thank you.
yeah. Yeah, so I think it's very important to articulate that. Then it becomes very clear, right? That this is part of uh, uh, a broader, soft power, and obviously the West. We talked about, like, I hope not to confuse you, but it's connected to the idea of the global flows as well, right? They're still the dominant uh, power when it comes to spreading values through culture, right? Through popular culture,
Which
for
is
instance.
actually counterintuitive in reality, because L'Oréal is French and has always been very traditional related to beauty. And then the brand purchased two brands in Brazil. One was Miele, which is a brand from Rio, which embraces diversity, sorts new sorts of lifestyle. So L'Oréal bought Miele, which is totally Brazilian, and now is colonizing Brazil with the diversity idea from Brazil itself and putting this everywhere globally, you know. So it's just very interesting to think about.
Yeah, and how these things, they kind of morph into particular ways to push for their agenda nevertheless, right? It's actually quite interesting how they do that.
And Brazil is a
And
very diverse country, so it's just,
yeah.
yeah, I think I'll just put in this perspective. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's very much connected to discussions. Like, I'm not sure if it's also a thing in Brazil, but dub, for instance,
Yes.
and how it's weirdly about diversity, but not really. So I think there's a lot of connection there,
But
right?
Professor Jason, what is interesting is that Dove is part of Unilever, which has like many brands with different
Exactly.
things. But Dove was always like this. What's really curious about L'Oreal is just like it just collapsed the narrative and emerged a new thing, which is very different from everything they proposed so far. And they have like over 100 years. So I
Yeah.
think it's just, yeah, anyway, I
Yeah.
thought it was something to approach. I was going to write about 3 brands, but in the end, it was just only L'Oreal because it was very dense material.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, if it's 2,000 words, I think just focusing on one thing would be enough. Well, that's really fascinating. Uh, Thank you very much. And did I get it right that one of your guest lecturers was Jackie Litang?
Yes,
Wow.
I brought her to a seminar in my research group after
Oh.
she released her book on brand activism
Oh, wow.
and consumer activism, because I thought this is a real good topic for our students, and I'm very glad that
Yeah.
Giovanna picked up on that. Yeah, I
you're
have the edited version of the recording finally, so it's going to come up in the YouTube channel of my research group. I can have you access, Giovanna, if you want, just to remind yourself of the seminar. It was really good. She could not come as a visiting professor because she has a small baby. And so she'll probably come next year when she's not so overwhelmed with young baby tasks, right? But it was really a very, very interesting seminar. And yeah, we always try to keep an eye on people that are publishing things that can complement what we do in our program.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think Gabriela, if I haven't called you yet. Yeah, Gabriela? Yeah.
So I'm a little bit lost because the seminar gave me a lot of new things to think about, which is great. And as I said before, I'm thinking a lot about this intersection between soft power and disinformation. I would love to write about Brasil Paralelo, but it might be a little bit speculative because although it might be used as a soft power, depending on a state agenda and depending on who is in the power, it's not actually used as a soft power yet. So, and then I was thinking about Russia. I thinking of a non-Western country. I think Russia, it might be an example of how soft power and disinformation can be used together. I know that there's some movies and kind of things like that, some Russian movies that that they kind of promote Russian patriotism by at the same time softening or distorting history. And I don't know if, well, I thought about Russia because I was there during the 2018 World Cup, and it was a really nice experience. And the 2018 World Cup itself, thinking about it now, I think it might be a really good example of soft power through and disinformation. I have a few Russian friends, and I met them while I was there. And my perspective about Russia when I was there, it's like, oh my God, this is a perfect place to live. You know, I know. And I was a little lost about how to think about, because everything I was experiencing there, this is not at all what I was expecting. And I was talking to them and they said, I mean, you're not in Russia. This is not Russia. This is Russia during this particular event, or during this particular time. No one is living in Russia. Once everyone is here, once they go to their own country, we will live in Russia again. I mean, you're not seeing Russia. And thinking about it now, I'm thinking about this, how is this could be really they use the World Cup to promote this kind of soft power by using this kind of disinformation, because to the tourists that were there, it was like, no, but it is an inclusive country. It is a diverse country. And we know that in reality, it's not. So I don't know. As I said, I would love to write something about Brasil Paralelo, but it might be a little bit too speculative. So I don't think, but I'm thinking that maybe Russia could give me some examples, more concrete examples about how this intersection might work. So this is what I'm thinking about.
Okay. Yeah. I think given what you've just said, I think the second case might be more interesting to do. The thesis is really asking you to identify particular promotional techniques, right? So if it's speculative, I think it might be very hard to do that meaningfully at this point. But since you already have that experience of Russia, I think it would be also meaningful for you to reflect on that. And what are the particular elements there where you see promotion at work in terms of the way that they're using sports as a tool for soft power, right? And it's a whole lot of literature around that. So I think that I mean, and it's so contested, right? I kind of remember there was a lot of debates as well. I'm not very much a sports person, but I think it was football in Qatar. Was it that created all this issue as well? So I think this is a really interesting topic, and I like how you're still able to bring in your agenda here of the intersection of soft power and disinformation at the same time. So yeah, so if you do this topic, again, the focus should be on identifying particular elements where you see promotional culture at work? What are the actual techniques, logics that are being used, or that were deployed in the context of that sporting event, uh, and then try to assess the impact of that as well. Like I mentioned earlier, it's important to also evaluate the impact of something like that. Like, does it actually? I mean, to what I guess in your case, to what degree does it actually reshape how you think of Russia, right? I mean, being confronted with it, but also I think it's important that your friends are telling you that, well, that's not really the reality. So I think that would be interesting to take a look at. Yeah, thanks, Gabriela. I think the Russian case, I'm not an expert on the country, but I think it's very fascinating. It'll be very fascinating uh, to write about. The closest I can imagine something like this uh, would be, I know of colleagues who write about China and soft power, and how sometimes there's this tension uh, between promoting the state agenda in a very direct way, but also at the same time making people like China, creating a softer image. And there's contestation there. So I know people write about some similar themes that you can include in your discussions. I mean, it doesn't have to just be about Russia when you talk about like the concept of it, right? The related literature when you're looking at it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really fascinating stuff. I cannot find the surprise emoji, but I wanted to react to Leonardo's comment there. Really? Soldiers on the beach? As a form of
Yeah,
security, was it?
to keep the city safe, they put soldiers in the beach. I remember because I traveled there during the Paralympics. How to say this? So it was impressive. It never felt so safe. I think Rio for tourists.
Yeah. It's so interesting. But I mean, you're right, because in from the view from the outside, it's like this is just like a fun and free flowing kind of Olympics, and then it's like highly securitized on the ground. That's really fascinating. Thank you. Next, on Eduardo. Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Look, my quick research was about India, and before I chose the topic number three about soft power and the promotion, cultural promotion and soft power. And my quick research is about India and the yoga, practice yoga in India, and how this practice help the India in your promotion for the other countries in the world. Firstly, I look for uh, why yoga is important for India, and I find the three more important topics that help to answer this question. Firstly, is for eliminate or redesign India image is not just a developed country. India is not a developed country; it's a yoga country. Né? Second is promotion yoga is important uh, to uh, shift the focus for social crisis. Their occur in the 30 answer is for position India like a center of cultural innovation more than conservatism or old religions. Is the center of the cultural innovation because it's the country of the yoga. About the cultural promotion, in the quick research, I I I see that there are uh, uh, three elements that help India to be to reinforce the image of the country of yoga. Yeah. Firstly, is use of international celebrities as Hollywood or Bollywood too. Second is a promotion event in the routine of the people, like a yoga day, like festivals, like big events related with yoga. And finally, the third topic is a word promotion, sponsorship for the government or the part of government, like International Yoga Day, World Yoga Day, like it is. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Eduardo. That's really fascinating, and it's good that you've actually been able to identify like what are these promotional techniques that are being used already, right? And strategies to promote uh, India via yoga, right? But the one thing I can suggest, perhaps to kind of complicate the discussion a little bit, uh, is that I've come across literature around. Of course, India is uh, one of the most written about when it comes to nation branding, right, and cultural promotion. There's a lot of literature around India. So I think you'll find it very easy to connect with this literature. But one thing that I wanted you to also surface and highlight in terms of like the impact of these promotional strategy is that there's always this ongoing discussion in India uh, about how their soft power strategies can be successful, but also too successful to a degree. And so there's a lot of debate about what are we sacrificing in terms of us promoting our culture in a very particular way. Like in this case, through yoga, for instance, right? Uh, that there is an element of simplifying and stereotyping Indian culture that becomes involved uh, in promoting something like yoga. And I know that's always I've read a lot about the debate around like how how many in India find it they problematize this that in order to be successful, obviously you would need to kind of market and simplify your culture. But to a degree, that also means that it doesn't create the kind of understanding that you would have wanted, like a complex understanding of your culture. So I think because you're looking at yoga, that you can very much connect with that debate uh, and see what the impact is of these promotional strategies tactics that you've identified in relation to that. Yeah, I think if you're able to kind of include that as part of the things that you're talking about, it would be really interesting.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
Thank
makes
you.
sense. Yeah. Thanks so much. Yeah, I mean, like the stuff I read up on it wasn't about yoga, just about Bollywood, and how Bollywood doesn't really represent the diversity of Indian cinema, for example. But that's the way to get people to know their culture. So there's this tension that's ongoing there. So I think it would be nice for you to engage with that. Am I correct that we have two people left? Claudio and then Andre? And then we've been able to you've had everyone speak. Okay, I'm just making sure that we're not missing anyone. Claudio, please.
Can I share my screen?
I think you should be able to.
Everyone see my screen?
Yes, but maybe make it for Gisela and me.
Yes.
What?
Yeah, increase it a bit. Yeah.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, they want you to zoom in.
Zoom in, yes, please.
I think Claudio's frozen.
Oh no.
Yeah. No.
Oh.
No.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, yes, we can hear you and we can see it, but could you just zoom it in a little bit more? It's quite small. There you go. Okay,
Yeah, good.
thank you.
Okay. Like Eduardo, I try to challenge myself and bring an example of a reality that's not mine, but also to contextualize my research that it's not an exclusive Brazilian phenomenon, but rather in the new global reality of current technologies. So I bring up the situation reported here in Brazil by CNN and around the world by Reuters that talks about the April and May 2024 elections in India and the concern about the use of deepfakes and disinformation research during the election. So I bring here in talks, but I have I have already decided the test, but some talks that I want to pass it by on my assessment. I want to bring a contest of the elections in India, the numbers, the voters. It's the largest democratic election in the world, and the main parts that the BJP and the Indian National Congress they made an alliance to win the elections, and the specific case that I bring here is some contents and videos by American and Haver Sings that they have deepfakes video manipulated to attack the current government, the Modi government, and bring some sites like why these Bollywood actors were used in these contents, and bring other kinds of examples around the world in other countries, like we have talked here, Trump and Taylor Swift, Bolsonaro, Kazé, and the consequence of this deepfake information. So how this works on the population. And one especially think that I identify is the use of deepfake ends up to forcing the person who was subject of the montage to take a position. So like Kazé, like these kinds of situation here in India, they forced the actors and the celebrities to take one position. So this kind of disinformation, how it was used on elections. So I bring some theoretical reflections here. So there are many authors that I'm reading for my research. So I can bring them here too. For example, Grusin talking about theoretical mediation, the role of AI and the echo cameras on social media with friends, the importance of image, video, and pop symbol recognition by Mohan, and sharing content that confirm belief biases from Moravak and Minas and Dennis. And of course, it's a huge arrogance from my part, but like what was the situation number 2 that you proposed on the assessment, to base it on the situation, propose a creative counter disinformation initiative. So I bring some kinds of solution can be proposed. So what I see here, that the simple refutation, labeling of content and publication of agents called fact checks have no effect no more. And so we have some authors that bring these studies and why this kind of content there's not efficiency no more, and this kind of difficulty of regulation. But we can bring some other segment reference. So I bring here the writer of proportional response. If you posted this in the social network, you have to post a clarifying content under the same conditions until it has a greater reach than the original publication, even if it's require a paid boosting and proven results. So it's maybe a kind of proportional response here, and some kind of origin tracking and punishment, like we have cases of revenge porn and pedophilia, that if you share these kinds of contents, we have some kind of tracking and investigation until the origin of the contents, and to somehow force this offender to produce a publish content, like is done with car recalls, that we have to pay and to public in the same conditions, and with a standard test starting with, for example, the candidate saying I lied about, and that was the label of the response. So I bring here some kind of creative proposal, but of course it's little behind the real problem.
Okay, thanks, Claudio. Just to be clear, you're doing number 1, right?
Number 2.
Primarily? Number 2, okay. Number 2. All right, so I think that, okay, it's really interesting what you're doing, but I will ask, or I would maybe push you to refine it a little bit more, because I think the most interesting part in what you're doing is not necessarily the technology, but the use of the celebrities. That speaks more to what our interest is, right, in promotional culture. The use of celebrities in deepfake. Okay, so thus far, I think the way that you framed it, you were talking a lot about the technological elements of it. And yes, you can talk about that, but I think the more important part is the celebrity part. Because you said that, like, why use celebrities? Why use Bollywood stars for these deep fakes? I think that would be the more interesting question to really delve into. So maybe in the first part, when you're problematizing the disinformation situation, although you will talk about deepfakes as a technology, I think it's also need to give equal attention to the idea that it's the Bollywood stars that are being used for the deepfakes, and why? Why these Bollywood stars? Why do they matter so much that we need to use them for deepfakes? And so also for the solution, I would suggest that instead of like having several, trying to develop several solutions, just narrow it to one thing that you think will address the specific issue of like why celebrities are the ones being used, right? So with this idea of like how the use of celebrities connect to promotional culture, what could be a proposal of a counter disinformation a project that addresses the dynamics that are revealed to you by the use of these celebrities? I hope that makes sense. So can I just ask you quickly, Claudio, your thoughts about like why these Bollywood stars are the ones being used in the deepfake campaigns? From your understanding, what kind of, how do they matter to Indian politics?
I thought here it's some kind of the celebrity reference more closely to their days, to their lives. So instead using here in Brazil, probably we use soap opera actors or influencers, for example. But I thought it's some kind of the bigger famous people that they have on their entertainment segment.
Okay, because I think one of the interesting of the different solutions that you proposed, one of the things that struck me was you said that one of the impact of the use of celebrities in deepfake is that these celebrities are now forced to actually make a stand, right? I think that is the beginning of your solution, or one possible solution that uses a creative approach to pushing back against these deepfakes. So I would ask you to think in that direction and develop that idea a bit more. That okay, celebrities are now being forced to make a stand. Can you use that in a counter disinformation initiative if they're being pushed anyway?
In
To
fact,
declare this stand.
I really thought about this kind of force to celebrity to position it, but and they have the right of not positioning. But when this kind of things happen, they were forced to, oh, that was not me, that was lying. Oh, I proved the other candidate. So they don't need to do this, but they are forced to do.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe think along those lines. Like, I mean, like in light also of what we mentioned earlier about Taylor Swift, right? Uh, Being forced herself to declare that she doesn't support Trump. So maybe something along those lines would really make your paper fascinating, I think. Well, thank you very much, Claudio. I really like the focus on deepfakes and celebrity. So refine the focus on that. Okay, thank you. And last but not the least, we have Andre.
All right, let's go. So I'm going with the third option to describe the role of popular culture in a soft power strategy. Please, everyone, don't be scared because I will also be studying India. I think it's a great coincidence that the last three of us were proposing to study India in this landscape. So I have written an abstract, and I think that I'll be going through each of the phrases of the study so we can discuss it further. And to get your feedback, Professor, if I'm going to be too broad, if it going narrow is an alternative for us to deliver the study in the proposed size of the paper. Okay, so let's go. So my object of study is AI, and specifically the cultural and political implications of the boom of this technology in this last decade. So my proposal here is to compare India and Brazil promotion of AI in its soft power strategy, particularly its industry development tactics and its work ethics. So India, for instance, has tons of initiatives such as the India AI mission, and Brazil also has a government infrastructure about this, which is AI for the Good of All, which was a national program that has been recently developed by many tech communities that aim to develop the digital infrastructure to the country be more independent in its AI technological landscape. But India also has a particular thing going on, which is its massive workforce of 400 million people who already use AI in their daily work, which has implications on the country work ethics. And basically, I'm trying to assess the ethic implications that makes India a tech sovereign, which basically India startups, India's companies, Indian people, Indian politics, they create initiatives they create digital products that are privacy first. Because their products are privacy first, this makes them more independent from Western influence, because these solutions, they aim to develop people, they aim to develop the country, in contrast of the Western digital products that aim to monetize their audience, that may aim to raise their lifetime value. And this dichotomy is a very fascinating field of study, because we can see the ethical and political implications of the global AI race and how these colonies detach themselves from this colony perspective of how they can develop themselves by using AI tech that are proprietary, and to drive the countries toward autonomy of the technology and make them less dependent on Western digital products that consume high outputs of energy and also keep people hooked to keep them monetized. So the proposal here is to compare these ethics and how they can position themselves in the global AI race.
Okay, thanks so much, Andre. That's super fascinating too. I haven't thought of that before, like linking together tech, in this case AI, and promotion, right? Promotional culture and how they meld together in particular ways. Uh, but I guess I find that you have already a solid a plan. My question is a bit more practical because you intend to compare Brazil and India, right? But we only have 2,000 words for the essay. Is it possible at all? Do you think you will be able to still develop an argument if you're focusing just on India as a case? Because I think then you would be able to speak and develop your ideas about it a lot more. I'm seeing there might be an issue if you intend to compare the two, then you'll spend a lot of time explaining each right before you compare, and that might not leave you enough space to develop your work. And it will be fascinating really to see what you think of how promotion is involved in how India is positioning itself in the AI race. What do you think?
I think it's quite possible to focus solely on India. Actually, that was my first idea. I decided to broaden up just to get feedbacks. But I think that focusing on India gives me two advantages. The first, by focusing on the government initiative. What is a government initiative? How did the government position itself to be an AI sovereign? And we can also we can also do a perspective on the companies and all the digital solutions that are coming to the Indian markets and how they design their products. So their product design, from what I've read, is mostly based on a trustworthy first product design perspective. This is very different from the West. This is very different from Brazil, because Western products, they are designed for lifetime value of their users. And India tries to develop a privacy-first infrastructure that will, in the long term, provide autonomy for their users to do for them to get their job that they want the product to be done, which drives the country towards more autonomy and to detach itself from the colonial perspectives of the Western market. So I think that if we focus on this, we might get more profound answers.
Yeah, and just one suggestion, perhaps. It's not necessarily about promotion, but might help you develop the context for how you set up this paper. If you've encountered, it's a new book, actually, maybe you'll have access to it. Payal Arora's work, From Pessimism to Promise. It really talks about like tech in the global south, right? And actually compares Brazil, India, and Bangladesh there, from pessimism to promise. And it's because I think you'll be able to connect that with some of what you've said about like how India is attempting to be a tech sovereign vis-a-vis like the West approach of making the global south the laboratory for its tech development, right? And then subverting all of our regulations and all of that. So I think it would be just good for you to connect with this. But really fascinating work. Wow, I'm really happy to hear all of your different topics. They're all quite exciting, and I'm very much looking forward to reading the full papers in a couple of weeks. May I just say that again, I hope you learned as much from this meeting as much as I learned from listening to all of you. I always feel there's really something quite interesting that happens when it's discussion that goes like global south to global south. The last time I felt something like this was I actually went to China maybe last year, I think. and had a similar kind of conversation. And the interesting thing was that institution had to find a room without a CCTV camera so that we could all speak honestly about everything. So really fascinating to see, like, different perspectives. It was like really funny also for you folks to point out that yeah, your research is very much brick. Someone needs to research South Africa because that was the only missing country there. I, I mean, I think Gabriela, you're doing Russia, right? And then we have a lot of India, so no one does China also. So maybe we need those other two. But yeah, thank you very much, and I think we can end slightly early today, right? Okay.
Thank you very much, Jason. So we'll be looking
Thank you.
forward. You can upload your papers in the Canvas, and I will email them to Jason, and then he will have, as soon as I get back from him, I will upload there and let you know. Okay? Bye-bye, everyone. Have a
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Thank you very
Professor.
much.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
Bye-bye.
Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you.
Bye bye.
Thank you.